We're recording.
I don't have one.
Yeah, I got some more
There's
books.
one right there. Just throw that one over.
If I wanted to grow my slaughter business,
I got
I
all
might have to build bigger
But
facility.
if, like, if you could only, like, I guess the one thing for me is like, the only way to make more overhead
All right,
and capital improvements.
I'm gonna call this meeting to order.
Through.
That's my gavel. All right, and the first order of business is introductions, and Eric, you wanna start us out?
Sure, Eric Moore from Miles City Cattle Representative. We are kind of spotty dry and we're kind of right on the verge in our country. You get south, it gets quite a bit better. The further south you go, you get north, it gets quite a bit worse. I think we caught a few showers right in the valley right around last week, buck and horse sale, kind of 3, 4, 5. No, they're silly kids.
Sorry.
I guess Lily's on.
Yeah, Lily's on. So just nothing. Most everything's turned out. We did get everything banged, from what I hear. So I don't think any heifers got turned out without a bangs vaccine and a tag due to tagging and/or vaccine shortages. So that was good. Appreciate Tani and the board and everybody else for all the help we did with that. That was a good lick, and we're just kind of doing a rain dance in our country.
Okay, Lily, are you available for an introduction?
I was hoping you'd do me next so I could run these kids into school real quick.
Yes.
Lily Anderson, dairy and poultry rep from south of Livingston. We have gotten a lot of moisture. It's been really nice here. Working on getting everything. Sorry, it's chaos in this pickup.
Do the dogs go to school too, or?
Yep, the dogs go to school also. So, yeah, it's been busy. It's been good busy. Ready to get water on the fields and everything planted. So,
Mom, can you go in?
Okay. Thank you. And William's not on, is he?
Yes, he is. He's on.
Okay, are you on, William? William, are you on?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
sir.
can now. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, William Kleinsaucer, swine representative, Augusta, Montana. It's fairly dry up in our area here. Everybody's chasing water, but there's no water to be chased, I guess. And I don't know, we're staying really busy with pouring concrete. We've done about 500 yards the last week, so there's not enough people to go around, it seems like. And that's for the poultry, for the layer barn there. And on the swine end of things, markets are very good right now. If it seems like they've gotten over the tariff deal and they've really come up since, and it's looking good. So.
Okay, that's it. You want to share anything else?
There's too many things to share. It takes too much time.
All right, well, thank you, William. Jake?
Jake Fettis, beef representative, Manhattan, Montana. Things are good in our country. Like Lily, we've had good moisture. All the crops are in the ground. I'm finishing up embryo transfers and AIing and hoping to have all the cows out to grass tomorrow. Marketing front, I've never started marketing calves this early ever. It's just wild. The market's good and everybody decided there was more downside potential than upside potential on waiting, and everybody piled stuff on at once. Prices are good. I wouldn't say that calves have started moving a whole bunch yet. We haven't traded a ton of them yet, but that's just kind of starting to kick up. The yearlings are kind of tailing off and for what people are going to market right now. And then I think the calves in the next week or two are going to get really, really busy, but prices are mind blowing. Last year, we thought it was the best we'd ever see. And I mean, we're 30 cents, 40 cents over where we were last year on stuff. And it's just crazy. But I tell them, take the money and run.
Yeah.
Probably not going to last forever. So invest it wisely and don't go buy a bunch of new equipment.
Oh.
Unless you're buying it from Greg.
Hey, Greg.
Greg Wishman, sheep representative, north of Lewiston, Pilsner's the town we're at. We've had pretty good moisture. Everything looks good. We've been a little cool. It sounds like we're gonna warm up here next few days and then cool off again. The sheep are all out to pasture. We still got some cows to get out. So far, everything's looking good. A lot of optimism in the country and sheep markets. The lamb market's perked up a little bit. It's still not where I'd like to see it, but it's perked up some. Bull market's still in the doldrums. Fine micron still got a pretty good home, but the coarser stuff is still sluggish. So we can hope.
Eric?
Al Medfield, beef representative south of Livingston. Our little mountain is really wet. Snow is finally backed off into the timber, and I mean, just for example, I'm trying to unstake a wheel line. All I could do to pull the steel fence post out, it was so wet all the way down, and just unbelievable. I haven't got all the water on yet, but high water is showing up today. So we're working on that, getting with cedars in some of the cows, so I can do some embryos next week, and then do start the AI project.
Gene Curry, cattle rep from Blair, and unfortunately, we're not like a lot of the other members on this board. Our moisture situation is pretty dire. There's some dry land, sandfoin right at the edge of Blair, right along the lake, that is probably 3 or 4 inches tall and blue. And I don't know a lot about sandfoin, but it doesn't look to me like there'd be a swapper in that field this year probably. And the winter wheat still looks pretty good in the country, and the spring grains all are up pretty much and looking okay. The snow situation where we're going to be limited to 4 inches of water on the irrigation project, which is not very much. And Cheryl and I went across the mountains a week ago, and along Highway 2, you don't see any snow. I mean, up on the high elevation, there's no snow, but along the highway, there's no snow at all. So it's pretty dry, and I just saw the Sylvia's weather long range for the next 10 days, and our area doesn't look very promising, but I guess whatever. And we just started AI yesterday, I believe, for the first bunch of heifers. He usually does one bunch, and then a couple days later he does the next bunch. So we got that started. I think they finished branding most of the calves. Have a few late ones branded Saturday, the last bunch. Most of the cows are out on grass for a while, and I think summer we should be all right. We're right along the mountain, so we should be okay for summer grass. But water is going to be a huge issue on the reservation. A lot of the pastures, there's just not going to be any water, so I don't know what's going to happen to a lot of the pasture cattle that usually go up there. It's going to be a interesting and stressful summer season the way it looks. But, so that's the way my theory is. So far, humans can't control the weather, and that's a good thing because I'm pretty sure we'd screw it up if we could. So I guess we're going to go on to the next item, which is approval of the minutes. And I entertain a motion to approve minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the minutes for the April 24th board meeting.
Okay, do we have a second? All right, a motion by Alan, a second by Greg. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, and now on our old business, Mr. Honeycutt, you wanna?
Yes, let me get this shared so William can see it, and Lily, if she's got the back where she can look at a screen yet. Get back over on Zoom. There we go. Notice there's not a whole lot of time put on the agenda for this. We are at the end of the 6-month period, so probably the most important thing is that when we start back having these meetings in July, we'll be flipping over to look at the December timeframe, the next 6-month timeframe. Just to reiterate on this, objective goals, strategic measures, the OGSM project that we're asked to do by the executive. They're looking for 6-month windows of what we're going to do strategically in the next 6 months. As far as the dashboards, everything's trending very well. Quarterly slaughter figures from our custom exempt state inspected plants is right on line with last year, if not a little bit ahead of last year at the beginning of this quarter. So it looks like we'll have 3 pretty similar years. The reason I think that's always an important graphic is if you look back at 20 and 21, it shows that there has been some systemic growth. Now, whether it's substantial or a large percentage of cattle or livestock in the state that are being processed is a different story, but it is at least systemically there has been growth within state inspection, whether custom exempt or state inspected. And of course, this is absent the federal numbers, and we know we've had new federal plants too. So that's a good piece. On the budget side, we actually had reached a point in the year where the revenue was past where we were with the budget. We collected more revenue than our budgeted expenditures, and the expense was below both of those numbers. So that's good. And we're still sitting pretty healthily with, a little bit of a $15 million plus fund balance at the present time, all sources. But remember, when we talk about that, that's the liquid fund balance. So that's $15 million that is available now. That's not inclusive of money that's from the re-record and other things that still hasn't come to us yet. So that's the liquid fund balance of $15 million, which is very, very good for the department to have that cash and prepared for rainy days. Vacancies, we had a very good month in terms of vacancies. I think we had about 12 vacancies across the department, but some of those vacancies are planned. They're positions that we've been holding for various reasons, and some that we plan to maybe turn back on when this new budget comes in July. At least one that we're repurposing possibly in the livestock loss area in cooperation with the Livestock Loss Board. We have not moved forward on that particular position yet. We have homework, Brian and I do, to put a proposal or a slate of options in front of the Livestock Loss Board at their next meeting on July 22nd. And as far as the commission companies, they're doing pretty good compared to past years, even in the low cattle environment. If you look at where we're sitting through March time frame, we're almost right where we were fiscal year 2024 at March. Not far off where we were in 2023 during March. 2022 obviously was a big outlier because of drought and other things. But even in this low cattle inventory, our commission companies seem to be attracting cattle and seem to be doing pretty healthily. And of course, that means our staff are just as busy as they have ever been. And if you look at that top line, surprisingly, this March was sort of significantly, it's hard to tell on a chart like that, but it was significantly more than the March previous, which was interesting to see that stuff moving in March this year. On the highs and lows, I didn't really have a low to share, with the governor this month. I did mention that the IBMP meeting, which I'll give more updates on a little bit later in the agenda, went smoothly and uneventful. And probably the most uneventful IBMP meeting I'd ever been a part of since I've been here. We had gotten the livestock loss prevention funding, the grant funding. We had gotten that grant launched and out accepting applications during that time frame, which was good. Just a little bit of kudos, because I know that the governor's office had done some work on that to push at the federal level to get wildlife services back to operating and get some of those positions unfrozen and out from the hiring freeze that the government had in place. there for a little while. And so I think we finally got Wildlife Services back to where he needed to be. And we got that report from Dalen last month. And then I wanted to highlight, and something Dr. Szymanski might talk about during her time today, that we'll see. We hope we've had a breakthrough, but Dr. Szymanski went down, and I'll give credit where credit's due, with Quinn Kuka, who is the basically tribal liaison for FWP, and met with the Crow Reservation and had some very positive conversations about the potential of surveilling elk in the Bighorn Mountains on the Crow Reservation, which has been sort of a area of concern for us, but probably more importantly, an area of concern for other states who know what the situation is in Wyoming's brucellosis area concern in their Bighorn Mountains, and people wanting to know what's Montana doing to see what issues we may or may not have. Of course, most of that territory is under the Crow's jurisdiction, and so we found it very positive, and we're going to try to strike while the iron's hot. And as I've asked Dr. Szymanski if there's any way at all that we can get our elk collaring to take place there next spring before we lose that momentum and things change, and then we find ourselves not as much in a cooperative situation again, that we get that done. The sooner the better, so we can know what we're dealing with as far as elk in the Bighorn Mountains and brucellosis. Let me go on all of our goals. Everything, we had a lot of goals around the budget and different bills we were trying to pass. We were successful on all fronts there. Really, the only thing we lost in the legislative session was we asked for 8 positions in meat inspection. The legislature granted us 4, and the focus of those positions would be on Eastern Montana. It's good that we got 4, because anytime you're asking, particularly when general funds involved, for new positions, it's a tough conversation. So getting 4 out of 8, we still view as a success. But everything else is moving along very well on Jay's IT projects, on Dr. Szymanski's IT projects. And the HPAI sampling that we were doing for the dairy industry, all those things we wanted to get really stood up and going during that last 6 months. We were very, very successful in doing so. So this is the page where I might need some input and help from the board of, in those areas, what more can we do, or where do you think we can move the ball in the next 6 months on supporting processing within the state, doing better, effective monitoring of animal health disease, maintaining the integrity of our livestock identification, our marketing systems, and our movement, and improving our online and digital services. So any things you've got in your thinking cap that you want to see there that is accomplishable by December, or at least can get a good leg under us by December, I'm open to those suggestions. The goal status sheet is basically just a repeat of that page before, but just pointed out that we did have very good success on House Bill 2 and our legislative implementation, or that's where we're starting now. Once House Bill 2 finally gets signed, all of our bills have been signed. So we need to focus on what we have to do to implement those and communicate that. The online brands lookup, I'm sure Jay will talk more about that today, but getting that up. Actually, the day I was meeting with the governor, it was up in production that day. So it was a good day to highlight something we had done. USA Herds, that switch over from USA Herds to Core 1 is ongoing and in process. Getting the Livestock Loss Board processes going on their grants, and working with the board and constituents in this reduced staff environment that we have ever since the previous employee retired in October. So just highlighted that. Animal health disease preparedness meetings that were happening that week that I was meeting with the governor. We happened to be having meetings in Eastern Montana for the NAD prep meetings that we've been doing around the state. And then I also, again, I'd highlight the meeting we had with the Crow Agency on elk and brucellosis. With that, Mr. Chair, that is everything that I reported to the governor back on May 19th when we had that monthly meeting. And my ask, one, any questions from the board, and then my ask of the board to ideate any new 6-month objectives they'd like us to be looking forward for the back half of 2025.
Okay, I guess the one thought I have is those local meetings. Have we completed more than just the one that we talked about at last meeting? That's here.
Mr. Chair,
You may have to come up here to the microphone when you talk. Sorry.
no problem.
We did get complaints that yesterday that
Yeah.
if someone was talking from back there, it was hard to pick it up. So
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Tanya Szymanski, Animal Health. We have had, I believe we have had 7 meetings so far. And so we have roughly 8 or 9 to go.
I guess my question is turnout. You know, I know at the first meetings or 2 that you talked about last month, the turnout was very sparse, and I see there's one upcoming in my area. I think the 12th or something. There's one coming up, but I was just wondering if, you know, maybe we should focus on trying to figure out how to generate more attendance so that we can get a better communication out to the industry of what needs to happen or what is happening. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. Turnout has been challenging. I think the smallest attendance has been roughly 3 people. The largest has been like 10 or 12. It tends to be non-producers that make up the majority of those attendees, local DES, veterinarians from the area, folks that work in kind of other industries that touch animal health in some way, shape, or form. And so producer turnout has been really low. Dr. Peterson that's doing those meetings and I have talked about if we need to do maybe all of the meetings that we've advertised. It's a long way to travel to sit in a room with 2 or 3 people and not get a lot of kind of new collaborative ideas that come out of those conversations. Certainly making good contacts. We have done a press release. Dr. Peterson has worked with some local news outlets to do advertisements in the paper, some radio announcements. It doesn't seem to make a huge difference, unfortunately, on attendance. So if the board has suggestions or ideas, we're certainly open to hearing them. Yeah, I don't have a great answer of how to get people there.
Any comments?
I have a quick one, Mr. Chair, if you guys can hear me.
Yes.
Go ahead. Do we have like a contact list for cattle haulers? I know that they're so busy, but I talked to Nick Jerky when we had our Livingston one, and I was like, I really wish you would have been there. I feel like you have such a unique perspective of like what it would look like or like what their ability would be. Is there any way to directly reach out to some of those people?
Mr. Chair, I do not have that, Ms. Anderson. I do not have any way to make contact with those individuals. When we did the kind of lead off one at the stock growers meeting last fall, there was somebody there that was a cattle hauler, and I felt like they did have really good input and contributed to the conversation. So if you guys have contacts, we're more than happy to reach out to them. We've talked about maybe trying to restructure some of the meetings a little bit going forward. We have a fair amount of money in that grant to pay for people to travel. And so maybe instead of sending Brene out into the country to have these meetings that have little attendance, would be to have like a meeting in Billings and really invite some targeted individuals to be present and then pay for them to travel to that. We thought that might garnish maybe some more attention. We're not.
Yeah, and probably Mr. Chair, and some more outreach organizations. I know I've talked to Stock Growers. Stock Growers does a podcast and some other things, and I've talked to them about the potential of could we just record one of these conversations. They would be willing to put it on their website. It would be promote it through their newsletters. Then that would be something that producers could potentially just digest information when they have time, and you don't get the conversation in the back and forth, but at least it might make people a little bit more aware of what it is we want to know from producers, what it is we're trying to find out. Certainly, Miss Anderson made me think about that when she mentioned Mr. Jerky, because you also know he's very involved in Farm Bureau. So if we could get some organizations to maybe work with us on getting some content recorded, it won't be the back and forth, it won't be the conversation, but maybe to pique interest. And then people can digest that information at their own leisure versus having to show up at a physical meeting. I think we constantly struggle with how to get information and get the word out, and where are producers getting their information from. I know we did get pretty good coverage with this when I looked around. I searched, a lot of local newspapers picked it up. I know our major ag publications in the state and broadcasting systems in the state picked it up and put it out there. But I think, unfortunately, we've just gotten to a point where getting people to meetings is tough, because they already have a lot of meetings, and there's really not a time of year for a lot of our people that they're not busy with something, and it's one more meeting to go to. So, but I know we've tried stock growers colleges and things like that in the past, and we got some turnout, but we didn't get the turnout we hoped for. Again, and some of it's probably messaging, and maybe that's where some of the things we can do with some organizations to get the messaging out there of, I hate to say, maybe put a little bit of fear in people of, are you really prepared for what might come? And if you keep your head in the sand, that's where your head's going to be the day it happens. And we don't have all the answers. I think the biggest thing for us is trying to figure out from producers what's realistic on the landscape and with the way cattle move. How do we execute these things? How do we, and we really do need input from haulers, from producers, people who are doing this every day. We can develop a plan for the state, but if it doesn't have that real world input, it's probably going to fall short of what we want it to do. If we ever, let me knock on wood, if we ever had to roll it out and execute it.
It just seems like it either takes a crisis or a perceived crisis to get interest. I just think the example is Rocky Mountain Stock Growers Association. They formed when the governor bought Spotted Dog and proposed moving bison to Spotted Dog, and all of a sudden everybody in those valleys saw a perceived crisis and formed a group, and it's quite a group now, but that's what it took. Up until then, there was no Stockmen's Association in that valley or any of those valleys.
So you were talking about striking while the iron's hot on the previous subject. We had a perceived crisis yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking about that.
So maybe the screwworm situation will, everybody heard about it yesterday because it affected the market so much. And it affected it 2.5 weeks ago when they closed the borders. So maybe now's the time, if we can use that information as a little bit of leverage to get people thinking about, maybe we can get more interest out there now. I don't know.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mr. Pettis, I agree. I think that's a good idea. Maybe we can do another press release as we kind of formulate some plans of what Montana will do should we get a detection of New World screwworm in the U.S. or even in our state, and kind of marry those two messages together. To your point, Gene, in 2011, when we were doing proposed changes to the trick rule, we did a meeting in Lewistown, and we had 3 people there that were not Department of Livestock employees. The next time I was in that room was when we had the trick outbreak in Lewistown, and there was 90 people in that room. So
Yeah.
it's animal health doesn't hopefully occupy people's time a lot of the time, and so we have a hard time polling.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I remember the public meeting that we had in Chinook around the Blaine County TB issue several years ago. And yeah, we had probably 100 people in that room that evening. And that's when you get your turnout. When everybody's scared and don't know what's going to happen,
yeah,
that's when they turn out. But it'd be nice if we could get maybe not 100 people, but if we could get better turnout for some of the preparation meeting, that would be, and get their input. That would be better than having the big meetings on the back end, because nobody knows what the state's going to do or how it happens or what to expect. And so they are in that crisis mode.
Well, I think that screwworm deal where the the reported outbreak was in Missouri, which anybody in the livestock industry would not think, at least in my thought process, would not think that the first outbreak found in the United States would be in Missouri. We'd think Texas, maybe New Mexico, Arizona, somewhere along the southern border there, California, one of the far states on the border, but not that far inland. And so that might be kind of more incentive, like Jake said, to use that. And then also that would be a better opportunity to use that as how we would react with one in Missouri. If they can get to Missouri, they could probably get to Montana, as opposed to just being along the Texas border. I mean, we all think that, I shouldn't say we all, I think that it would happen along the Texas, New Mexico border, and it would be an isolated, and those guys, they deal with that kind of stuff all the time, but the people in Missouri don't. So.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, New World Screwworm is a great opportunity to message because it isn't just cattle. We're worried about it for our cattle industry, but a person could move it, a dog could move it. Like any mammalian species is capable of moving it, and so there's a lot more to it than just cattle movements.
And it's Kurt was talking this morning about a picture, a video he saw, or a picture of a deer in Florida that had it. It was quite a severe lesion. So, you hate to use scare tactics, but sometimes a visual like that is what garners people's attention a little bit more, that this is a serious, or could be potentially a serious situation.
I have a less serious suggestion, Mr. Chair.
Pardon?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can never get people to show up without serving them some sort of alcohol, and we'll get a lot of producer meetings if they're at night and we're giving them beer. So I don't know if the grant money can be used for that.
The grant money can't be used for that, but
Dang it.
Sponsorships from organizations like the Spur Line not possibly help with those grants.
Well,
Happy to foot the alcohol bill always. So
it's all ideas, and it's that is a draw, and if we're going to get people to turn out to what we perceive as a fairly important project, we need to figure out how to get them to participate. So.
Great.
Well, I think I've got one thing for the next 6 months to work on. So.
Absolutely.
And the screwworm is a good practice run, because a lot of the control methods that we'll talk about, because it doesn't just spread cattle to cattle, is good practice for FND.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, is there other ideas on this 6 month plan that we would like to have Mike focus on and share with the governor?
Mike, can you back up your presentation to the slide?
Yeah, let me slide. Let me share it again. And which one?
Back
Here
up.
or here?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Tawny, Mr. Chair, what is the future of the high path surveillance? Is that just never ending, or?
Dr. Smansky's coming up. She elected to sit at the back of the room, so don't feel sorry for her. She picked her seat.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Anderson, as far as the dairy industry is concerned, I think we should get our designation, I believe, this month as being a free state, because we didn't have, in our first 2 rounds of sampling, we didn't get the percentage of dairies that we had that USDA is asking for. We had to go an additional couple months. I think that we could consider backing off on sampling over the summer months as this virus seems to really be laying down on the landscape. They have had some recent detections, kind of both at the parallel latitude with us in North Dakota recently, and then Arizona announced another detection recently. So it hasn't completely gone dormant. I would like to continue surveillance, ideally through the summer and into the early fall. And then if we don't see cases pick up in the fall, we could probably sunset that program.
Okay, thank you.
So, Dr. Smith, I just was thinking about Arizona. I would assume that was probably tied to either humans movement or livestock movement, where North Dakota maybe would be more associated with actual bird situation, or do you know?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the initial test results tell us that there's a detection, and we've relied so heavily on the whole genome sequencing for most of these to really get a clear picture on it. And I have not seen the report for Arizona yet. But everything that I've read suggests it is a new introduction from wild birds back to, I think it was dairy cattle again.
In Arizona?
In Arizona.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
You can just stay there.
Mm.
Just another thought on this. Have we made any headway as far as how USDA is allocating tags?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Fettis, no, we have not. There was an early conversation in January of this year with a lot of the Western states, state veterinarians, and USDA. And there was some momentum to put together a group that would develop some recommendations on how to approach the tag distribution that isn't directly tied to NAS. And then as the retirements and layoffs out of USDA have occurred, some of the key people in that conversation, as well as New World Screwworm, has started to take up more bandwidth from some of those folks that are left at the federal level. It just has lost some of the momentum, but it is still, it's not a back burner item, but it is still an item that is being discussed.
I guess that's probably something I'd like to see on the list as a DSA state. Bruce loves, banks, having the banks vaccinate everything and how short we are on tags. That's something we could put on this list to continue working on. See if we can get those reallocated instead of having states give them to us when they don't use them.
So that we'll have further discussion on that during Brian's, because we got a request from a producer to do something along that line to help out the costs, I guess. So we will further discuss at that time.
And Mr. Chair, when we do, we need to have a conversation. I can count votes as well as anybody in geography, but just saying for the boards, but I got a lot of griping from my part of the world how the DSA guys gets all the free tags and we have to pay for them. And I say, well, they have to bleed and they have to jump through hoops and blah, blah, blah. Well, but I'm just saying, I think it's a discussion that we as a board need to have, and we need to set a concrete policy that everybody can understand. And it's not just, well, we try to scatter a few tags here, and then if somebody gripes loud enough, we scatter a few tags here. Let's put some thought into it before next bangs vaccinating season and get a concrete idea of what free tags are going where.
We might as well just address at least that part of it right now. Explain the allocation process.
So the allocation process has been in a little bit of flux over the last, I would say 12 months, because we've, we've gone to the final rule that made RFIDs mandatory. 2, we transitioned from the feds doing the distribution to the state. 3, we've seen the cuts in how many tags that we've been allocated. Historically, prior to us taking it over, there was no prioritization of calf foot vaccination tags to the DSA or the other 10 counties. We went through a period of time of discussion about providing some priority to the DSA for bangs vaccination tags, and ultimately ended up not landing on that. So orange tags for cat foot vaccination are equally available to all veterinarians across the state. This year's allocation represents roughly half of the total number of animals that we bangs vaccinate on an annual basis. And so when a veterinarian makes a request for whatever X number of RFID tags for cat foot vaccination, we go into our records to see how many animals they bang vaccinated the previous year, and they're eligible to get half of that number. It's been a good exercise in what veterinarians are correctly submitting their records, because sometimes their perceived number and our actual number are very different. And we've had some folks send in some after the fact certificates. If we get a larger allocation as we go through the year, we're willing to go back to those veterinarians and give them more. We do get some tags allocated that's not part of this kind of standard conversation that we've had, that come through disease program funding. And so we typically have, I would say, between 5,000 and 10,000 tags on hand at the state, either between the federal office or our office, that were paid for out of brucellosis funding. We do make those available to DSA veterinarians for brucellosis testing to offset some of that cost, but those specifically came out of brucellosis funds at the national level. And then
So Dr. Smith, just for reference, you say 5,000 to 10,000 out of 500,000. Was that the number that we talked about as total tags? I'm just thinking about percentage, because Eric has a legitimate concern, and we've all probably heard everybody's pointing the finger at somebody else, and let's make sure that we understand the facts and what percentage. I mean, it sounds like a lot of tags, and some people were 5,000 to 10,000, but in the whole scheme of things, that number of tags that are paid for by the brucellosis program funding is a fairly small percentage of total tags.
correct, our total tag consumption in Montana has historically been around 500,000 tags. And so this is just a small number of tags that become available to us each year that we can kind of help offset some of the impacts of the brucellosis program. They come from a funding pot that we can't send them anywhere. We use them largely for any of our epi work. So if we go out and test a herd because of the slaughter trace or because they're adjacent, we'll use those for that program work. And then if we feel like we've got enough left over, we'll kind of do some distribution throughout the DSA. Our overwhelmingly DSA producers were very early adopters of the RFID technology, as we had some of the larger epidemiologic investigations that rolled through. And so we're not starting from zero on getting these herds identified. A lot of times it's just replacement tags that we're putting in every year, and those herds are already overwhelmingly electronically tagged.
So you said we use 500,000 tags statewide, roughly. What or how many of those are in the DSA?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, this is going to be just a rough estimate on how that would go. So there are, I'm drawing a blank, there's about 100,000 animals that use the DSA on an annual basis. If you figure that there's a 20% retention rate on females, then I would expect that we would be using 20,000 tags to bangs vaccinate females that stayed in the DSA. We test roughly 90,000 animals a year in our program. Most of those animals are tested on an annual basis, so the majority of them should come back through the chute each year with a tag in their ear. So we've figured, like, at a generous estimate, we might use 30,000 tags a year on testing, and I think that's probably really generous.
Because I understand Eric's point, and I get producers outside of the DSA that don't think it's fair. But also, if us producers in the DSA decide not to be compliant, guess what? We're all gonna have problems.
Right, you just expand
So I
the
mean,
state.
that's 30,000 tags out of 500,000. Sometimes I think producers outside of the DSA forget what happens in the DSA.
Well, and that's
It's not fun.
exactly why I think this is a pertinent discussion to get on the record, so that when Eric gets a question from a producer and a comment that, well, the DSA gets all the free tags and I got to pay for mine, he can say, well, you know, that's not exactly the facts. The facts are, you know, they do get preference on some, but a lot of that funding is specific to that. So Greg, you had a,
She answered my question. It was on replacement tags and
okay.
well, what percent of animals coming back to the chute still have their old one and what they had to replace is what I was wondering. But she answered that.
Okay.
And then, can I just
Yes.
add one other
Yes.
point? And then, every sexually intact animal that leaves the designated surveillance area has to have official ID in its ear. If they are over 12 months of age, that's accomplished. They are required to have a test, so that's accomplished through the testing process. Those animals that are less than 12 months of age, that are leaving, kind of those heifers that go out in the fall, if they're going into feeding channels, they still have to have an ID, but no test. And we've continued to allow them to put silver metal tags in their ear for 2024 and 2025 born calves, with the thought that we would kind of reevaluate that policy every year.
And these are what gets the clip, the bright tags?
These are less
sexually-
than 12 months of age, sexually intact. They're overwhelmingly the females that are going for feeding. So they've got a tag in their ear.
Until you breed them.
Well, that's why the tag is in their ear. So we expect that the majority of those will go and be fed and have their heads cut off. But if somebody decides that they don't want to do that with them, then they've got a tag in their ear that will tie them back to Montana.
A bright tag.
A bright tag.
And Mr. Sheriff,
Yes.
I mean, I think we also have to be careful as a department, careful as a board, and making sure we educate people as well, because there's always lots of stories about how things are being done that
Right.
people get wrapped up in their head that are not accurate. And I'll give one example. When this first came out, I was an instigator on creating some problems with federal partners in regards to tag allocations and the fact that we had made this switch to a more expensive technology. We support the technology, but people had been used to basically having this available no cost. Also, I think you all heard me instigate a little bit on the fact that the way USDA decided how to initially allocate tags was flawed, in that looking at NASS sort of cattle and calf numbers and not the reality of how cattle move around the landscape. So why were there extra tags available in some big feedlot states? Because they don't use as many tags as we do. We're an export state. We have brucellosis concerns. We have a high rate of vaccination. We have a DSA. And one of the things that got lost, and I think this is a big educational point, was that when this was rolled out on a national level, and I'm being very careful here not to call out some national organizations, but I had a spat with a national organization that, we were being told that I was being told I was chicken little in this, and that it's not a problem. And I don't think it was very well communicated that we had this conversation a little bit this morning when we first got in here, that this did not just apply to out-of-state movement, right? That it also applied to program cattle, vaccination, Bangs vaccination, that was not and no longer going to be a metal clip. And I think that's part of what's caught some people by surprise, is that they were thinking when they were thinking of RFID, they were thinking, well, it's only when I'm shipping across state lines cattle that are not exempt from the RFID requirement, and not looking at all the other places in the rule that changed that all official ID would become RFID. And in a state like Montana, that means our tag usage is probably not corollary to what our cattle inventory is, because of how our state does business. And so I've been trying to give that education to folks that, we're sometimes you just listen like, I don't understand how we got caught so short. This wasn't going to be a problem. I was told by whatever organization I belong to, it wasn't going to be a problem. And I have to sometimes be the bearer of bad news that, well, the math underlying the program at the beginning, in my opinion, I'm not going to speak for Dr. Schmansky, was flawed in how they figured out what the tag allocations for states should be in the first place. And then when people complain to their organizations, I'm speaking unvarnished truth day, they'd complain to organizations, and their organizations would say, well, it's your state Department of Livestock don't know what they're doing. They didn't do it right, or they're being chicken little. It's not that big a problem. And so some of our producers have heard that, and I've had to do a lot of re-education around that point that, no, I don't think we're chicken little, and I don't think we're the ones that, I think we just didn't have enough input into what was needed. And I don't think it was shared very well or communicated very well exactly how this rule change was going to actually roll out, or what it was going to affect. It was going to affect a lot more than what people thought it was going to affect.
Well, Mr. Chairman, that being said, and I said, I want to make, and my point wasn't necessarily a gripe about the allocation of free tags versus paid for tags, but I think by the time we get into the fall run, I think we should have a clear policy. I mean, like a one paragraph or a one pager that says this is how we're going to allocate tags throughout the state of Montana, that we can distribute to people so they understand what it is. I think if they understand what the rules are and that we're going to abide by the rules, they may grumble about it, but at least they understand, well, you know, we got free ones last year, not this year. I mean, people need to budget, people need to cost plan. Let's figure out how we're going to do it. And if more of the freebies go to the DSA because of all the headache they got to go through, that's the way it is. And I'll tell my guys, shut up and live with it. You know, that's the way of the world, right?
I've had to tell many people that.
Yeah, exactly. But at least they know what the rules are. But then I also want to emphasize that the cost allocation is far less important than running out, because there were times where guys were set in our country just to bangs vaccinate big strings of heifers, and that had to call them up and say, turn them back out, try next week, so we're not tags. So that's what can't happen again. I mean, free or not is one argument, but we got to have, if we're going to mandate that we have to use an RFID for bangs, which is a mandatory thing, and I want to, for people in the listening on the stratosphere, no, our part of the state is not at risk for contracting brucellosis, but it's a marketing issue. You can't run a non-vac heifer through the sale at a bred cow sale and expect her to bring the market. She won't. She'll be $500-600 back. That's real money. So bottom line is we have to have enough tags, whoever pays for them, when we get into the run next year.
Well, and so some of that's going to have to fall back on the vets. So, I mean, if you put out the information that your vet, John Doe, Dr. Doe, is going to get half of his allocation free, and the other half of his allocation he has to buy, and then he's going to pass that cost on to his producers. So how is he going to do that? Is he the first 10 producers that call him up to have their cow bags vaccinated, they're going to get all free tags, and then from then on, everybody that calls later is going to have to pay $3 a head, you know? So some of it's going to have to go back to how the veterinarians decide they want to institute their policy for. So, Dr. Smith.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, absolutely. And can I just add, like, one other thing that compounds this conversation is that the federal calendar year turns over on October 1st. And so USDA can't buy any tags for kind of that upcoming year until October 1, which starts to really creep into the time of year when we have a big push for tags. And this year, anytime a national budget doesn't get passed and we're working off of these continuing resolutions, it kind of gives USDA just like a really small slice of their total pie. And they don't want to use small slices of the pie because they get better purchasing power with a large procurement of tags. And so a lot of times your tags for the current federal fiscal year that you're in don't become available until March or April. And we were fortunate that our allocation this year coincided with how many orange tags they had in the warehouse, and we were able to get ours relatively early in the year. I think that for the upcoming federal fiscal year that'll start over in October, we could not see those until April, which would mean that we would go through all of Bang's vaccination season with no free federal tags.
I think it's a good thing we put this on the list for for the next 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will talk a little bit more about,
During budget.
options of trying to backfeed the cost part of this program. And when we get Brian, we talk about the budget. So is there other questions for
Yeah,
Dr. Zemach?
Mike, I never got to make my point. You were
Oh,
bringing
sorry.
up-
Let me
yeah,
bring
we
it
got-
back up again.
We got sidetracked.
Good sidetrack.
There you go.
Okay, so my point is just for consideration, support value-added processing in state. And that's, I'm all for the local packing plants and value-added meat products for the state, that's fine. But I would like that to include, we support value-added just in our minds and how we think and how we look. If we could take 100,000 head of calves in Montana and put another 300 to 400 to 500 pounds on it than we currently do, that's real money. Even if we're not taking them all the way finished, even if we're backgrounding, if we're running them over the winter and going to grass, you talk about sale barn receipts, you talk about local fuel, local parts, local feed, local everything we sell. So I would just, as we're talking in our strategy, if support value added processing, or maybe we switch that word to production. So we're talking about not just our
that's
kill
true.
plants, but we're trying to keeping more cattle here longer.
Well, if we can feed more cattle, that's good. And if
If
we feed
we-
more cattle, then we'll have more processing.
All the
potential.
above. Yep.
It all ties together. That's a very good point. Thank you.
So, if there's nothing else that comes to mind right now, we've got, I just asked the board to kind of keep that in the thought process, because we need to, give Mike a little bit of direction and some, because the governor isn't gonna want just one or two things on that chart. He's gonna get a request.
Well, if I'm fair, I'll tell my bosses the same thing I tell my staff, which is, if you don't give me anything, I'm going to make it up, and then you're going to have to live with it. Because I can't go in there with nothing. So something's going to be on the page, whether you give me something or not. So I'd rather it be things you give me than things that I just have to sit around and go, well, what do I? Okay, I got to put something on the list and dream it up.
Well, and reminded when we talk about that, and again, in our part of the world, I mean, all those irrigated acres in Sydney that are growing sugar beets, there's nothing else to grow on that irrigated except feed. And it's hard to get this. So anything, and it's not our job to do with it, but anything we can do to facilitate it.
Well, you know, the
Trade barriers,
legislature,
tax
there definitely
requirements.
there was money allocated for processing.
For
there
meat
was-
plants.
Yeah, meat processing. So, I mean, why not some kind of incentive to build a feedlot, or at least, or some equipment to run a feedlot or whatever. I mean, that's
Finance, we were talking about the Canadians,
Yeah.
you know, the Canadian free
Yeah.
money policy. Seriously. I mean, the biggest thing that are keeping our herd from expanding is access to capital and labor.
okay. Anything else on that? Do you have anything else on your?
I'm good.
All right. Well, then we're gonna move into new business.
Yes, sir. And Mike Spatz
Mike
is out there.
Mike, are you available?
I'm
Spatz?
here. Can you hear me? Hello.
Hello there. Yes, introduce yourself for the record, please. And
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, good morning. I'm Michael Spatz, the Human Resource Officer for the department. Appreciate you taking the time to let me present some happenings in the HR staff and recruitment side of things. For this morning, knowing you're busy over the next couple of days, I kept it short. We're talking 4 slides with that includes an intro and an outro slide for you. So we should get through this pretty quick this morning.
Yep, I am getting your stuff up right now, so I can
Perfect. Thank you,
share
Mike.
it. Mr. Spatz, as soon as here we go. Now I'll have to go working my Zoom magic here this morning.
Thank you for doing that, Mike.
Okay, I think. Okay, we should be good now. You see it, Mike?
Yep, I got you. Yeah, thank you. That's great.
Okay.
So yeah, just talking about our staff openings and recruitment. That's pretty much what we got for you this morning. The next slide, it shows that we have we're actively recruiting for 5 positions. That real-time number will soon be 7. We've got some more openings that we'll discuss that have happened here just not too long ago. But the meat, milk, and egg is continuing to attempt to recruit for a Northwest meat supervisor. The Brands has held interviews for the area supervisor field operations position. So they've got a a tough decision to make there. The interviews have been held. No decisions have been made yet, but they're working on that. The livestock market inspector position in Miles City, they're conducting interviews today. The lab is still looking to replace Dr. Schwartz Collins there, and the livestock market inspector Billings position will have interviews this week. However, that's they will have another opening for a market inspector, so they're actually recruiting for 2 spots there. Since our last board meeting, we've hired 2 new people. That's 1 person in animal health and then 1 in the lab, a meat inspector, and then we've hired that quality assurance position in the lab there. We've had 2 vacated positions. Was Dr. Schwartz Collins in the lab, and then our brands markets there, we lost an employee there. That's the additional Billings market position that we're gonna need to begin to recruit for there. And then real-time update to the numbers. I had 0 notices of future resignations, but we actually have since I turned in these materials, we have 1 notice of resignation for the District 14 livestock investigator position. That's the Teton, Cascade, and part of Lewis and Clark County area. Livestock investigator has given notice with the last day of May 30th, the end of the month here.
So, Mr. Spatz, can I jump in?
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, I just want to make sure the board, I'm sure they do, but just to make it clear, the area supervisor field operations position is the former assistant brands administrator position that instead of going back with assistant brands administrator that was managing all the markets statewide, we now will do 3 areas. So we already have Sean Hando out in the east. We have Dan Buney in the west, who were working as area supervisors. We'll now have a north central region. So that person will be equal rank to Sean Hando and Dan Buney. When we get that position hired, they'll be placed in north central Montana, putting a presence back Lewistown to Havre over to Glasgow area. And the change that's going to happen there, as opposed to having 1 person trying to supervise the market supervisors at all 12 commission companies, those guys will be accepting that. So now, for example, in Miles City, Sean Hando will be Tom Plant's direct supervisor, where it was Ty Thomas from Lewistown covering the whole state before. And again, just reiterating, we think, 1, that does save us a little money on pay because it's not as high ranked paid position. But we also think that gives us a little bit better geographic coverage of both district investigators and markets, and divides the supervision and responsibility there a little bit better on this big map of Montana by doing it that way. So I just want to call attention. That position was formerly the position held as the assistant brands administrator, but the board approved that change a long time ago, and we're finally now going to be getting someone hired and back into that position.
So that north central, it goes up to Havre from Lewistown, or is it?
Yeah.
It doesn't follow the mountain front.
No, I mean, it'll pretty much, yes, it'll go all the way over, and Jay could probably speak better to what he's trying to do, but it'll cut where, like Dan Buney now covering the Western District, he had the district investigators all the way up to your area, all the way up to Jeff Jurgens up on the Canadian border. And he also was going all the way over to Polson Libby. That was his territory. So a piece of that territory that Dan had up along the Rocky Mountain front will transfer to this position. And then a piece of Sean Hando's responsibility towards Northeast Montana will transfer over to this position. That's why we say it would be easier geography. And now Sean, as opposed to having the whole basically eastern 2/3 of the state, will pretty much run the southeast corner of the state is his responsibility. So he'll have less so what we did is he'll have less district investigators that he'll supervise, but he'd be picking up Kevin Ramsey in Billings, Tom Plant in Miles City, Chris Undum in Glendive, and Newt Larson in Sydney, right? Because Sean's going to get Sydney as well. So he'll give up some district investigators, but he'll pick up those markets. And of course, we think he can better serve that from where he is and where he's located. And once we get a person hired, that person is going to be required in this position to live in that north central area so they can cover basically from Glasgow over to the mountains.
Okay, that was my initial assumption, but then when you said Havre, that cut out.
Yeah, I should have said Shelby. That would have probably been better. Or Cut Bank. That would have probably been a better.
Yeah,
Or
or just
Brown.
the mountain front.
Yeah, that would have been better to use
Continental
one of those
Divide.
towns.
So basically, where you go over to Helena and then up to Divide, is that kind of the line that you're?
Yeah. So we,
Yes, please. Probably good.
good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jay Bonner, Brands Division Administrator. So yeah, we did try to divide it one by markets, one by district investigators, and then also I did look just on a square mileage kind of area to try to make them somewhat similar, still meeting the geographic needs of what we, and looking at, you know, the state of Montana and geographically what's easy to really manage. So that's kind of what we did. I think we somewhat patterned it after what USDA has a map of Montana, how they divide it. It's somewhat similar to that. We, as in the Brands Division, actually had 3 area supervisors at one time. It does differ quite a bit from that map past, but I think from our standpoint, I drew a lot of lines on the map. I've shared them with the board, but it was quite a while ago, so you know, certainly I can provide that again and give you a little bit more detail. But we think we got a pretty good line on the map for this round.
Well, I say that was my vision, but then when Mike
Well, I
said
Havre, I threw you off.
Lewis down to Havre, that leaves all the triangle out. So yeah.
And back to the original point. So like when Ty Thomas was holding that assistant brands administrator position, he had employees. When Missoula was in operation, he had employees under his direct supervision from Missoula to Sydney. And Ty was actually very good at pulling that off, but we just didn't think the future. We figured we better make some changes to the geography and the workload so that we don't have markets that, you know, that's the bad thing is you have a market supervisor that hasn't seen their boss in 9 months. You don't want that to happen. That's
Okay.
not good for the employee or the supervisor when that happens. A lot of things go haywire.
Okay. All right, Mr. Spatz, you still have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. It's kind of fun being remote. You got other people doing all the work for me there. That's so,
You're used to that, aren't you?
So, we will say one thing on that, the recruitment there. We will have the Sydney market position. We also have a signed offer letter of an applicant that'll be starting in the Sydney area June 2nd. So that's coming up too. So that one wasn't on the list as a active recruitment, but that's happening as well. So we're filling them just as, you know, quicker than we're losing them. That's good. So looking at staffing position and highlights there on the animal health side, Dr. Judah probably touched on this last board meeting, but Casey Ming was hired as the lab's quality manager, started on April 29th. Since the last board meeting there, Casey comes to us with a bunch of specific experience in the quality management in the lab setting. So we're lucky and happy to have Casey there. And we have Reagan Walter joined us from as the market inspector on the meat side of things in the Shelby area. He started on May 12th and is working through his training right now. So welcome to those guys. Other staffing in the animal health area that's just mentionable is that Northwest supervisor position is turned out to be a little more difficult to fill than expected, but working on it. We're looking for a real specific, good management quality candidate in that area. But Alicia's struggling with that a little bit, but we're working on it. Brands division side, it was mentioned, but just the area supervisor, field operations position that we discussed. Those interviews were held over a couple days here recently. And yeah, they got a tough decision to make. We had some good internal applicants, and it's a good problem to have. And I don't think we can go wrong either way with what they're looking at. But yeah, Jay and the panel team there have a big decision to make on that. And then the other notable piece on brand side is just that roving position that we were looking at utilizing to work in a couple different markets there in Eastern Montana. looking at putting that back to a regular traditional type market inspector, but maybe even looking at splitting that up to fit the needs, you know, part-time to different markets that need additional help.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Spatz? Lily or William? All right. Thank you, Mr. Spatz. You have a
You
fine
bet.
day.
You bet. You guys, thanks so much for your time and have a great day.
Okay. All right. So our next item is legal counsel.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Lindsay Simon, legal counsel for the Department of Livestock and Board of Livestock. I don't think I have anything really significant to update you on today. There will probably be some matters that are brought to you in the near future for execution of a final order, but those are not ripe yet, so I won't talk more about that. We currently are still in 2 injunction actions, but they look like they are positively moving forward. I'm hopeful that we will be able to get one of those facilities licensed in the very near future, which hopefully will resolve that. The other one is an individual who is currently in county jail and therefore not actively practicing without a license. So a little bit of the time weight pressure on that has eased off. Other than that, I think those are really the only things that I would bring to your attention today. But if you have any questions for me on any outstanding legal issues, I'm happy to address those.
Lily or William, you have any questions for Ms. Simon?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
For Miss Simon, how long will Mr. Kemp's be in jail? What's the status there?
You know, Mr. Kleinsusser, I am not sure. I have not checked recently to see what is scheduled in his criminal cases, but I imagine he's a number of pending criminal cases. That's going to be the determinative factor of how long he stays in. I believe his bond is set at $100,000, and he's been in there for a number of weeks now, which to me is a sign that he's likely unable to post bond. So. Those are the 2 factors, and I can't really give you an answer on how long they'll stay incarcerated.
Any other questions, William?
No.
Okay, Lily, did she
I'm here.
able to get that? Okay,
I'm good. Thank you.
all right. So I guess that's it. Thank you, Ms. Simon. I guess we will probably have you engaged later on today, yes? Okay, well, that was
Yeah,
pretty
make
quick.
quick.
All right, back to you, Mr.
Yeah, a couple of things to mention, transpiring on different things, working on in collaboration with different members of the department. One thing I was going to say something, and I realized I would just wait and tack on. You know, as Ms. Simon shared, there are several processes that she's involved in that aren't ripe yet. They're not at the final order stage to come to the board. However, I did want to make sure that the board was aware that in a couple of these cases, we've had situations where an administrative process is playing out towards its conclusion. I don't know whether it's a representation of how people feel about how they're faring in that process or what they think the expected outcome will be, but we're receiving political pressure on a couple of those issues, mainly from legislators, county commissioners. So I'm just, if the board's not been contacted, just putting you aware that, you know, the answer from me, without getting into specifics to each one of these individuals, has been that they're in an administrative process. There's a hearings officer assigned. They got a hearing. They got due process. They have an attorney. Final order has not been issued yet. And even when a final order recommendation comes from the hearings officer, it has to be acted by on the board. That we're still working through a process. but it does feel as though constituents are trying to insert other people into the conversation to hopefully get them to tell us to just stop what we're doing. And of course, that's not appropriate, but just wanted you to be aware if you get calls. Most of these are in the meat and poultry inspection area, unfortunately. And so if you get calls from people, just to always remember that we may be in the middle of an administrative process where we're bound by the rules that we have to follow, and you know, I'll maybe be too blunt here, and Lindsay may give me a dirty look when I say, oftentimes, as we have seen with some of these issues that come to the board table, the solution to them are actually very simple. But for whatever reason, we're dealing with people that don't want to take whatever that simple step is to just resolve the matter, so we can just completely back off things as simple as allowing an inspector to come on your property, right? And if you're going to have a licensed business, it stands to reason that you do have to let the inspector on your property. And if you don't, we actually have to take action on that. It's not something we can ignore. So those are some things I'd say from my side. I've had several conversations, like I said, with legislators, with county commissioners. Those conversations have gone well. You know, once those people understood the entire situation that was occurring. And I think what relieved, particularly for legislators, what relieved a lot of angst is once they found out these people were being given due process. This wasn't a situation where they weren't in a position to defend themselves, or some sort of arbitrary, capricious decision had been made and they had no recourse or no way to resolve it. In fact, I had a great conversation with one of our state senators, that, you know, as I shared to him what, even on non sort of regulatory items, that within the Department of Livestock, any decision that a staff person makes that a constituent, a producer, a regulated party feels is detrimental to them, they have a right to appeal to supervisors and all the way up to the board if they so choose on any decision, every decision. Even if you don't like a brand not being issued, you have due process, you have recourse. Again, it's something we probably should do more education on, because, you know, then the conversation turns around and they realize we're not like some other government agencies, and they're like, oh, well, okay, I don't really know. I guess I'll just let those situations play out, and I'll tell them to go work with you, because it sounds like the solution lies within the department and the board, not someone else. And so I just wanted to call attention that if you hadn't already been contacted, you may be contacted by people, because I know I've been getting a lot of those calls in the last month. But I don't want to talk too specific about the situations, because they are an administrative process and will eventually land at this table for a board decision when they reach their conclusion. The other thing I was going to move on, unless somebody has a question or comment about that, I'll move on to Bison, Yellowstone National Park bison, the EIS, IBMP operations update. I think you're all aware that, you know, we are engaged along with other state partners in litigation around the new EIS record decision that was issued for Yellowstone National Park bison in 2024. I think right at the last meeting, we had just come off a hearing because different organizations and tribes were seeking to intervene in that litigation. And Judge Morris, who's been assigned to the case, had allowed them to intervene. But there was also a win in that at least one of the partners was asking for a stay, because they had brought a lawsuit back in 2018, 2019-ish time period, and that never in their mind had been resolved. And they thought that needed to be resolved before the issue that the state brought forward could be resolved, and wanted to stay to our action and sort of revive their old case from 6 or 7 years ago. The win there is that Judge Morris did not grant that. He did not stay the state's litigation moving forward. So that's still ongoing and still working on that. Nothing to report about activity other than it did affect our IBMP meeting. We had a fully remote IBMP meeting that lasted less than 2 hours, maybe a little over, with public comment, which is very, very unusual. But I do think part of that is when several of the parties sitting around the table are engaged with litigation with each other, we're all sort of constrained on what we can talk about, both federal and state partners. But the big thing that was talked about was about this past year's operation. The ability to remove 800 to 900 bison, primarily being through the food transfer program. So bison being shipped to meat processing facilities, and the meat primarily going to CSKT to be distributed to tribal members through a program that they manage. And given the lack of really, I mean, we did get a little bit of an out migration. I'll say we didn't see much of an out migration on the north side into zone 2 because trapping was aggressive when the bison came. And so that was good from our standpoint. While that may not be the number we would have liked to have seen removed from the population this year, it was more than we expected. When we thought we were going to get no out migration, we'd have a year where we'd maybe get, dozens of bison, and at where the population is pushing 5,500 to 6,000 with a recruitment rate that we tag at around 15%, we knew that would be big problems for next year, particularly if we got conditions for an out migration. So that's sort of the operations update, where we're at. So I think we've seen a commitment. I think we can look at it now and say we'll come back next year. We probably broke even, if not a little bit of a decline in population, but not much of a decline in population. So we know there'll be a pretty hefty number of bison that'll be on the landscape from Yellowstone next year, and we'll see what weather conditions are and whether that causes an out migration and causes more work for us in terms of what we have to manage inside what we call zone 2 of tolerance. And I know I'm throwing these terms around. We do have still plans to get the board down to particularly the north management area, so you can see that landscape and maybe get a better visual understanding of those of us who've worked with it for a long time. We just know what we're talking about and where we're talking about and what that piece of ground looks like. But we forget sometimes you all don't know what that looks like. And so you don't understand why that's an area where we have a zero tolerance, or why is that the area where we've drawn the line. And so we do still have intentions to do that. But that's what's going on with Yellowstone bison. The west side was a pretty slow year. There was some hazing that took place over there, and a little bit of hunting that took place over there from tribal partners. But that's kind of where we are on Yellowstone bison now, both sort of operationally and litigation. Litigation, we're just kind of waiting to see what the next step's going to be in terms of that moving forward. But we did just have that ruling a little bit, right before the last board meeting. So, Mr. Chair, is there any questions about bison or comments about bison from folks who have to live in the neighborhood?
I guess I have a couple questions on numbers. So this is the largest number that we've ever had in the park. Is that or has there been larger numbers?
Yeah, this was the largest. This is the largest number we've had on record, I believe.
No.
No, it's not.
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's the largest I've in my time. So, but Dr. Shemansky has a longer history.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, we've had bison populations that are right around 6,000 going into the winter in the past, I would say 15 years. So this was at the upper threshold of that, but it wasn't quite the highest number.
I guess the reason I'm asking is, if we get a winter, which hopefully we're going to get a tough winter again, one of these winters. And I'm just thinking about the numbers that potentially could move if we get a tough winter, what history would say that those numbers could be. And of course, we have the different dynamic of the tribal hunters that we didn't have probably the last time we were at this threshold on numbers.
I think, Mike, do you know what the population was going into the winter of 21-22?
Yes, that year we were at about 5,300, which is where we'll probably be
next year
coming into this next winter.
So that year, their out migration was about 4,000 animals. that came into the Gardner Basin that winter. So I think that's the largest out migration in history of the program. And like you just mentioned, Mr. Chair, with the quarantine facility taking some animals off the landscape and then the hunters present, it substantially changed what our workload was for that winter. We still did a lot of hazing, but instead of it being big groups of, a dozen people, it was one individual that was doing kind of small pushes frequently to help mitigate that. And the additional tolerance, I think, helps as well.
Yeah.
So we can tolerate a larger outmigration. It's not what we would prefer to have to experience, but that was a good, I think, test, and it showed the ability of the program to handle that.
Yeah. That year, removals were around 1,800.
1,800.
And the predominant method of removal was tribal hunting in Zone 2 inside the boundaries of Montana. I think they took probably 1,500 or 1,600.
Just over 1,400.
Yeah, through tribal hunting. That comes with its own issues when you have that number of animals being taken in a small landscape. But, we learned some lessons through that too. We did have some threats on what I'd call the Zone 2 boundary at times. And we did use hazing where hazing works. So if you've driven that country before, you've got, as you're heading up towards Immigrants, you got the river on the left side. You got a mountain mountains on your right side. When bison got across the river and sort of got to the cattle guard at Yankee Jim Canyon, which the bison guard at Yankee Jim Canyon, there was probably, we had to put hazing pressure because you're getting in, that's why it'd be good for you guys to see the landscape. You're in sort of a tight place and there's only one thing to do, which is to push them back down the road and push them far enough where they won't come back around you on the other side of Dome Mountain. But on the other side of the river where we had bison getting close to Zone 2 boundary, we did use hunting to our advantage, or hunting pressure to our advantage. So we did operate saying, we're going to do a hazing operation tomorrow morning at this time if the bison are there. And we'd make sure that information was communicated to the hunters. And so hunters would show up at daylight, they'd put pressure on them, and then all we had to do was kind of help stay behind them and keep them moving to where we wanted them to go. So we've even then we learned some lessons about how to manage a haze in conjunction with the other tools we have to, one, limit opportunities for incursions of bison to get beyond the Zone 2 boundary, but also to limit how much actual direct hazing we as an agency had to do, and allowing hunting pressure to do some of that work for us. So those were some lessons learned back in that big out migration year that sort of helped, and having that cooperation, I'll knock on wood there and say, having that cooperation from the tribal hunters to show up and do that did take some work off our plate. But that year, again, the comment I always make about it is that if you don't have all the tools in the toolbox that year without tribal hunting, there would have been a lot of work on the Department of Livestock if it had not been for tribal hunting. When you have that sort of out migration, we would have had a lot more pressure on our Zone 2 boundary than what we had.
So, Eric,
Dutch, how accurate do you think our head count is? I mean, I know the USDA's cow calf inventory is plus or minus at least 5%. Just basic, because they don't know how many cows are in the swamps in the southeast. I mean, with wild animals, how do they do it? Do they aerial estimate them?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Moore, yes, they do aerial flights, and I think they usually fly 3 subsequent days to try and do counts of those to get an estimate. And the final number that they publish, so when we say 5,400, I believe it's plus or minus like 3 or 350. So there's a pretty good range there. It could be as high as 5,700, could be as low as 52, 51.
And it becomes important on that number to remember that estimate, that look is done in the fall or late summer. And so it's a post-calving count. And that becomes important when we get into conversations talking about population thresholds. Again, you got to be talking the same common denominator. And sometimes people are talking the going into winter count, and then other people are talking about Yellowstone's estimate that happens in the spring or fall. when I'm talking population, like for going in next year, I'm talking a post-calving count always. And because that's the number that kind of matters more, is that what are they going to be after they get through the spring and summer? How many are going to be there come December of next year when sort of the season starts?
So when they do that flight, they take pictures too. Sometimes you can't count them flying it, so they take pictures, and now with the cameras and stuff today, then
So with sits and counts.
they can do a little better count because of that. It's always interesting, and I think there's some learned behavior after that 21-22. A bunch of those bison don't want to come out because they got beat up pretty bad, and they don't forget. And I think that's a little bit. Of course, this winter we didn't have any snow until middle of January, so and it was a good summer, so there was plenty of grass. And then February when we really got. And I expected more to come out than it did, but they really didn't happen.
And I would, hopefully Dr. Schmansky here, but I think that local observations from our people would support what Mr. Redfield is saying, is that there is a learned behavior because of the hunting pressure. And so even this year with the limited out migration, you saw bison that just, they knew where to stop. They just kind of don't want to get out there to the Beatty Gulch area that the herd is maybe learning from that heavy year of hunting pressure, and that there was, and there's cases where the bison they just don't want to leave the park. They get to a point and stop.
If they're coming north to that park boundary that is the Beatty Gulch where the hunting can happen, a lot of those bison were choosing to swim the river. So they would cross the Yellowstone and get over where the highway is, where there's no hunting allowed along there. And so the ones that did come out tended to go to areas where they couldn't be hunted.
Well, yes, go ahead.
Has there been any discussion with the new administration on reducing the herd goal size?
Well, we're currently in the EIS. The EIS sets their top end range and where their most aggressive tactics take place at 6,000. It doesn't really, it addresses more aggressive action that happens if the population gets above 6,000. But we're currently operating under that record of decision. That is the impetus of the state's current litigation, is that that we'd like to see a reanalysis of that, and aren't maybe completely satisfied with the record of decision that was issued in 2024. So that's what we're actually in litigation about. But that record of decision is what stands for now, and that's the management activities and tactics that are used. So this year being close to the 6,000 number, that's why the park had to heavily use the food transfer program as opposed to other opportunities, because they do have to get more aggressive in their own plan as they get and approach that top end number. So, but I think there's always still arguments to be made about whether numbers are the right numbers or not. And that's all wrapped up in what's going on between the state and the federal government at the current time. We'll see how that all plays out.
I just think the one thing that the tribal hunting has done is it's taken the black eye off of this department. That in the past, the Buffalo Fields and those people that were out there harassing the department personnel when they were trying to do their job, and it was the main frame of the news in the winter was what Department of Livestock was doing to the poor bison. And since the tribal hunting, we aren't in the paper, at least not up in our area. We're not on the news like we were 10, 15 years ago. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, so what was the number that was removed this year through hunting, trapping?
800 and
Sorry, I'm trying
I
to
don't
use my
know
calculator
exactly.
here. It was 768 animals were transferred to slaughter for the food program. There was one capture mortality, and there were 97 animals that were entered into the quarantine program. So it was 866 animals.
And when they go to slaughter, do they just take everything, or do they take adult animals, or what is their?
They take everything over year, like yearlings and above.
So it's not a tested program, it's just everything of that age or above, or?
Yes, Mr. Chair, like Mike was mentioning, so they were over the 5,200 threshold, which means that they had to be the most aggressive with their removals. So they did not exclusively remove positive animals. It was just whatever went into the trap that was kind of a size large enough to ship, went to slaughter this year.
So at the lower threshold, then we go into the testing protocols that positives would be removed first.
Correct, Mr. Chair, at the lower threshold, one, trapping wouldn't be the priority that it is. So they might be more inclined to let animals walk past the trap to be eligible for hunting. And then the animals that they did trap, they would test them and they would likely only send positives to slaughter.
Yeah, I think that's more the controversy that we dealt with this year is that, you know, you expounded and did a good job talking about, I think, the positive things that the hunt has brought. But I think, you know, we also see that there has become sort of an expectation to manage for a hunt, to manage that there be an opportunity to hunt. So this year, where they were being aggressive with trapping and not letting those animals, if they didn't have to, get past the trap, that might have been 700 or 800 animals that would have eventually walked into zone 2 and had the ability to be hunted. So the controversy on the other side is tribal partners who say, because of your management activities, we got no hunting opportunity this year. And we would rather you prioritize us over food transfer or quarantine or other methods that we have. And so that's sort of the challenge is that, you know, I think tribal hunting was introduced in 2007, 2006, somewhere in there. And it was meant to be just another tool in the toolbox for population management. But to some, it's now become a management goal, right? It's to make sure there's opportunity for that tribal treaty hunting to take place. And I don't view it that way. I view it as a population tool, and when it's there, it's there, and when it's not, it's not. But, you know, I certainly can respect our tribal partners and how they feel about wanting to make sure they have an opportunity to hunt every year, regardless of what's going on with the population.
Well, what's the department's position on that? I mean, do we care what
Not really.
gets
We've
the
tried to
bison
stay.
population controllable, controls brucellosis?
We've tried to stay out of it. In fact, we had there was a tribal hunt meeting that took place on May 22nd between FWP and the park and tribes. And we send our staff there that work with the bison program to be there to listen and to see where they can plug in and help with communications or management, because we want to be good partners to everybody that's involved there. But I will say in my position, I've intentionally stayed away from that meeting for several years now, because I want to reflect that we're not a hunt agency. That's not our responsibility. That's not our bailiwick. We don't manage a hunt. We don't want to manage for a hunt. Our skin in this game is about control of brucellosis and management of brucellosis. And if it's an issue that's not about disease, we should be somewhere in the back seat. And when it's about disease, we should be in the front seat. And so that's the way I've tried to play it. And that may also limit some controversy if you're not, you know, if you're only plugging in where you actually are supposed to.
I think so far it's much better than it was 10 or 15 years ago for this department that, don't mess with a good thing. Thank you.
Yep. And the last bullet I had there, which will be a quick one, is 2025 session. This will be the last time this will be on the agenda. We're still waiting for House Bill 2 to be signed. It's been sitting with the governor for a while now. I'm sure he's taken his time and got his pen out on certain items.
How long does he have?
I think he's got a few more days, but there's a clock. But I think he has a few more days before he has to officially put out the signed budget. Yeah. But it's close. But I don't suspect that there's anything affecting us in that. And as I said, on the budget side, House Bill 2, as I mentioned earlier, we got everything that we asked for, with the exception of getting and I negotiated that. I'll admit that I sat with Chair Schillinger and Representative Albus and talked through, because they were obviously looking for places to get agencies to dial back. And I think we found a sweet spot in negotiations, and we were willing to work with him on that. That we needed something, but if you could, but maybe you can't give us all of what we asked for, and that's okay. So we got 4 of those 8 positions, but all of our needs for the milk lab, our needs for the diagnostic lab, the fund switches we needed to execute in order to transfer some federal funding authority to state funding authority to deal with some of the budget cuts we're dealing with in Dr. Szymanski's area. The fund switch, Lily's out there. The fund switch stayed intact on switching some of the meat inspection authority from state special revenue to general fund, so that we can sort of maintain that program without large fee increases on our dairy producers. So that was successful. That was, I'll admit, in negotiations with our budget section chair, I explained what would have to happen if we did not get that general fund. And I'm thankful, I'll knock on wood, that the folks I was negotiating with got it and understood what the ramifications of doubling certain people's fees are, especially at a time when margins are low. That probably was not a good idea. So I'm thankful they left that alone and kept that moving forward. So again, just I got to give kudos to our section budget chair and our section C budget committee. It's always had a great reputation of being a place that people work well together. It still is a place in the legislature where the executive branch and the legislators work well together, and I hope that continues. But that's where we're at on the budget. Obviously, we have all of our statutory stuff stays the same. So our budget for sending money to wildlife services, nothing happened with that. Even though there were some changes on the livestock loss board side, with adding black bears, adding bison as a species for which you can claim a predator loss, we felt that the budget was strong enough to support those passage of those pieces of legislation without having to ask for additional funds. And so there weren't additional funds granted in the livestock loss statutory appropriation. So all of those pieces stayed the same. Nothing changed there. And so from a budget standpoint, pretty good. There was some money through House Bill 5 that is going to support the move of the lab when that comes here in about 8 or 9 months. So we had asked for some funding of ours, but they also, A&E and others, asked for some general fund to make sure the transition of that building happened effectively. We obviously went and supported that. It wasn't something we asked them to do, but they did for us. And so we were happy with that, and that stayed intact. So we should have plenty of funding to make the transition to the new lab when we get in next year. So very, very positive on the budget side. And on the legislative side, our 3 bills passed, 2 of them, the dead inspection of dead animals and feedlots, not something we're out. I got asked the other day from stock growers about whether I wanted to do a podcast about our bills. And I was like, I don't really think they're consequential enough to do a podcast on, so I'll pass. Probably the only one we really do need to promote is the digital copies of inspections, because that now is effective immediately. And so just making sure people know that, make sure our staff knows that it's okay if somebody's got a picture of their lifetime horse card instead of the actual card. We're good with that, or a picture of the inspection, or a facsimile copy of the inspection. That all works now and is acceptable in our standards. So that was all good. And then any bills, the one thing now that we're at the end of session, all the bills that maybe we might have been worried about that would have affected the department, they all went away. I know we had the one with regards to meat inspection that we were worried about, but talked to the sponsor, told the sponsor we weren't going to support it, and the sponsor put the bill in his pocket. So I don't think you can ask for anything more than that. And on the bill, Lily's out there. So on the bill regarding the 12-day rule, I was given the makeup of the Senate Business and Labor Committee. I think that's where that went, right? I kind of
Oh,
thought
it's in public health, Mike.
public health. It was public health.
Yeah.
I can't. He puts it in a different committee every session. I couldn't remember which one
Yeah.
he did this time, but public health. And I was kind of surprised to see that conversation go the way it did and see that bill get tabled. I was really surprised by it, and especially given the makeup of the committee. So kudos to Lily and all the people who come and testified on that. But that bill got tabled early and went away early. So I don't want to brag too much, but I don't think we could have asked for a better legislative session from the standpoint of Department of Livestock. I know not every agency can say that, and not every constituency can say that, but from our standpoint, we had a really, really good, positive session. And while everybody else may have been angry, we were fine. So, and
The 12-day rule bill, the senators that were on that committee had heard that at least 3 to 4 times when they were in the House. They were already tuned in. They knew where it was going.
Mine was made up before the testimony.
Well, and I just had to remind them where they were at.
And I'll, one thing I'll say, and I'll call him out specifically, but Senator Ricky from Laurel, who, when he was in the legislature before, had been an advocate for raw milk, had been a challenger of the 12-day rule because he was in the food business and had challenges with using milk in his coffee kiosk and things of that nature. And he asked some really good questions of me during the hearing. And I think it was interesting that, and I talked to him about it afterwards, that because we're negotiable, because we're willing to work with people, and we did come up with an interpretation of our rule that says, if you're a restaurant and you're buying milk, as you are the last point of sale, so you don't have to, if you get that at day 10 or day 11 into your food establishment, you get to use that like people at home would use it, as opposed to, we had some sanitarians in certain parts of the state that would come in, and if that milk was at day 13 and hadn't even been opened yet, they'd make that restaurant or that coffee house throw it out. And we sent notification out to the sanitarians that was not our interpretation of our rule. That's not how we viewed it. We would prefer that they not enforce it that way. And once we explained where we had been reasonable and negotiated, that was a great conversation with Senator Ricky, where he said, well, I came in sort of thinking, this was a hill I still had to fight from the last time I was in the legislature. He goes, but it sounds like you guys negotiated and solved my problem. So he actually voted with us to table that. And so I was really, that was a surprise. But I think the thing I want to give credit to staff, board, everyone, is trying to keep that mentality that the Department of Livestock is reasonable, and we will take reasonable steps to try and solve problems. We're not stuck in the mud. It's not us versus them. And having that attitude, I think, pays dividends down the road, and it helps build better relationships. And I hope that we continue to maintain those types of relationships. And I thank each of you, because I know each of you back home are doing a lot on that front for us as well. So thank you.
Well, and I thank you and the staff and members that went to the legislature, because you're the face that they see way more than us. And that face is recognizable, and they recognize the ability to common sense and ability to communicate is huge. So any other questions? Yes.
Could you just touch on where the Montana Cattle Committee went?
Yeah, so Montana Cattle Committee, the original bill was tabled in Senate Ag, and then they brought forward a study bill, and the study bill did pass, has been signed didn't have to go to the governor, has been signed by the leadership, and so it is now eligible for study. I'm assuming it might get assigned somewhere else, but got 2 former legislators here. I'd be very surprised if that does not get assigned to Economic Affairs Interim Committee, because Economic Affairs Interim Committee is what has agency oversight over the Department of Livestock, also has oversight over the Department of Agriculture. So any way you look at it, it's probably an Economic Affairs issue unless they do something different with it. So Economic Affairs will have to meet and look at all the study bills that got passed that have been assigned to them. And they obviously won't be able to do everything, so they'll have to prioritize it. So it's a matter of where it gets prioritized. If it gets a high priority, it's likely they will put some effort into it and get it studied. If it has a low priority, it's possible that even though the study bill passed, it may not get studied this interim because there's just not enough time to do everything. So we'll see. That's my assumption. I don't know if these guys or anybody's heard anything different, but I'm assuming that'll be on Economic Affairs agenda, probably their first interim meeting they have, which can't be too far off. It should be coming, here in a couple weeks. So we'll probably know more then.
Any other questions? William or Lily, do you have any other questions on legislative session?
Just a little side note, I did have a really good conversation about the 12-day rule the other day. That's not my wheelhouse, but it came up, and I was explaining to them that we have freshest milk in the country, and everybody, we do. They had no idea whatsoever about the 12-day rule and how it worked. And somebody I was with brought it up that we have the freshest milk in the country, and they all asked why, and I said, well, this is why, this is how it works. And, oh, that's great. I don't ever want that to leave. And they were just all excited that we have fresh milk in Montana. So I think part of it is consumer education.
Yes.
Big time.
Yeah.
You know, they just don't understand it. So it was interesting to me because that's not a conversation I have very often.
But thankfully you were educated enough to have that conversation. So, anything else? We'll take a break, and I think we'll take a half hour because we want to kind of, we're a little ahead of schedule, but we can't get too far ahead of schedule because we need to have that conversation about the hearing we had yesterday pretty close to a schedule on our agenda so that anyone out in the country that is wanting to listen in or will be able to. So with that, we'll break for a half hour.
It's coming on, and we are off mute, Mr. Chair.
All right, I'm going to call this meeting back to order, and we have a quorum here. I assume we have them online yet also.
Lily and Lily is still out there online. I don't see William.
So we have a quorum. So, all right. I guess.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
members of the board, Brian Simonson, your Centralized Service Division Administrator. We're going to start off tab 2, page 1, multicolored state special revenue report. This report's for the end of April 30th. That represents about 9 to 10 months worth of revenue, or 75 to 83% of the fiscal year is completed. There isn't a lot to talk about on here, but I'll go down column D, and we'll just go from the top to the bottom, and I'll pull up a couple things here. Everything in the brands area down to livestock dealer licenses is basically tracking and doing what it should do, so there's nothing there. Field inspections, we only had $8,000 for the month of April, for this month of April, so. And that's kind of similar to last year too. So field inspections this time of year really trickling to nearly nothing for revenue coming in. Market inspections, we did better this past month than we did last year. So we're making some gains there, and you can see a positive 30,000 for the year over last year. So and then that kind of follows with just the kind of cattle operations from the brands division looks like very similar to last year out in the system.
So and I think you made a comment at a meeting or two ago that maybe is an explanation when you said that you just saw the value of calves. You usually kept them a little longer, but you saw the value and just decided to capitalize on it. But I just keep looking at the numbers, received numbers of the state, and then our marketing, and how are we continuing to run that many cattle through the barns? And You know, it's just, I mean, it's not an anomaly, it's just,
They're coming out of somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know where, but
Well, because the report this morning was everything was down 3% from last year.
numbers.
The numbers of feed, the placements in the feedlot and the slaughter, they're down 3% nationwide.
And when we get to captive fees, we'll see where it kind of came in this year for Montana. But, it is a puzzling, to me, it's very puzzling, but
It's one of those mystery cattle out there that are still showing up.
yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I
Yes.
could, I would add that, remember, we do draw in cattle from outside of Montana to our commission company. So representing those market inspection fees could be animals from Wyoming, South Dakota, North Dakota, Idaho. But we heard yesterday, Washington, maybe even coming that far.
Well,
But I know we get a lot of North Dakota cattle into Signet,
know-
for example.
what percent out of state cattle come through the markets? That would be
Don't know.
interesting to know.
I'm looking back at Jay to see if he can figure that out. I don't think we're tracking it now, but
We would be able to find that though.
Yeah,
It
with the new
doesn't have-
system, yeah.
maybe you could, for the next meeting, just have that number just for informational, nothing, but, yeah. All right. Okay.
So that does it for the brands on the green section. Per capita fee, just gonna report out. You can see there, this time over last year, we're almost 92,000 over what we did last year. We really had a banner. 530,000 came in for the month of April, so a little later than what you would expect given a March 1st deadline. But
Does that reflect a fee increase also?
it does, yeah.
So
For sure.
what portion of that is a fee increase?
Well, I don't have the per capita fee report in front of me that we used last month, but I mean, I would say it has to be 2%. I mean, that's essentially what the fee increase was. So, but there are more cattle reported than there were last year also. So you're right. It's a combination of both. I don't have the numbers quite in front of me. But yeah, more cattle and a little bit higher fee. So, milk inspection and egg grading, I don't have anything to say there. Those numbers have stayed pretty constant, moving up and down proportionally each month. The diagnostic lab, you can see there they have 27,000 over this time last year, and last year was a pretty good year. They're at 79% of their goal of column E of 1.5 million. So they're gonna make that by the end of the year. That would be the projection. So we're sitting pretty good on lab fee revenue. We still have on the expense side of lab fees or lab supplies and that we're more than negative. So they kind of counterbalance each other quite a bit. And then lastly, your voluntary wolf donations. There were $34,000 worth of wolf donations in the month of April. So that's still going strong.
All new licenses.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, that's state special revenue report.
Any questions on the special revenue? Okay.
I don't know if you want to check. I
Moving on to
clicked
the
over
blue
some.
page, page 2. Our expenditure projection reports. There's only a couple months left here, so not a lot to project, but there's movement here. So we'll go down. Essentially, we'll go down column F from the top to bottom and call out the bigger numbers or so. I would just your salaries, overtime, other per diem, not so much other per diem, that's small anyway, but and benefits. Those are kind of in a flux numbers, and essentially those get moved around as far as where the funds are needed. So usually I just concentrate on row 5, the total personnel services, and you can see there that we're projecting 135,000 in excess authority. Most of that I would attribute to vacancy savings in the DSA, milk and egg, and the brands divisions. So we've had openings throughout the year in all 3 of those programs, pretty substantial. So if you were to look at the back pages, you'd see big positives there.
Okay. So I was thinking this is the one where a positive is a negative, but this is.
That's the other sheet.
Other sheet.
Yeah, positives are good on the
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the next one. As far as payouts go, that's a negative, but we are $8,000 less in payouts than we were this time last year. So that's kind of getting to be a regular trend for the department. So I think we're at about 280,000 in payouts for the year so far. The only other two big numbers on the operations side there, contracts, essentially that's a pretty positive number this year, attributed to DSA testing is down. And then I think there's about 80,000 there in the egg, trying to project for a third shift. So we have the egg income or egg expenses going out isn't as much as we have budgeted. So that accounts for that 150,000, those two together. Supplies, that big negative 131,000, that's almost, the lab is $197,000 under budget for supplies. We did talk, they had a considerable negative this past month in supplies, and Greg associated that to the supply expenses for molecular diagnostics. I can't remember the word, but PCR testing.
Yeah.
That those supplies had gone up in price, and so and they ordered on that. So, but we're coming to expect that. I don't know. It's been that way for a few years now. So I'm going to just skip over the rest of that if there's any questions on operations, and go down to the budgeted funds and kind of just synopsize what's happening here. So general fund is $116,000 excess to the good. Is for authority. Essentially, that's 214,000 coming out of the DSA for less testing. Meat, and then the livestock loss board is another positive 60,000. And then to counter that, how you go from 300,000 down to 116 is the meat. General fund is taking a pretty good hit this year because we had less federal funding come in, and so we're having to hit the general fund a lot harder. So we're about $160,000 in the hole for meat inspection on the general fund side. Evan will do some magic at the end of the year, and we'll move some state special revenue around and with the lab, and we'll make that work. They'll be whole by the end of the year. Given the authority that we still have remaining. What's the next number? Shielded egg, that's the traditional, just excess authority for, like, in case the egg plant moves to a third shift, that's what that's there for. Per capita fee, 134,000. Per capita 3, that essentially is coming out of brands. They're projecting something similar to that for their end of the year total. They'll be 139,000 as a positive. So all of that, for the most part, is out of brands. Milk inspection fees, even though that says 118,000, we know that milk inspection is more about cash than it is about authority. So and they're right now they're making up about 5,000 every month because of vacancies. And right now, we're expecting them to be about $19,000 over what their revenue projections are for the year. And we've got that in savings still. So they'll make it to July 1st. And then July 1st, we'll shift some of their expenses to the general fund with the new authority we got from the legislature. And we should be fine there.
So basically, their cash balance is going to be pretty much net zero by the end of this fiscal year.
I think there might be 20,000 left in there because we were projecting them to go 50,000 in the hole, but then we had a big vacancy in that program, and so we made up considerable ground on that in the last half of the year.
So will the money that the general fund money, assuming that House Bill 2 gets signed, the way it's,
150,000.
is that going to keep the program whole, or will there be a deficit at this time next year that will have to be filled from somewhere else?
It'll more than take care of it for for this year and next, for 26 and 27.
Okay.
It'll be fine. I think where we run into the problem is that, given what's happening with payroll, I don't know if that trend continues, but if that trend does continue, it won't keep up pace. It won't keep pace with the rate of inflation. The other thing is that we'll have at least one position. They'll be fully manned, and maybe just they're looking for a supervisory position also. So there might be like 1.5 FTEs that we don't have right now that come into play. Now, one of those is already accounted for in the budget, but there might be some more there actually too. So, but they should be able to take care of that.
Until next legislative session.
Alicia's got a plan. She's showed us the projections. It's like, yeah, you'll be all right for a while. For sure through the next biennium. Lastly, I was just gonna make a note on that meat and poultry inspection. You can see he's marking that as 0 on there. And it kind of corresponds with a little bit of what is happening up there with the general fund, that he's gonna spend all that, and that budget actually got a $260,000 reduction in it. So that really should look more like, that budget should look more like 1.4 if it was how we started the year. But because of the federal cuts, we were conservative and cautious when we put it down to 1.2. So all that money will be gone. And then the diagnostic lab fees at $252,000 in the hole. That did improve over last month. That looks standard. Most of the time we're looking at the end of the year at something around 300,000 or just shy of it. The revenue projections should cover that. And we may have other authority in here that helps drives that number down too when all is said and done. So that shouldn't be too alarming of a number. So essentially then that leaves us with a bottom right corner number end of the year projection of nearly 250,000 in excess authority that we could do things with. That's an $85,000 increase over last month. And then Evan's bottom comment here talks about carry forward, which he still hasn't added to the budget because we don't need it, but we will spend it one way or another, or it'll translate into carry forward coming into the next year. But that totals up about $190,000 in carryover from 2 years ago.
So that leaves us 430,000 or something.
435 is the number I have written down
Okay.
on my paper. Yes, sir. And I think Mike has queued me up that might lead to a conversation.
Well, exactly. So
Discretion.
Mike had a conversation with Walt Schweitzer, and then he suggested that Walt talk to his board members, and so I got a call. And thank you, Mike.
Yeah, you're
Anyway,
welcome. You're welcome.
So Walt's basic problem or issue that he wanted to discuss was the fact that he had to pay for his banks tags, his EID tags. And so he's thinking that he used to get them for nothing, should still get them for nothing. And of course, he's a politician, so he's backgrounding this conversation with the fact that he's in the minority. He supports EID, but he's in the minority in his circle for supporting EID. And he feels that if the word gets out that producers have to pay for EID tags, that they're going to rebel basically, and the acceptance is going to be a problem, and we'll face the brunt of it, the rebellion, because our position as the agency that issues the tags. And so, Mike, maybe you can share a little bit of what you shared with Walt as far as a possible Band-Aid, I guess would be the best way to put it, as far as trying to backfill the cost of tags. So
Yeah, well, we discussed a couple options. One was he had made a request that maybe the board consider just exempting Montana from having to comply with the RFID rules. And I told him why that didn't work, because we can only control inside our borders, not what people want outside our borders. And that would probably do more damage than good. So then it turned to how do we, make up some of the gap. Of course, in his mind was how do we end up paying for all of the RFID tags that are required. But I did say that we're at year end, and at knowing what Brian's projections were going to be, that we would have excess authority. We would have excess authority at the end of this year that'll become carry forward. We'll get to carry part of that forward. And then we have carry forward from past years that there was an opportunity, if the board so wanted, to direct us to spend some of that fund before year end, or some of those funds before year end, and help Dr. Szymanski probably not cover the entire gap, but stretch us further, depending upon what amount we decided to put into it. As Brian mentioned, I knew at that time there was carry forward that is going to expire. We probably do have to spend it on something. And what I don't know is what it might have already been committed to with other folks. But then there's also the opportunity that the excess authority that we have, if the projections turn out to be right, and we had $246,000 of excess authority from this budget, come July 1st, we'll get some of that carried forward, but we'll lose 2/3 of it, right? And so, but if we spend it now, then we get the opportunity of spending it at 100%, and that might and helping this tag situation might be a worthwhile thing to do with some of that carry forward or some of that excess authority while we have the opportunity to. The problem is we have to, if we want to do that, we wanted to use, or we're in our mind thinking about this year's authority, we have to execute that before first week of July. I mean, really the bill has to be at least in the system by June 30, right? And then we have time to pay it after that. But we have to technically made the purchase by June 30.
And just for background, tags are roughly $3.
That's what I found out today.
Okay, so you're talking about $3, so 246. You're talking what, 70,000, 75,000 tags if you spend it all out of 500,000. Our deficit is 250,000 in the state, roughly.
And that's the thing. If we're speaking just vaccination, Dr. Szymanski, you may need to come up here and help us. Understand what our gap is on vaccination RFID tags for Banks vaccination. Like, what's that sort of gap or shortage?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, in fiscal year 24, our allocation from USDA was roughly 199,000 tags. Our historical allocation of our historical use of tags in Montana is around 500,000 tags. Our historical rate of brucellosis vaccination tag somewhat fluctuates with our cattle inventory, but it's pretty consistently like 225,000, 250,000 animals. If we use all of our allocation for RFID tags, for the orange RFID tags for captive vaccination, and we were to stay at that 199,000 rate, we would be pretty close to 1-to-1. For 2025, fiscal year 2025, the current fiscal year that we are in, because the budget took a while to finally get approved at the national level, USDA has only been able to order a much smaller allocation of tags. So this year we're sitting at 120,000 tags for our allocation, which puts us about 100,000 short.
No, just so we're clear, your allocation, when you're saying allocation, that's our free tags.
Yep.
Yes.
Free tags from USDA. There's still some optimism at the federal level that they will be able to go back to last year's tag number, and we'll go back up to that number, but nothing's promised. So I would say let's plan on 120,000 and expect that if we're just trying to cover Banks vaccination tags, we're about 80,000 to 100,000 short. I would add that maybe one other area that I think is worthwhile considering consistently allocating tags to are the livestock markets. If we have done our work over the last 6 years of no-cost tags and distributed those evenly across the landscape, the number of cattle that are coming into those markets that are officially identified should be decreasing, but they still end up identifying a lot of cattle for us that are going out of state that have to be identified for interstate movement. And so we did prioritize some tags to markets last year.
Yes, Eric.
Okay, couple questions. I'm just following your math. You said we need about 250,000 tags to banks.
Correct.
Okay, and USDA is going to give us about 120, so we need 130, right? That's
Correct.
for sure. Okay, so we're 130 short for the coming year, we figured. Okay,
Just on banks.
on banks,
Yeah.
banks alone. But I think that's where we need to be. I mean, if we're the Montana Department of Livestock, if you're EID and cattle through a sale barn that are going to Nebraska and South Dakota, those are Nebraska and South Dakota buyers. They pay that bill once they come through the ring. And yeah, you can argue that they'll take it out of their bid, but they don't really. It's a cost of doing business. So I think our focus needs to be on the banks, not the market tags.
Okay, good point. Discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I think we're still a couple years out before we're gonna see much drop on the tags, because when last year, the first year, you were required to use the electronic tags, you still use the orange tags. So, prior to this last year, there's gonna be a bunch of those out there, so we're another 2 years out before that's gonna take. That's how I see it.
Before what? I'm not following.
The cost.
The cost be dropping off because everything will have an EID tag. Because up until this last year, you could still put orange tags in.
So you're talking through the market?
I put orange metal
Not
clip
tag.
tags in my heifers 2 years ago. I was doing that because the particular vet I had couldn't make anything function. I mean, it got to the point where it just wasn't worth the trouble.
But it's still going to cost the same to do every new crop of heifer calves.
For the new crop of heifer calves, yes. But what I'm saying, ones in the market, it's gonna take a few more years before it starts dropping off, that everything will have an EID tag. There's still a lot of orange metal clips out there.
For cull cows going through the markets, yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. But new crop feeder cattle still need an EID to cross state lines if the receiving state requires it. Yeah.
But like you said, who's ever buying, they get charged, but somebody pays for that. I mean, you send something through that, you'll have a tag fee on your bill.
I guess the one thing that I think about is, in the discussion, we had a little bit of the discussion this morning, is allocation. And I think, it's one thing to have the free tags and we allocate half of the normal use to each vet. How he allocates it from that point on is kind of his deal. But if every producer in the state is going to have skin in the game of these 80,000 tags, let's just put a number, say 80,000 that we buy, that this department buys to allocate out, I think we really need to keep a tight handle on how those are allocated so that every producer has the same opportunity to receive his share of that tag, whether it be 10% of his, so that just because you're a guy in our country, most of the stuff is bags vaccinated in the fall because a lot of the guys are calving the 1st of January. In Jake's situation, in your country, a lot of the stuff is calving in April. So your time of bags vaccinating is probably 3 months behind what Jake would be.
Well, and that's another.
And that's, so the allocation, who gets the free tags is one thing, but who gets the tags that every producer is paying for, I think is something we have to keep in mind anyway. And Jake.
And you're still gonna be 50,000 short.
Yes, yep, we are. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there's still gonna be a charge somehow, but that's gonna, like I said earlier, I think that's gonna have to be the vets. We can't delve into it that far. We just have to make sure that, I think that each vet gets a percentage of, if we decide to buy however many tags, we gotta make sure that they're allocated as equally as we can. You can't, I mean, we're not gonna be down to, you get two and I get one. Pardon?
Let me throw one.
Yeah,
As long as we're in the DSA, we gotta do it all anyway. Sorry, but we are paying the bill, so our vet should give upfront.
okay,
You weren't here for the earlier discussion.
Yeah.
We were outside.
that discussion did enter a little bit, but, so, right now, we're just in the discussion phase, but, I guess if there's gonna be some action,
We have to
you
do
think
action.
there's,
We have to do action today.
yes, we have to do action today, so if there's enough interest in action, I'd entertain a motion to spend some of the excess money for tags, and if we get that motion and a second, then we'll discuss both whether or not we want to do that, and then how we can allocate that from that process on.
Mr. Chair, I'm the conservative one who wants to hold on to my money
Yeah.
over here. So I guess I would just say, in my mind, I tend to think about things as, what does this look like going forward? And I would tell you, I think I have some pretty good assurance based on our past history that 250,000 is probably a really good number for us as far as can we replicate this next year and going forward. And things change, but if you get much over that number, now we're running into some real issues about personnel to a certain degree. So
And just for clarification, the 180,000 roughly that is carried over from last year, is that gonna sunset?
well,
Is it a use
no.
it or lose it, or?
no, we'll take that revenue and we'll move expenses into it and we'll absorb all that carry forward into this budget. So essentially, all you're doing is adding 190,000 to this bottom number. But that's our cushion. So, because we don't know what we know what June 29th looks like based on this, but we're not quite sure what June 30th looks like.
Great.
For me, I know we're not, if this would be a one-time only,
Mhm.
as far as I can go with that, just
Yeah, because we don't know next year whether we're gonna have, we might be on the opposite,
Mr. Chair, I totally agree with Mr. Witchman. I just am saying that I think maybe Mr. Moore said it, once you start doing something, once you do it once, there's a lot of gravity for doing it again.
it's like that.
I
So-
agree with one time only, that would be my recommendation, but somewhere, not much over 250 would be.
Okay, so that's kind of your number is 250,000. You're comfortable with that? Or would
It
you
won't
be
be
more
on me if
comfortable
you
with?
go over that, that's all I'm gonna say.
Because 240, I mean, I always like to work in even numbers. So $3 a tag is pretty easy. 240,000 to 80,000 tags. So
Well, that's about where you're gonna have to.
yeah,
I get
so
a little buffer.
yeah, so
Mr. Chairman, I move that we allot $240,000 to buy additional tags, one time only. I want that in the minutes, one time only.
okay. All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right.
And I'll just maybe, since we're not in the legislature anymore, or this year only or something like that, OTO is defined here as probably as well as it is. As long as everybody knows what that means. So we're doing, for this, we're taking an ending balance from this fiscal year and applying it to tags this year only.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, discussion. So, Lily or William, I guess I'd like to hear from, maybe Lily first, if you're available, and then William. Is Lily on there?
She's on there, but she may be, I don't know, she might be in the
Well,
middle of something. She might be milking cows and listening
Yeah,
to us,
she
or
may.
she might be at the store, who knows?
Yeah. So William, are you available?
He's not on.
He's not on. All right. Well, then I hate to ignore those people because it's, so discussion. Great.
I'm having a hard time with this. I understand. I just have a hard time spending money to spend money. I don't know. That's why I'm just having a hard time. Well, you did it last year. Why can't you do it this year? And I don't know. With cap prices, I think we can, as producers, can absorb it, but I'm having a hard time with it.
So I will just share, and it's not my argument, I'm gonna share the argument again that Walt said in his theory that of the backlash from the naysayers, the anti-EID tags, it just gives them more ammunition that they have to pay for the thing rather than getting it free. That was his selling point, and it's
federal law. It doesn't matter what they want to pay for or not. They're mandated to do it.
I
They're going to
just-
pay for it in a sale barn, or they're going to pay for it through their bed. So why do we care what that argument is? That's not our rule. That's not our law. It doesn't matter. I don't. They can go to the feds and argue about it. They don't have to come here and argue about it because we have nothing to do with it.
Okay. Greg, my argument would be, because I think that's my argument would be, is the one we're spending actually excess ending fund balance. So we were allocated and collected that we didn't spend. And I know there's a lot of financial stuff we can do, but with the insane way government operates, it's the opposite of what a private sector does. You're punished for saving money. So if they see we have extra money, we'll just lose it next year. And because, as Jake said, I would be totally opposed for we're going to buy everybody free implants or free sorting paddles or bridles or whatever. This is a mandated government thing that says you have to do this. And then on top of it all, a mandated government thing says you have to use a $3 tag instead of a free tag, but that's USDA's wisdom and it's out of our hands. So I can live with that. I think it's an appropriate fund appropriate excess government funds, which if we don't use it on this to give to our producers, it'll be sucked down into the black hole that is the legislative appropriation process.
Yes, Jake.
I guess my problem with it is I understand that, and I don't want to lose money. And I realize that if we don't spend it at 100%, we lose 2/3 of it. Is that right?
Yeah.
Moving forward, I think if we're going to do this, two issues I have is one, what are we going to do next year if we can't buy them? You want to hear people scream? They're screaming right now about not getting USDA tags. They ultimately they didn't pay for it, but they don't see that they paid for it. And now we're going to do it with their money, and we don't have enough to go around. So that's the second point is, I think if we're going to approve this, we need to have an allocation process in place beforehand, because there's going to be people that don't get any of them. And then their tax dollars want to pay for somebody else's tags, not their own. So there has to be some way to allocate that, I think, so that every producer gets some, or you're going to have 50,000 head that get tagged that somebody else is paying.
Okay. Dr. Smith, well, all right, go ahead. Then I'm going to ask Dr. Semansky to talk about allocation, but go ahead.
Yeah, we talked about that this morning. I didn't understand it. It seems like it's kind of willy-nilly. Another easy way to do it would be, and Alan probably won't like this, but we've got 200 out of 250 needed, so that's 80%. So everybody gets bangs vaccinated tags for 60 cents a tag instead of $3. Or whatever the math ends up, you know.
Yep.
Like we prorate it per tag instead of saying you get $3 tags, you get free tags, you get $3 tags. Everybody gets $2.50. Everybody gets $2.50, or everybody gets 50-cent tags.
Yep.
So can we do that? Could we, rather than issuing 120,000 free tags and then charging for the next tag, can we just put a number on what we think would be the use and divide it by the number of tags and the amount of paid for, and then charge
Mr.
the
Chair, I think
tags?
we already do, people pay for tags in some form or fashion. We have revenue from tags.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I actually really appreciate that suggestion and idea. I think that there's some nuance that has to be worked out for it. I don't know if we could charge for the no-cost tag.
Right, the federal tax.
And so that might be difficult to work out on how to do a 60-cent charge for those 120,000 tags. I at one point wondered if we should just purchase all of our tags and do something similar so that everybody gets their bank's tag at whatever, 70 cents, 60 cents, 90 cents, $1, to kind of take some of that out. I don't know how we get past the charging for the 120,000 tags. And so maybe it's maybe we charge a little bit more for the tags that we're purchasing beyond that 50% that we know we can allocate to compensate. Does that make sense, to compensate for that? Like instead, every veterinarian gets 50% of how many animals they bangs vaccinated the previous year. And so those are free. And then for that next 50% layer, we could charge them $1.20 of it to absorb what we're not charging for the 120,000 free. I don't think I'm doing a very good job of explaining that.
Well,
To make the money go a little further.
Go ahead.
I mean, if we're agreed on the concept, and I don't know off the top of my head either, I mean, I think Dr. Spain's gonna have to walk into this a little bit, but I think if the goal is if we have to make a decision on what to do with this ending fund balance today, we can pass this motion as is with the concept that our allocations strategy is going to be some sort of prorate, and then Dr. Schmatz can come back next month and tell us what she's figured out, because you may have to talk to USDA and see how this
Well,
can
even
actually work with I mean, one would think it's not that complicated. It's back of the math. It's not rocket science.
Yeah.
But the federal government, I guarantee you, will make it way more difficult than it has to be.
But if we just if we give 50% of the allocation, we just give them that, and then the other 50% said, you usually use 1,000 tags, we're gonna give you 500, and the other 500, we're gonna charge you $1.20 or whatever. Like I said, it's simple math to me.
And then the vet will be able to prorate
$80,000
his customers
allocated, and they cost 300,000, whatever that difference is, that's how much you charge. So,
One question. So previous vaccinations, if a vet sells their clinic or a new vet sets up shop, how are they treated?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Richmond, we have allowed them 1,000 tags to give them 1 year to establish their kind of vaccination threshold in the state.
So if your wife could solve some of this, if he really wanted, he'd go back and carry it. Wyoming representative, she's trying to kill it all the time. She's a Republican, but he has to work with it.
you want to give me a call?
Yeah.
No, that's,
Just a second.
okay. Did we end up with William or Lily?
Lily's-
Should be back.
Lily's
here.
there.
Sorry.
So
Step
have you been able, you realize we have a motion on the floor, Lily?
I do. Yeah. Can you repeat the motion though? Because I got a little sidetracked on the tracking the pro rating ideas.
The motion is to spend $240,000 of this year's excess budget money for tags, and that would purchase roughly 80,000 tags. And then all the discussion would be and it would be a one-time only. So this year, we're not saying that we're going to do this every year. We have excess budget money that we are willing to spend this year. And is that Alan, or my synopsis, good enough synopsis in the second? So with that, do you have any comments and any questions? If you have more questions, fire away.
Well, so the motion is just to do that, and then we would decide, like Eric and Dr. Szymanski were talking about the $1.20. That would be a later determination.
Yes, when we just have to have some time to do the math, and of course, we still don't know exactly how many free tags we're going to get, and so that would enter into the equation also. The motion is to spend $240,000 to supplement the allocation of free tags, basically, for this year. And if it happens to buy enough to do the rest of the, I mean, if they up the allocation to 200,000 and we got enough to buy another 80,000, we're more than there. So it wouldn't be any charge, I guess, but, so go ahead.
Well, then just thinking out loud, what if, Dr. Schmancy, do we have any idea what USDA is gonna do? But what if USDA comes back and says, no, we'll give you all 250,000? Then do we want something in the motion that says it goes somewhere else, or are we gonna buy a whole lot of tags?
Well, we're still using 500,000 tags roughly in the state every year. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if that were to happen, I would almost advocate that maybe we try to establish like a reserve of tags to take some of that seasonality out of not knowing when we're gonna get each year's fiscal year allocation. So we've got 70,000 to hold us through until the new allocation comes around. You hate to sit on a large inventory, but if we could maybe hold a little bit of that 80,000 to help as a stopgap.
I'm okay as long as it's for banks. I'm not okay with it going to sale barns. That's a cost of doing business. Buyers should pay that.
Jake?
So we have 250,000 roughly in excess authority. We're talking about spending 240. Is there anything else the department needs?
Can I just say one little thing? I've still got a long list, but
Like a
Sure you do.
shoot, or like, I don't want to
we're
spend it all
solid
in
on
one
shoot.
spot.
I would remind you that Greg Judah's on the meeting. He's listening.
Yeah.
After we make this motion, so.
Ka-ching,
Gonna have to-
Yeah,
Somebody
ka-ching
take
will
him
happen.
off real quick.
Yeah.
It is going to cost us something to get all of those tags here. So shipping is going to eat out a little bit of that 240,000.
Mr. Chair, I would also add that I would be remiss if I didn't say that Brands is trying to replace some market trucks. So we might spend some money there, but there's still 200,000 here, and I think that number will grow more. So I think we'll be able to cover some of those last minute wish list items.
I just want to make sure we didn't spend it all here and then somebody else come to us in June and say we need this.
If they come in June, it's too late. Right.
Well, and the reality is the only thing we can do at this point in time is sort of these types of purchases, because any sort of major purchase that requires us to go through the state procurement process, that's already shut off for the fiscal year. It's too late to start it. You won't get through the process before the end of the fiscal year. So it has to be these sort of ad hoc things that we can just go to the market and buy and get an invoice for right now.
Yeah. So if USDA comes up with more than we thought, we'll just have extra. There's nothing else we can do. I was thinking about a friendly amendment that would say we wouldn't spend any more than USDA kicks in, but that's not going to work because of the time frame we got. So it's got to go as is.
So Lily, are you have any more questions? You're looking like you could have a question.
No, that's just my face.
Just deep in thought. All right. Is there any other questions or comments? Hearing none. All in favor of spending 240,000 of our excess fees on a one-time purchase of Bangs yellow or orange EID tags? All in favor of that motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Okay, motion carried. All right, so with that, I guess now, thank you, Dr. Smansky.
Thank you.
And,
I did have some comments on the comparison sheets. We want to turn to page 12. Brown sheets. Essentially, I'll just try and call out some of the big numbers here on the year-to-year comparison going down column E. Personnel services, and I've said these before, so this won't be the first time you hear these, but 650,000 nearly over this time, spending more this year than last year. Essentially, that's the pay increase, a 6 to 7% pay increase is kind of what that looks like for a lot of the majority of our employees, and that'll get you, over 700,000 on the upper end. So,
and the pay increase passed the legislature for next. Is it going to be
July
very
1st,
similar?
we'll get $1 or 2.5% if you're,
Whichever side.
Wasn't that not the exact same as 2 years ago, or?
No, it was 1.5, $1.50
Or
or 4%. So
Oh,
it's
so
come
it
down
is
quite a bit.
left.
Is that signed or is that still in the file?
It is.
That's signed,
That is
yeah.
signed.
That was House Bill 13 is already signed, so it's done.
So projection would be 2/3 of that number then?
For next year? Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, I would, somewhere in that area. But that we'll get the corresponding authority increase on that too. I mean, it'll affect our cash balances for, you know, our state special revenues more so than and the federal dollars, but the cost of doing business, so. About that. So that's personnel services under operations, contracts there that we're spending 53,000 less than last year. That's essentially less testing going on in the DSA there, accounting for that number. Supplies of the lab is pushing us at that 70,000 plus over this time last year. So the cost of supplies is certainly going up. Rent dropping down to 11, that 151,000. For the most part, that is vehicles that we didn't have before. So under rent, you're paying for all of our lease vehicles, so neat inspection, brand inspection, and then any of the square footage that we have for state buildings. So the state buildings haven't changed any, not much.
So
But vehicles, we've added 3 or 4 in the meat inspection. I think
that's
we
what I
added
was gonna be my
employees.
question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we potentially will add 4 more in the
Yeah.
next biennium.
That's
because of
right.
those
we
4
did
new-
get some authority to do that.
Yeah.
That was-
in our
Thank you. That was gonna be my, because that was part of the deal, you know, that we hired people to know.
all together. Repair and maintenance, same story there. This is mostly in brands at 61, nearly 62,000. A lot of tires, and then shifting, replacing vehicles and brands is expensive because you got to replace all the lights and the radios and the graphics and stuff. So just spending, we replaced some vehicles there. That's it for operations. Equipment, you can see that big 130 or 342,000 better this year. You can see we didn't spend anything this year in equipment, so that number is really coloring, you know, any bottom line number you're trying to look at here. So I would ignore bottom line numbers for the most part because that really is playing a heavy toll. Claims for livestock loss board. I only want to point out here that it was in April of last year that we actually finished spending the first 150,000 of our allocation. So we're ahead of that timing this year. We spent it earlier, but finally that's when they had spent 150,000 was April of last year.
And-
26,000 for that
Yeah,
month.
and before you move over on that, just remember that goes back to last biennium. Legislature plopped in $150,000 of money for claims, assuming there'd be more grizzly bear damage and things coming in the future. And they plopped that in House Bill 2. Historically, Livestock Loss Board is funded by a $300,000 statutory appropriation that rolls out every year. We always, and we explained this to the Livestock Loss Board, but I want this board to understand it too, to help them to make sure that they understand why we prioritize and spend this money first. It has to do with carry forward, right? We know if we have any of this money left over, you don't get all of it moving forward. The statutory appropriation, 100% of it rolls over. So we're always going to spend this money first before we touch the statutory appropriation. And the reason I bring that up is when I go through interim budget committees, and one that I think of, Senator Janet Ellis, for example, who always looked at that number, would always be asking me, why have you, they'd be looking at statutory appropriations during interim budget committees. And she would always ask me, why have you not spent the statutory appropriation? Why have you not spent the statutory appropriation? I'm being very blunt and straightforward with you guys. I have a better answer when I'm in front of interim budget committee. But it's like, yeah, the money that you only get a third of, we're going to spend all of it. And the money that we get to keep 100% of, we're going to leave it in the bank if we don't need it. So that's how we prioritize how we pay out claims. We prioritize this fund until it's gone, and then we start going into the statutory appropriation.
Mr. Chair, I'll only bring up the transfers, line 24, that 20,000 better than this time last year. essentially, all the elk collaring got caught up in the month of April for 2024. So that number was, that's about a 200,000 swing from last month. And so it jumps out at me as a big change, but that has to do with the timing of elk collaring payment that went out last year. Then looking at the budgeted funds, 362,000 over this time last year. 275,000 of that is in meat and poultry inspection, and that kind of correlates with the federal budget that we reduced by 260,000. So general fund had to pick up the slack there. And then the lab did have more spending in the general fund, which if you look down on line 40, the diagnostic lab fees are that's pretty small increase over this time last year, and that's because we're spending general fund a little quicker this year than we did last year. Let's see, what's another big number here? Brand inspection, 186,000. I'm back to the topic of vehicles over this time last year, and then of course pay increases are in that factor too. Per capita fee, 83,000. This time last year, brands ran out of brand or per capita fee, and so we're spending less of it or more. I'm sorry, we're spending more of it this year because we still have some left there. So we're outpacing. We just have more this year in authority for per capita fee and brands, so we're spending it. Let's see, milk inspection. We're 57,000 there. That's vacancies. That occurred this year versus last year. Line 37, the federal umbrella, that $174,000 better. That's elk collaring coming into play. I think that might be it. Yeah, and then the labs that number improved by 75,000 because of spending in general funds. So. Evan's last comment at the bottom there, essentially we're at 80% complete for expenditures, and we spent 75, and we're at 79% we've expended, and we're essentially at that same rate for payroll and operations. So we're right on track. All's looking good. That is my report for the budget. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll shift to page 13. This is the grants. This is the money that's not in House Bill 2. I don't have anything really here to say other than there were no changes. We didn't have any additional grants this last month. So all your budget numbers look the same. The only thing that really moved in this last month was House Bill 10, and that's a lot of spending that occurred in 2024. House Bill 10 is our ITS budget that spans multiple years through the legislature. So we spent a lot of money. We spent 500,000 this time last year that we didn't spend this year. So that's a big move for the month. But those numbers haven't changed much other than that. That's my budget.
Yeah, and in regards to House Bill 10, we don't have much of anything left in House Bill 10 because we requested nothing for this next biennium in this version of House Bill 10.
Yeah, I would probably have about 200,000+ for the animal health software application.
That was allocated in the previous House Bill 10.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, yeah. We've expended all of our money from 2019.
Yeah. It takes a lot of years to go through that, but sometimes it's just good for the board to remember that was things that were not, maybe that was allocated and put aside 4 or 5 years ago, and we just have to go to the Legislative Finance Committee and say, we've got a bill, and they let us pay that bill, and it just kind of trickles out over time. That's a weird one because it crosses bienniums.
Anybody have any questions for?
I have a quick question. I almost don't even want to bring it up. But back before, when we were talking about milk inspection fees and before we went into the legislature, it was like we were going to have to take some of per capita money to cover that. And then inspection fees were going to stay the same to pay it back. Is that like, where are we at with that? / when can we see our inspection fees go down?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Anderson, I don't think we're anticipating the milk inspection fees with the $150,000 allocation going down. I think they're gonna stay the same. When that conversation did occur, the number that we were requesting was 300,000, was double. And, and then that got changed before it got to the legislature down to 150,000. So I think that opportunity to do anything with milk inspection fees kind of vanished in that discussion or in that transaction.
But to maybe add, Ms. Anderson, to another part of what I think you're asking is, when Brian was talking earlier, the vacancy that we had earlier this year helped us create some savings, so we didn't have to go dip into per capita fee, special revenue. Thanks to the vacancy, we're able to save our way through it and not overspend and then have to pay back.
Right.
Okay.
We're going into 2026 with no debt. In the milk inspection.
Perfect.
And you might have missed the earlier conversation, but I asked Brian about where we were going to be and if we had enough money to carry us through this biennium without showing a deficit. And he thinks even with if we fill the vacancies, we still should be close. Is that a correct statement?
Right. That 150,000 infusion will carry us through the biennium. We'll be having a conversation a year and a half from now on, or a year from now. What 28 look like.
Can't wait.
Well, but it's way better than the scenarios that could have happened.
Yeah, definitely.
And Brian just raised the depressing specter, which is we're 9 months away from talking about legislation and budget for 2029. It just keeps rolling.
All right, is there any other questions or comments on the budget? Mr. Simonson, I think you did a good job there. So in our next.
Yep, we have Dalen is out there.
Yeah.
Is he?
Yep, he's out there online.
No, just sit tight though. All right, Mr. Tidwell, are you out there?
There he's
Yes,
coming.
sir, I am.
There he is.
All right.
Hear me and see me okay?
Yes.
All right. Excellent. Mr. Chair, members of the board, it's great to be with you again. Appreciate the opportunity. I will probably make this pretty concise and to the point, just kind of doing some follow-up.
Introduce yourself, please.
On our last visit, you bet. Yes, Dalen Tidwell, State Director for USDA Wildlife Services here in Montana. Kind of leaving off where we were hanging last discussion about helicopter blades. 9.5 Tango is needing a new set of main rotor blades, which kind of came at a little bit of a weird surprise to us. I had explained to you about our plan that didn't work out quite as we needed. So we were able to, I'm reporting now that we were able to find a source for new blades for 9.5 Tango, which is a great accomplishment for us to have that. They're on order. They had them on the shelf, so we were able to get that moved forward. In the meantime, I was able to make arrangements with the ATOC, our Aviation Training Center out of Cedar City, Utah. They had a 206 that needed to be used, and I asked them to reassign that to the Billings hangar here. So we've been able to continue our operations even through this maintenance down for 9.5 Tango. We've basically been able to borrow or use that other helicopter to keep our program going. So that's huge. I don't have quite a time on the install on the blades yet, but it should come shortly. And that extra helicopter is to be here until they call for it somewhere else. So that's also a plus, that we will have a spare to rely on during maintenance shutdown on our 100 hours and 300 hours. So kind of a good win there. Another just well, within the last couple of weeks here, we had um, good news about the M44s. They are now reinstated as a tool for use. We can get back to business. We do have some recertification that's needed, and some pesticide licensing and those sorts of things getting tuned up. That to get us back in full service again. But that's huge. That's a great positive direction of to be able to have all our tools. Also, in the positive gaining ground, we were approved to hire a position, the vacant position out of Garfield County. They're kind of going one by one. I know I've got kind of a list of priorities that I had to submit to get approved, but our first one on the list that's already been announced that closes tomorrow, in fact, the 28th, 29th, excuse me, the 29th is tomorrow. But so we'll be filling that position that was vacated to the DRP/retirement. It was time for retirement, as well as this deferred resignation option that came forth with the restructuring. But so that's positive. I suspect the next ones will come trickling in as I can get approved to do it. And I mentioned to you before, well, I'm not sure if I did. We were able to assign an existing employee down to Beaverhead County, and so he is full tilt down there already. In fact, he just collared a wolf that's been causing some trouble with some sheep, and in fact, a herding dog killed a handful of sheep and a herding dog, and we've got a collar out now as of today, and so hopefully we can put an end to that pretty soon. So that's good for Beaverhead County. So right now, the only vacancy is out of Prairie County, out of Terry. We'll likely fill that position out of Glendive at some point. We do need to replace our Air National Guard position out of Great Falls. Let's see, and I think, and our wildlife disease biologist is still vacant. So those will be upcoming vacancies we hope to fill. Coming forward here next week, we've got a meeting. We kind of put it off with FWP because we really didn't know what the future of our program was going to be. Typically January we have this meeting, but we meet every year to discuss the MOU with FWP to be able to basically checks and just see how things are going out there, make sure everybody's on the same page. And so we're going to have some discussion here next week. Working through kind of a rewrite of the MOU, mostly bringing it up to speed in some legal language, some legal jargon, also updating their numbers with the minimum wolf numbers of now 450 individuals, bringing it up from the 150 and 15 breeding pairs prior now to the new approved Wildlife Commission numbers and it's so mostly it's an update, or I guess just formalities on getting our paperwork in line with the latest. There'll be some more discussion for our take as well during that process. So mostly positive. Everything's really quite well with FWP overall work. And working essentially side by side on many things. But so we keep a good positive relationship going there. MOUs with the county, stock growers and wool growers issue each year around June, the MOUs with the counties to be able to collect or agree to collect the petition funding that is paid by each county through and then collected at the county. Those MOUs are going out now in June as we speak. And I think that kind of wraps it up for business stuff. I've got a few IR numbers fiscal year so far. We've got 5 black bear investigations, 46 grizzly bear investigations, 12 mountain lion, and 38 wolf investigations thus far this fiscal year. Just to kind of keep you up on the number count on the workload, what's happening out there. And for coyotes, we're let's see, make sure I'm leading you in the right direction. About 835 hours of Hobbs time. 700 of that is direct hunting time. And overall, including our neck snares, firearms, footholds, we're looking at just over 9,500 coyotes already this year. So things are pretty busy on the coyote front. Overall, I like to say business is normal. It's not. It's still a little bit of a frustrating thing with the gaps in our HR and the restructuring that's going on administratively. But other than that, on the ground, I tell the guys just keep their head down and keep working, and so that hopefully hasn't caused too much of an impact on the ground. So I'll leave that open to any questions, of course.
So, Dalen, are you gonna have enough investigators on the ground to keep up to, say, depredation investigations in a timely manner? I guess, with the, of course, by the time we find something dead, it's usually too late anyway, but are you gonna be able to have enough people in the areas that probably are more critical to do the investigations, or is that gonna be a problem yet?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, yes, certainly. I guess just sheer numbers, we've got them all filled. The only one that's still in the wings here as far as trying to get is we have one seasonal grizzly bear specialist that, like I said, had been reassigned to a new county, and so that position has been a positive for us, and it's vacant now. We would like to fill that, certainly, but the areas that position covered was kind of like the second level for help. We still have specialists on the ground that do their normal business within those same areas. This is just an extra help up in the high country and some of these places that just take longer and more manpower to get to. So it would be nice to have that position filled, but to answer your question, I feel that we can keep up. We'll be there. Our goal, obviously, is to be there within 24 to 48 hours after the phone call, and that's what the kind of the standard expectation is.
Sure. Great.
Of those 46 grizzly bear incidents, did any of those result in removal?
Yes, the timing, in fact, just north of Avon, we removed a 430-pound adult male. It had been killing calves both last year and this year in the same area. In fact, total of eight calves. Let's see, another one, Rogers Pass area, did not come back. And then another one out of Dutton was killing pigs. It never came back, but we were trying to get some electric fence around the enclosure, the pig enclosure. So that's what I have basically right off the top of my head on the numbers for removal, or that we handled or dealt with.
Jake.
Dalen, just because I'm a curious individual, how much do helicopter rotors cost?
For an MD 500, right at $90,000.
Each, or for the pair? What are the two? I assume the two?
I'm sorry. Yes, for the set. They're about 18, almost 19,000 per blade.
Glad I don't have a helicopter.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, on your grizzly investigations, is this kind of normal, or in our area, I haven't heard quite as much discussion about problems as a lot of years. But maybe I'm missing them.
It's tracking fairly normal. I mean, we're still just getting started on the summer. So yeah, I'll say normal. It's hard to say. We always take what comes at us, but you know, there's so many components to that with amount of vegetation and timing on, you know, everything. So I like to say business is normal, but you know, every day is a new day.
Yeah. Yeah, we're all in that same kind of business.
Yep.
Normal is just whichever day of chaos you're in. So, any other questions for Alan? You're missing lunch today, but it's not Donna's lunch, so it may be not as critical as if you were not in Helena. So it'll probably be a good lunch, but maybe not quite as like Donna would have for us. So appreciate the report.
Yes. Very, very much. Thank you for your time today.
All right.
Thank you, Dale.
Okay. And so you want to give us the livestock loss and
Sure, Mr. Chair, the livestock loss report is on tab 3. There's a spreadsheet table behind the narrative, shows a total of 13 claims for calendar year, calendar year 2025. I had 6 claims in the past month, all of them for 2025. So we're just gonna start talking that calendar exclusively going forward. Livestock Loss Board met on May 1st. It was a good meeting. Came out there with some good understanding and some direction with the HR hiring especially, and what we're gonna, what our goals are, or for moving forward with grant processing. There was some good discussion around that. The grant form and everything is available. The deadline there you can see is like a couple days from now, May 31st. I've received, to date, I've received 5 grants. I think all but one from, organizations. And then I know of verbally, I've got a couple, 2 or 3 that I am expecting to come in. So we could be, for sure 7, maybe 8, and they still have a few days, so that we don't know who the stragglers are coming in. But that's looking a little better than it did the last time when I reported 0. So I'm glad at least I was wondering if the word was getting out there, but I think it did get out there. And Dale and I talked a little bit yesterday, and this money that's out there from Heart of the Rockies for prevention, he's like, that's what he's hearing on the ground is that there's a lot of money being thrown around for prevention, and so we should expect our recipients to be down this year compared to previous years. And then lastly, I guess just the legislation was approved for the bison and the black bears, and our wildlife, Dalen's office helped out in the wildlife service reports and applications that go out to all the claimants. Those have been updated to reflect bison and black bears now. So we're moving forward with the current system. That's my report for Livestock Loss Board.
okay. Any questions?
Mike, did we take a position on the black bear bill?
No, we didn't take a position on it.
Whenever I was asked, I just repeated what Dalen's reports have been, that the increase that he was seeing in depredation was coming from black bears, more so than the species that we were already paying. So if any of them asked, so that's where the depredation is. I guess that's good that we're going to compensate for them. And it's not the fact that we just do have the money. Livestock Loss Board, I shouldn't say us, Livestock Loss Board has the money to compensate for that loss. I think
it was hard. Yeah, it was impossible to build a fiscal note that actually showed, when we have so much that hasn't been spent over the last 5 years. So it was there was no compelling fiscal reason
to oppose any addition to. All right, well, with that, we're gonna break for lunch, and I think we're gonna just use the schedule. We're gonna come back at 1 because we need to keep the afternoon fairly tight on schedule if we can for the discussion on the hearing yesterday. So with that, we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock.
And we're off mute.
This meeting's called to order, and the first order of business is meat, milk, and egg. Is Alicia gonna?
Alicia, I believe, is on. I see her on there. She's off mute. There she is.
All right,
I
Alicia.
am,
All right.
I am here. I don't know if the background noise is a lot or not.
You sound good.
Okay, perfect. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alicia Love. I'm the Meat, Milk, and Egg Inspection Bureau Chief. I have a pretty short itinerary for you guys today. I just wanted to give an update on the conference that Jay Nelson attended for ASMID, April 28th and 29th. Some of the high points were just discussing the uncertainty of the funding of the meat inspection programs. That was discussed quite a bit. There's going to be some modernization of inspection within PHIS, our computer program. But that is going to be happening in 2026. And then Jay also was able to listen to a pretty interesting conversation about PFAS. Those are those forever chemicals that are like in water and stuff. And Maine gave a presentation on how they're trying to come up with ways to minimize their presence in waters that are used in meat processing plants. So I know that that's something that is being looked at on the regulatory side. So that was kind of an interesting topic as well. So those are kind of the high points. And that's kind of all I had for general updates for the board today.
There was an article in one of the farm magazines just here this last month about the forever chemicals in some area that they have water issues. So that's kind of timely, I guess.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll mention it is kind of close to home. They found a well in Kalispell. This has been probably a year and a half ago that they found PFAS within that well, and there were some dairies and other things that were close to there, and it prompted a conversation about how that affected surrounding operations that might have similar issues if they were operating off well water. At the current time, I think that's probably what they were talking about, and Maine's probably been ahead of the game on it, trying to figure out what to do about it, because it's one of those things, if you find them everywhere, how do you then regulate that if you choose to regulate that, and what are the consequences of that? I know in Maine, in the dairy industry, Lily's probably familiar with this, that they found them in milk in some dairies in Maine, and I think they shut those dairies down for a while. I'm not saying that's our response, but it's something that's on the horizon that we definitely need to be paying more attention to.
So is our milk routinely tested for something like that, or what? How did they discover that?
We currently do not test for PFAS in milk. And we were asked if we could test dairies that were around the affected well in Kalispell, and we chose to not participate in that process because we didn't see any value to it. Because if we had found PFAS in milk, what do we do about it? We have no regulatory structure. We have nothing that we theoretically can do about it, but yet the public concept of that creates uncertainty. And so we were just trying to, I did not, it's kind of one of those things that you don't want to know what you don't want to know till it's time to know it, if that makes any sense. So that's kind of the attitude I took towards it when it happened here in Montana.
So, Mike, Is there anything that you want to add after your conversation this morning? That's it?
No, nothing appropriate for today.
So anything else, Alicia, that you'd like to share with the board?
I think that is all I have for today. No out of state travel requests this go around. I'll give you a break on those for this month. So I think we're getting ready for fair slaughter season. Right now our staffing is looking great, and we had our training at the beginning of May that I thought went really, really well. So knocking on wood over here, it's looking like we should have a pretty smooth summer.
Very good. Does anybody else have any questions for Alicia? Lily, do you have anything? Or William, if you're on?
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Love. And so.
All right.
Mute her.
Excuse me.
Okay, so Dr. Judah.
Dr. Judah is on.
All right, Dr. Judah, if you'd like to come on and introduce yourself, please.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I can. Very, very loud and clear.
Awesome. I just had to shut my door because my most boisterous employee started up a conversation out in the hallway, so I didn't want to distract too much. For the record, my name is Greg Judah, the director of the Montana Veterinary Diagnostic Lab in Bozeman. I have been instructed by Tani to keep this brief, so I'll try to do her wishes. Today's agenda item, I only have one for you. I just wanted to bring you up to speed on what we put into the financial plan for our fiscal 25 NALM infrastructure grant, which had two components. One was the NALM infrastructure component was roughly $150,000 of this grant, and then about $129,000 was comprised of farm bill funding. Interestingly, the farm bill funding component had some stipulations on what it could be used for, and those included meeting the responsibilities of a level 2 laboratory through support of personnel such as salaries and benefits, overtime or on-call, training opportunities, and travel to trainings or meetings. So with that in mind, while we don't normally supplement salaries and benefits for the lab with NALM funding, because we tend to not want to take a hit for the indirect costs that's negotiated through our NICRA contract. We did put in roughly $73,500 of salaries for lab personnel and the associated almost $28,000 in personnel benefits. And then the remainder, we put $12,000 of the rest of that grant towards travel for the AABLD annual meeting and some NALM scope training, which I'll have an out-of-state travel request for the NALM scope training for you at the next board meeting. For the $150,000 of infrastructure funding, we put in a piece of equipment, which is an extraction unit, the Kingfisher Duo Prime. That will be placed within our BSL-3 area in the new laboratory building. So that's nice that we'll be able to do extractions in there and fund it with some NALM funds. We also had what we list as supplies. I consider it equipment but NALM considers it supplies because it's less than $10,000. These were actually removed from the fiscal 24 financial plan and just put back into the fiscal 25 as we had to shift some funds around. Then we had a big bucket of contractual expenses. This is related to the service contracts. And I would like to point out that I did make a mistake when I submitted this plan, and everyone that reviewed it missed it as well, including the NALM program office. because I do have 2 identical line items for the pipette calibration clinic to the tune of $6,300. That calibration clinic is actually occurring right now as we speak in the prep room. They're calibrating all our pipettes. So that'll free up some money to put towards something else in this plan. And I'll just submit a financial plan revision request sometime within the next year to accomplish that. And then the final line item we had in here was 3 site visits from our LIMS vendor, Advanced Technology Corporation, who they do the work on site for a week and generally make improvements to our LIMS system to enhance operations. So that's that line item for $34,500. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions related to this financial plan that you may have, or take any, constructive or otherwise feedback.
Have any questions for Dr. Judah? I guess, Dr. Judah, we went through the financials earlier today, and as it's not uncommon, it looks like your lab is always either right close to break even or maybe a little under. And I'm just wondering a lot about lab fees when you make the move next year. Are you looking at maybe having to increase lab fees in order to balance your budget with the increase of, notice that costs are increasing?
Mr. Chairman, it's a great question, and yes is the answer. I do plan to have a proposed rule change for your review at the next meeting. We are finalizing our recommended changes, and what that'll constitute is the CWD increase test fee that we discussed last meeting, after reviewing kind of the operations for CWD testing and costs. And then we're going to propose a 3% across the board increase for testing, with the exception of our DSA brucella testing, which will remain the same, which is okay. I think we're pretty close on that because we did an original cost analysis. I will mention that the kits have gone up slightly in price for brucella testing. We haven't made any adjustments since that occurred, but we're seeing price increases across the board at vendors ranging from about 3 to 5% annually. And I've got a stack of letters from vendors that I'm kind of holding on to that gives me confidence that the 3% that we're going to request in increases is not unreasonable relative to our supply cost increases.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, if I could, I just want to make sure I clarify something you said and make sure everybody understands the lab is not a break-even operation, because I'm looking at the total budget figure. So the budget expenditures, like for fiscal year 25, is a little over $3.2 million. We probably expect to collect 1.5 to 1.6 million in fees. So just always remember there is a component of the lab that is paid for by per capita fee and general fund. So the lab does not break even on fees alone. That it is subsidized through per capita fee and general fund for certain types of work they do. I just want to make sure that we didn't, because that would create a whole new expectation for Dr. Judah to figure out how to raise $3.2 million of revenue versus $1.6 million revenue. So, yeah.
I guess
good point, Mike.
I apologize for that misleading statement, but I think Dr. Judah and I were on basically the same page as far as where I was going with it, but I stand corrected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Judah, this is Eric Moore. I'm sure you've told us this before, but we had a instance last fall in the southeastern corner of the state with it turned out to be a sort of a new metamorphosis variant of a hemolytica bug that got into a cow herd in the southeast corner and was pretty nasty bug. And I was talking to the producer that suffered through it, and they went to out-of-state labs because they had some Dakota vets working on it because he's right on the border, and it was taking a turnaround time. So I guess my question is, I mean, when we get fully up and going in the new lab, do you anticipate the turnaround time for samples to improve over where we are today?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moore, I don't really see a significant impact on turnaround times just based on new facilities. Now, if it's a question of whether or not we can offer additional testing, that's certainly within the realm of possibility. So if it's something we're not currently performing that there's a demand for, we should be able to take that on if we can make a business case to bring it up and running. The other thing is that there's been some more regional collaboration as part of a federal effort to kind of group laboratories within certain regions. So we're kind of in the northwest corner, you know, the country, and they placed a they call them an NBAF fellow, which is the new national facility at Washington State, and this individual's been kind of coordinating some of these different outbreak scenarios to try to better assess what threats may be out there and what we can do to address them, in a more collaborative way. So there's some movements towards that. Certainly, we're always open to feedback. If we need to pick up testing of a different kind, I would encourage you to reach out to the lab. You can reach out to me. I'll get you in touch with the veterinarians that work here, and we can assess it.
Thank
Can
you.
I piggytail on Dr. Judah's answer? That
Maybe for the record, just so we know who's speaking.
Yep, absolutely. So Tanya Shumansky, Animal Health Bureau. That outbreak in east Montana, there was a similar one in central Montana. And I guess I know that the conversation regarding turnaround time at our diagnostic lab is something that kind of commonly crops its head up as far as the conversation. And we actually, on a very separate case, just came to an answer for a veterinarian that's been working on a group of animals that have had some like nasal vesicles, I think for 3-4 months now. And the problem has been much more substantially ongoing. And a lot of times on those diseases, when it's not like the most common pathogen, like you collect samples after a necropsy, submit tissue from the lungs, and they're able to initially culture that pathogen. It's kind of a stepwise process, and because so often the economics of the amount of money that they're spending at the diagnostic lab on those tests, it's a stepwise fashion of like, what's the most logical explanation, and then what's the next most logical explanation, or where do I go to find the lab that will do this particular test that I'm seeking. And so in defense of South Dakota's lab, I know that's the lab that was being used there. A lot of times it's the stepwise fashion that I can certainly understand for the producer is very frustrating on not getting those results back, but it wasn't ever because somebody wasn't working on it. We were in frequent communication with those veterinarians trying to help kind of navigate what tests should happen next or what path to take forward, and I know how frustrating that was. But I do think that sometimes the diagnostic process, when it's not an obvious pathogen, will take time to give an answer.
Okay, that answer your Jay.
So we've heard about turnaround time a lot. So in that situation where South Dakota was doing the testing, because we're growing that pathogen, right? They can't do it any faster than we can. We can't do it faster than they can, correct?
Correct.
Most of these tests are going to take the same amount of time no matter what lab you go to.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Fettis, yes. In most instances, yes. If you're comparing like the culture out of lung tissue and then identification of that isolate, that's going to be across the board. For example, that vesicular case that I was talking about, Dr. Schwartz, before she left, looked at labs all across the country to find a lab that had kind of a panel of tests that would cause these symptoms. And we ended up forwarding the sample there. They ran their panel. And so they could do it faster than we could because we honestly don't have that test. So there's always going to be some variability, but for a lot of things, if you're comparing apples to apples, it's the same turnaround time.
Well, that's all I wanted to get out there, because I hear that quite often from producers, that our lab is slower than other labs. And no, it's not really on most of these tests, because they take the same amount of time no matter where they're being done.
I would agree with that. And Greg, please can add to this here. We struggle with the postal service and delivery time to the diagnostic lab. And so we do a lot of messaging to veterinarians in the state to try and use either UPS or FedEx for shipment of those samples. And so there are some variables that you can't change. I know that a lot of veterinarians in East Montana will go to like the Dakota, either the labs in the Dakotas or even down to Colorado State, because just logistically the shipping is so much shorter than it is to come back to Bozeman, oddly enough. And so there's some of those things that we can't overcome.
Do you have anything to add to that, Dr. Judah?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, yeah, I agree with Tani on that. You know, a fairly substantial proportion of our complaints for testing turnaround usually involve the United States Postal Service. You know, people call up, where's my results? And we haven't even received the samples yet because they're sitting somewhere. And then sometimes they never arrive. Sometimes they arrive 3 weeks later. Unfortunately, as you know, as Tani pointed out, there are areas in the state where they can't realistically drop off at a UPS drop center or FedEx. For example, we had a vet reach out from Phillipsburg recently, and the closest drop off is Anaconda. So that's a tough situation and unfortunate, but fortunately for us, they still use the lab, which is good. They're just looking for a better shipping solution.
Yes.
Well, I guess I just copy on what Jake said. Right, wrong, or different. It's probably something we need to communicate that, yeah, don't trust the post office, which everybody understand that. If it's a big enough case, get in the pickup and drive it there yourself. But that is a misconception, because I hear that a lot in my part of the world too. It's too slow. It's too slow. Fort Collins is way faster. Brookings is way faster. So
Well,
right, wrong, or different. That thought is out
Yeah,
there.
no, that perception is there,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, another
yes,
one is,
yes.
we've been shipping in semen for horses and stuff. FedEx, boy, it's not necessarily the fastest either. You know, if you're getting close to the weekend, and of course, everything on that is it's timed. I mean, you know, you're taking ultrasounds a week, semen a day from now, or whatever. So the FedEx during the normal part of the week, it works fine. But if it's toward the weekend or if it's a holiday, don't figure on you. It's hard because that's a lot of time the only way you're going to get it done. But it's something to think of. UPS seems to be a little bit better in state.
In state, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
And FedEx, you always have to check the weather in the southeast United States because everything goes through their hub there. And I've lost samples to that.
Well, and the other issue is emotions. When any of us have calves dying or cows dying, the results can't come fast enough. And we just all get thinking that, you know, if I'd have said it somewhere else, it would have come faster. Probably not, but that's just the emotions of the situation, and we all realize that.
And your vet has to do their part.
Mm-hmm.
I'm calling for results on my test so I can move cattle out of the DSA and not hearing anything. So I stopped to see Dr. Judah and he had them. That just hadn't got around to sending them to me.
So
Kind of needed.
Yes.
just on that, Dr. Jude, for me as a producer and telling other people, I mean, if we had, God forbid, a deal like that next fall and the vet pulls samples, I'm gonna get in the pickup and drive to Bozeman. I may get there at 1 o'clock in the morning. I assume there's a place I can drop them off.
Yes, there is.
Okay.
It will be a better facility shortly. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, here's a prime example. I had a deal going through some calves this spring, and that vet come out, we took some samples, and he says, oh, I'll get it to the lab. And I said, well, how long is it gonna take you? Well, I got another stop over here, and then I got to stop at the clinic. It'll be 3 or 4 o'clock. I said, I am 25 minutes from the lab. And I zipped them in there, dropped them off, and it was a pain for me because the vet could have, but it was the way it had to be. I mean, sometimes you got to figure out a solution to the problem.
Mm-hmm. So that's right. So is there anything else you'd like to share with us, Dr. Judah?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I guess I'll cut it there. And don't really have much other than I'm pretty excited about the building. Got a chance to take my parents and my twins through on a tour last Thursday, which was cool. So I think the kids just like wearing hard hats, but you know, and a lot's happened since I was last in there in just a couple weeks. So we're pretty excited.
That's what I think. Dr. Smansky, you took a tour recently, didn't you?
Yes, and it's impressive. It really, like almost staggering to see the difference between the old lab and what we're going to.
Jake, the old lab is old, right?
Very old. Very old. Like somebody else.
How old is it?
It wasn't.
All right, I think it's time to move on. All right. So, thank you, Dr. Judah.
Thank you.
You missed lunch,
Oh,
and we had plenty.
I still have yet to get there, but I'll do that now.
Okay. All right. And looks like you're ready, Dr. Szymanski. So you want to introduce yourself again for the record?
Good afternoon, board. Tony Szymanski, State Veterinarian, Administrator of Animal Health and Food Safety. I just have two maybe brief updates for you, and then Dr. Peterson had included a little bit of information from the training that she attended in Lansing, Michigan, early there in April. She is not able to be on the meeting right now as she's going through another virtual training that USDA is putting on. They seem to be coming back to back right now. So if the board has any specific questions based upon Dr. Bernay's information that she provided, I'm happy to get that information to you. But like I said, she's not here to answer those questions. I think just in general, it was a great training in the sense that they went through a couple different scenarios. The ICS structure or incident command system is kind of a nationwide template of how to manage emergency events. And if everybody learns the structure, then it doesn't matter what scenario you put into play. You just follow the structure, and everybody can work through that uniformly. And that allows us to borrow somebody that maybe does logistics or finance on a forest fire to be able to help us out and do logistics for an animal health emergency. So this was a great opportunity for her to see it used for, I think they did an oil spill. I don't remember what the middle event was. And then they worked into like a disease-centered event. So great opportunity to learn the system and then some great networking as well.
So before you leave that, and Mr. Moore didn't ask it, but we've had conversations in the past about, folks who want to know what is the department doing, right? We're kind of quiet sometimes about what we're doing in terms of animal health disease preparedness because we just do it. But that can leave an impression to the folks out in the country that I don't see the Department of Livestock doing anything. So what's it doing to get itself prepared? This is a great example of the ICS training to be able to use an incident command structure to handle a foreign animal disease outbreak. And it's not just the vets. I have been trained to ICS 300. I probably need a refresher. I'm probably out of date, but I have been trained. Most all of our district investigators have been trained. Some of our market supervisors have been trained. I know when Jay was still working with stock growers, we brought him in and he watched some things we were doing over at Disaster and Emergency Services because I was trying to get folks in that role. Maybe I need to get the new EVP of stock growers over to see and new president. Yeah, see if we can get them over to see what we're doing. But because I wanted to get that word out of like, these are things we're doing internally to get our staff prepared and the more people, for example, with having all those staff trained at that level, that means if something's happening in Southeast Montana, we have all our employees out there trained, ready to get plugged into the ICS system. And these are things we probably don't share enough outwardly and publicly so that people know that there's lots of things every day going on in our office and in our building with our staff with regards to getting ourselves prepared to handle a foreign animal disease outbreak if we have to. And we probably should share that more, but I thought that was a great opportunity. It's good to get her up to speed because she's a new staff member, but just pointing out that we have dozens of staff members that we have put through ICS training to that 300 level. And I think we have some that are above 300.
Correct.
So and that's a certification that comes from FEMA, right?
Yeah.
Right. So FEMA provides that. So I have a certificate. I probably am ready for a refresher and update, but even I have my FEMA certificate that I've been trained to the 300 level on incident command structure. So.
Yeah, and we're working on the ICS 300. There's some precursors that you have to take before you get to the 300 level. 300, 400, kind of the standard of most positions as a kind of a minimum of what you should have. 1, 2, 7, 8 can all be done online. 300, 400 have to be in-person classes. They typically take about 2 days and a lot more preparation. They're offered periodically throughout the state by DES or kind of local groups. And so we provide all of that information to district investigators in particular, since they serve so much as our field capacity in the department. And then we work with DES. We hope that maybe in the next year or so, we'll do a livestock specific ICS 300 training where we can bring a lot of our staff in and have kind of a holistic conversation that I think helps us as well. Just 2 diseases to discuss today. One is brucellosis. Just some updates on kind of conversations that are happening on the landscape. As Mike referenced earlier, we've been talking about the 2026 captures for a couple different reasons. We tried to have those planned out at least a year in advance. Historically, where we're almost at the 2-year in advance mark, and it seems like because of some recent disconnects, we've fallen behind on that. So we're trying to get back on schedule there.
Now you're talking about bison in the park. Is that
What's that?
capture?
This is capturing elk, live elk captures of elk.
Okay.
And Fish, Wildlife, and Parks has to sign their contracts with the helicopter crews that come in and do those captures by end of summer. And so we need to get our game plan going forward. We recently met with staff from Fish, Wildlife, and Parks to get input from biologists and others at FWP to look at some of the most recent captures, some of the oldest captures, some of the capture areas where we see a lot of movement between populations where there are positives and there are negatives. And from that, we identified 5 priority areas that we're looking for either 2026 or one of the subsequent years beyond. And so those areas are the Crow Reservation, which would be the northern extent of the Big Horn Mountains here in Montana, the southern Tendoys down along the Idaho-Montana border. Idaho Fish and Game has actually expressed interest in collaborating with Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks on a capture in that area because they have found some positives on the Idaho side of the line that are also outside of their DSA. I'm not familiar with these areas as well, but the Greeley Boulder River area, which I believe is just outside of the DSA, west of the Park County line, just south of the interstate. The Beartooth area, which was kind of the Red Lodge Clark Fork area that gets down into some elk populations that we share with Wyoming. And then the last one would be going to the Tobacco Roots. If you look at the map of the designated surveillance area, we kind of have we kind of are starting to wrap around the Tobacco Roots, and all of the captures that we've done in the Tobacco Roots have been negative, but it's hard to believe that kind of with positives all around that we're not starting to see some incursions there. So
The Greeley Boulders on the east side of the park.
on the east side, yes,
Yeah, I
thank
was
you,
gonna
sorry.
say,
South of Big
that's-
Timber.
Yeah.
So those are the areas that we're looking at. As I've previously mentioned before the board, we're starting to get into areas where the landowner parcels are a little bit smaller, and so helicopter captures may not be as effective. So we're going to start doing some, trying to deploy some hunter harvest to get those samples where we can, just to make sure that we're accomplishing surveillance. One of the other things is that with the delisting of brucellosis in December, USDA was finally able to catch up on all of their whole genome sequences. So those are all of the isolates from any brucella that we've cultured out of either domestic livestock here in the state, elk, wild bison, whatever it might be. And we got, I think we got 8 isolates returned to us this year that provided us some new information that we haven't had about the disease on the landscape in a while. And it was a lot of good information, but it left us with a couple of questions that we can't answer. And so another thing that we'll be trying to do in the years going forward is working to get some more brucella isolates out of elk in particular. We're looking at the Gallatin County area to just get more current information about what the disease is doing in those animals. And then the last thing maybe on the brucella front is several years ago, there was a group that was called, Burger, and I don't know exactly what the acronym stood for, but it had to do with research, brucellosis, elk, just a collaboration that included the 3 GYA states animal health officials, the 3 GYA states wildlife groups, some folks from USGS, USDA, some of the diagnostic labs in those respective states. And it was an annual discussion where everybody got together and talked about what was happening as far as research. Some of those individuals have been since pulled away to do research on things like CWD that has made a substantial presence in our states. And so now with the delisting of brucellosis, none of us are under the impression that all of a sudden a tremendous amount of funding is going to come into the arena of brucellosis research, but the barriers to conducting brucellosis research are lower. And so the intent is to bring together a very similar group of individuals to have conversations about what are our needs and what are our high priority areas. Some of those lists have already been established over the years, but we'll try and kind of brush them off and keep moving those forward so that any brucellosis research that does happen is really kind of hopefully high yield outcomes for us that we can utilize in managing the disease. So looking forward to hopefully getting that kicked off this summer. I don't have anything else on brucellosis unless the board has any questions. I can.
Yes, sir.
Delisted as brucellosis delisted from what?
From the Department of Homeland Security select agent list.
Okay.
So post 9/11, DHS, Department of Homeland Security, built this list of potential terrorist agents, and there's a whole host of diseases on there. And that by being on that select agent list, your ability to work with that disease agent in a laboratory setting is very restricted. There's controls on kind of keeping track of it, how you dispose of it. And so where brucellosis research requires large ungulates, and you typically need large numbers of those animals to do research, all of that had to be done indoors. And that was really prohibitive to try and do any research on cattle. So thank you for that question.
Yes.
And then also on brucella, have we learned anything from APHIS or USDA since our last meeting about the RB51 vaccine production? Why are there any plans to diversify and manage risk a little bit because it's only made in one factory in the solar system and one fire and we're right back in our veins?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Moore, I have not heard anything additional from USDA on that front. I don't remember if I mentioned this in the last meeting or not, but there is another manufacturer of the vaccine internationally. And so there have been some conversations about how the US company and that international company could kind of help if we ever saw that disruption again. Interestingly enough, we've been doing a little bit of office shifting in Helena, and we've cleaned out an old cabinet that has some historical brucellosis files in it. And I found a memo from the 1990s where there was a shortage of the brucella vaccine. Similar kind of thing, the manufacturer got behind on it. And so it seems like it's not an infrequent problem. I've never found any documentation of them going offline, but occasionally those disruptions where they get behind in that critical time of year. So hopefully the international conversation will continue.
Where's the other plant?
That was really my question.
Well, I want to say that it was,
Spain.
I was thinking Israel or Spain, kind of somewhere in that neck of the woods, if I remember correctly.
Israel, no risk there. I'm sure that's
Yeah.
more of a safe.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll add to that after
God,
Mr. Moore's confirmation, and I had brought up the value that he had brought to the board in the short time he had been on there, and had brought this to our attention, and had gotten some regulatory relief for producers and some other things. And I touted that, and I didn't know that that would land on one of our legislators as hard as it did. So I didn't mention in my legislative update, but we did get a resolution, a joint resolution from Senator Willis Curdy to send a letter to USDA and Congress urging them to act on this. So I'm sure they're going to be getting right on it. But that did pass, and so I'm assuming the legislature is sending that letter. So I'm not just mentioning that.
And it will fall on ears that are wide open.
You betcha.
But that is, I do know that that's one thing that happened after Mr. Moore's confirmation hearing, that we had one legislator who heard what we were saying and did try to do something that they could in their power about it. So that joint resolution did pass and signed by leadership. So they'll be, the principal players will be getting a letter that they need to diversify that production or have some fail safes in place. So
Yeah, Spain, if it's in Spain, that gives me a lot more confidence
Yeah.
than if it's in.
Well, it's something we need to stay in touch of, because if we have enough Brucella next fall, we'll forget about it and go on to the next thing. And then all of a sudden, like I said, anything in the world can burn down. All it takes is one spark. And I still don't like the idea of having all our eggs in one basket. So it's probably not that important to people in Missouri or Oklahoma, but those of us around the GYA are going to have to stay on top of it.
So speaking of another country producing Brucella, where is Brucella or brucellosis active in the world besides?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, much of the world, to be honest, and not just Brucella abortus, but in particular Brucella melitensis. And those two diseases are very closely related, or those two species are very closely related. And so both zoonotic, both capable of infecting several of the same ruminant species. We use the same diagnostic test for both of those diseases. And so generally speaking, if you're doing research just on Brucella melitensis and you make gains on it, there's chances that abortus can gain from it and vice versa. So that vaccine that's used in other parts of the world is used to protect both against Brucella abortus and melitensis.
Okay. I guess I should check with Lily or William. Do you have any questions on Brucella or brucellosis with Dr. Smansky?
I'm all set. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Lily.
The next item is just brief, continuing to keep an eye on the New World screwworm movement in Mexico. The last tally that I had, which is 7 days old, is that Mexico was at 1,644 cases. They seem to have new cases coming on kind of at the maybe 100 to 200 per week. So we're probably up over 1,700 by this point in time. Ongoing conversations within the U.S. Besides what's been communicated by USDA as far as their ongoing efforts and commitment to expand a fly production or reinvigorate a fly production facility down in Mexico. There's a lot of conversation here in the U.S. about if we do get a detection in one of the, ideally the southern states, what controls the state animal health officials in those respective states will put into place. And if we can get sufficient controls in place in those impacted areas, do other states have to put additional control measures in place? Ideally, if the work is done locally, it prevents those individuals that are trying to move animals out from dealing with so many different regulations. That's something that we've worked really hard with on our brucellosis program as well. We want our DSA producers to only have to deal with our regulations, not 49 other states. So there have been conversations about what size a control area should be, within how many days of movement a CBI should be issued, whether every animal that leaves a control area should be treated prophylactically or not. There's different perceived efficacies for the different dewormers and how long they're effective. And so do we need to take that into consideration? If animals have open wounds, should they be allowed to move outside of those areas? Parasites can get into areas like the sheath of a horse, Should all horses have to be sedated so that you can get them to extend, so that you can examine that? What do you do about pets, wildlife in all of those areas? And so just ongoing conversations to try and come up with a guidance document that all states can work from to have some sort of cohesiveness in our response.
So last time we had in the United States an outbreak, what states were affected?
Mr. Chair, the last time that we had an outbreak in the US, it was the Florida Keys, and it was deer on the Florida Keys. And because they were an island with only one point of land access between the Keys and the US, they just put control points in on that one road. And so everything that came out of the Keys had to be inspected out to control that. And then they were using sterile flies, and they were actually treating the key deer to get rid of that. So that maybe is not the best example unless that's where we happen to get it again. But Florida does have a lot of documentation for kind of what worked in that instance and what doesn't. And then Texas, who has had the cattle fever tick program for however many years, the template for the cattle fever tick program is actually also relatively, can be translated a little bit into New World screwworm response.
Yeah, yes, Jake.
So we've talked about FMD, swine flu, all kinds of things, and how fast it moves. How fast would screwworm move? And I know we talked a little bit yesterday because it doesn't just have to go from cow to cow, any mammal to move it. Didn't you say it's found to hawk with it or something?
Found a hawk with it in Mexico, which is
So
a little bit terrifying.
Potentially it could spread really fast.
Yeah,
Right.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Fettis, essentially, right, as fast as you can move animals in a trailer, you could spread the disease around the landscape. If you had a single infected animal that was brought into an area, for that animal to generate the next generation of New World screwworms, that life cycle takes about 21 days. So, and you could maybe shave like 5 or 6 days off of that life cycle, depending on how old the flies or the larvae in that wound were when they arrived.
So this may be good. So let's say that animal came in infected, and you say it's a 21-day cycle. So you have to have a male and a female fly. So are they both produced in that infected animal so that the propagation?
Yes, so Mr. Chair, members of the board, so that, let me see how to explain this. So if that animal was already infected, that would mean that viable eggs had been laid inside of that wound in that animal. And then those eggs would hatch, would become larvae that would spend approximately 7 days destroying the live tissue of that animal. Then they mature to their next phase where they fall out of that wound and they'll burrow down into the ground, and they spend the next 7 days there before they erupt from that, what they call the pupa stage, to become flies. And then they're viable flies, and that would be both male and female flies. And so they could interbreed with each other to produce your next generation of viable New World screwworm.
That's exactly what I was, go ahead.
If we were to get an infection like in Montana or in the northern states, will they survive a winter?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Moore, no, they will not.
Okay.
So any detection here in Montana should be finite because of cold weather.
But when you bring one in your carry-on dog, that kind of stuff is what a bigger chance I think some of the time. Think that people, well, we're gonna go to Montana, we're taking our dog with us.
Yes,
There's
Mr. Chair.
all those kind of possibilities.
Mr. Redfield, absolutely. There's been a fair amount of communication through USDA, through the Center of Disease Control, which controls small animal imports into the United States. Even the Department of Homeland Security, an individual, like a human, could bring this into the country if they had a wound that had an opportunity to have eggs laid into it. So there's a lot of different potential vectors that could move this around the landscape.
Well, the reason I'm thinking about that is was an article on TV that where they're bringing the dogs in, pets to adopt. And I'm going, whoa, they're bringing them from Texas, they're bringing them from wherever. Makes you wonder, because Montana seems to have less adoptable dog dealers. They're bringing all kinds of them in.
It's back to our Brucella conversation with Brucella canis and things we were dealing with shelter dogs for a while.
Yeah. Is this susceptible to ivermectins and pyrethrins, or do we? I wonder how resistant it is to ivermectins, like a lot of the stuff is.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Moore, ivermectins are listed as one of the effective treatments. Some of the recent information that's coming out of Mexico, however, suggests that it's not as effective as we would like it to be. So we're looking at some other classes that will be recommended.
Great.
The other point, without a host to carry it, how far will the flies travel themselves?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Richmond, I believe it's 200 yards is what they figure the range that any fly would have.
So that means when you're dropping sterile flies, you gotta drop them every 200 yards around the infected area to try and.
Yeah, it's a really prescriptive area where they make those flight paths.
Something simple that turns into a very complicated situation.
Wow. So does it sound like Mexico's going to open anytime soon? Or we will open a Mexican feeder cattle anytime soon?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Moore, I think that the plan is, and I'm sure you're aware of this, the plan is to reassess on a monthly basis. And I think that unless there's some progress, and I would define progress as stopping the northward movement of it, or even pushing it further to the south, unless there's some other compelling factor like markets, animal welfare, whatever it might be, I don't expect that border is going to open anytime soon.
And it's entirely closed, right? You can't take a load of Mexican feeder cattle and treat them or test them and get them across. Nobody comes across regardless.
No rope steers.
No.
Yeah.
I knew that'd break your heart.
Not that I took any flack on that one.
You took any abuse on your war on rope and steers.
So, Lily, do you have any questions for Dr. Smatsky? Is William on?
No, I do not see William.
Okay. Well, I'm not hearing anything from Lily, so Dr. Smansky, thank you.
Excellent, thank you, Board.
And with that, we're pretty close to on schedule, so we're just gonna break until 2:15. And when we come back, we will go into discussion of the hearing yesterday. And we will, our legal counsel will be up here at that time, and we'll go through how we're gonna handle it. So that, thank you.
All right, recording's back started.
Okay, I'm going to call this meeting back to order, and the next item on the agenda is the Dillon Livestock Public Contested Hearing decision. And the hearing was held yesterday, and anything that will enter into the decision today is anything that was entered into evidence yesterday. And along with that, anything that was discussed at the prior board meeting was entered into evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, it's part of the administrative record.
Okay. And we do not need a motion because we have actually, the next item would be what do you call it?
Written
Yes, we need a written final order.
Final order that will then, once we have a written final order, that would be what would be an action item. We would need to take action on that.
And
so
Lindsay,
today we're looking for consensus at least to give council direction of what we want that final order to look like.
So with that expectation, just be prepared that we may have to pull you together once she has a chance to write up the final order to actually notice it and take action sometime middle of next week at the earliest, right? Because of where we're already at in this week.
But that one can be
Just for a
done
Zoom meeting.
soon, yes.
Yeah, just
Just
we'll
has
just
to be
do it.
noticed as a regular.
Yeah.
Notice process. Okay. With that,
Oh, I was gonna say, no, I was like, Mr. Chair, I was just gonna say, I know Mr. Moore had asked for us to sort of walk through the statutes setting up the regulation of livestock markets and their operations, and then the rules, just to get grounded in legally what is required, legally why do we care, why are we working on this? So I don't know how you want to proceed.
well, I can
out of-
read the statute that Ms. Simon
That'd be
shared
great.
with me, and I tried to skim it, but the pertinent part, the first part of this, it's the title is hearing on application for certificate and decision. And
What's the title, the number?
okay, it's 81-8-252. And the first section is who gets notice, basically. And it's all of the various parties that should get notice of this particular hearing. Are you able to pull that up, Mike?
I
And
can.
I'll just read the section that seems to fit as close to anything of what we're trying to accomplish here. If after the hearing on the application, the department finds from the evidence that the public convenience and necessity require the authorization of the proposed livestock market, a certificate must be issued to the applicant. So this is for a new market, but it would be a new market would need a sale date. So anyway, this is what it says. In determining whether public convenience and necessity require the livestock market, the department shall give reasonable consideration to the service rendered by other existing livestock markets in this state and the effect on them if the proposed livestock market is authorized, and shall give due consideration to the likelihood of the proposed service being permanent and continuous throughout 12 months of the year. And that's what the statute says. So, and I don't know, is there any other statute that would be applicable?
I am not aware of
Simon?
any other statute that would be directly applicable to the standard to apply in this case.
I'm just glancing through 81-8-252. It's the next one. Give me just a minute.
252 is what I read.
I thought you were 251.
I'm pulling up
I read 252-2.
because I think most of this is actually within the rule related to the statutes.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you what rules do we have that applicable? So I read two,
Okay.
The rules tend to address procedures more than substantive standards to apply.
That's change of ownership, sorry. Changes in operation. So the big thing here is that I'll read this. I think we talked about this last time. This is, and you see this ties to 81-8-231 in statute. That's the implementing statute. Been in effect since
231?
Yes, been in effect since 1977. That says well, let's go backwards. Let's do this in order. So the enabling statute is 88-8-231, which is in the duties of department when it comes to the marketing statute. So the department shall supervise and regulate livestock markets and livestock dealers in the state and periodically audit the records of those markets and dealers, regulate the properties, facilities, operations, services, and practices of all livestock markets and dealers, supervise and regulate livestock markets and all matters affecting the relationship between the livestock market and owners of livestock and between the livestock market and purchasers of livestock. So we're regulating those business relationships.
Between.
Yes. So prescribed by general order, otherwise rules in conformity with this part applicable to all livestock markets or livestock dealers and not in conflict with the laws of the United States or regulations of the U.S. Department of Agriculture or other federal agencies. 5, enforce this part and adopt rules necessary. So we have adopted rules necessary. At least these are the current rules, or rules that have been in place for the last close to 50 years. And the one that's pertinent to this situation is 3215-104, changes in operation of market. The owner of a licensed livestock market must immediately notify the Department of Livestock of any changes in ownership, management, control, operation, the regular sale day, or location of the market. All changes are subject to the prior approval of the Department of Livestock. Changes which result in ownership or control of the market passing to persons not already approved by the department to operate the market may be given approval only after public hearing before the Department of Livestock. And then 3, all other changes, which is why you're here together today, all other changes may be approved without a public hearing, provided that whenever the Board of Livestock deems it in the interest of the livestock industry, the board may order a public hearing to be held, which you did at your last meeting, and we held that hearing yesterday. So
And
why
that was may not shall.
Yes. So where we're at today is you have a legal responsibility to supervise and regulate that relationship between the livestock market and the owners of livestock and the purchasers of livestock, which includes regular sale dates. And if it is a change, or we have perceived it to be a change in regular sale day, and so that's why it's requiring approval from the Board of Livestock.
And it would affect the services rendered by other existing livestock markets in the state.
Correct. That's in 81-8-252.
81-8-252.
Yes.
Might want to pull up 81-8-212 as well.
Okay. Purpose, yeah. The purpose of this part is to simplify, clarify, and modernize the law governing livestock marketing businesses and livestock marketing transactions. 2, encourage, stimulate, and stabilize the livestock economy of the state. And 3, promote open, free, and competitive factors in the marketplace in relation to all market conditions involving the sale and purchase of livestock.
That really clarifies everything, doesn't it?
Well, it doesn't in that there is a response, because I think some of the questions that have been asked that I'll put out there is that, we did give a report, or Jay did testify on behalf of the department about how it affects our operations. But beyond our operations, there's also an obligation on behalf of the department to do this action of stabilizing the livestock economy and promoting open, free, and competitive factors in the marketplace in relation to all market conditions regarding the sale of livestock. So there is factors where you have to weigh, how this affects producers and sellers and purchasers of livestock, how it affects the other markets. That does need to play into your decision, I think, in terms of your discussion of what evidence you heard. How does this proposed change affect those market conditions, that competitive marketplace, or does not affect it, right? That could be, but those are the things I think through the hearing yesterday that was tried to be entered into the administrative record. Obviously, from each party's perspective, why and how they thought it affected that competitive marketplace positively or negatively.
And then it looks to me, one thing we were debating during the hearing, I think, is that it looks to me, legal, correct me if I'm wrong, but that our authority in this matter is statutory, not rule. The statutes we brought up so far looks like it's pretty clear that we're statutorily authorized and obligated to
protect the interests of both the producer and the other market.
Well, but whether or not we have a say in, I'm trying to say what gives us our authority to grant a livestock market an additional sale day. Is it statute or is it a rule? After what we've just pulled up, it looks to me like a statute.
Yes.
Do you agree with
The
that?
rule just further clarifies, and when we're talking about changes in operation, what are changes in operation, right? The location of the facility, the ownership of the facility, the regular sale date of the facility. Those are the things that are considered. The rule just further clarifies because it talks about regulating this sort of higher-minded, competitive marketplace and market operations in general. The rule further clarifies what are actual changes in operation. And regular sale date is one of those things listed as a potential change of operation.
But regular sale date is under rule, not statute.
Right. It does not mention regular sale dates within the statute. That is mentioned as a further
Rule,
clarification of what operations of a market means.
But, Ms. Simon, so when the statute is fairly clear that this department can make rules to implement the statute.
Yes.
And that would be pertinent to this if we are making rules to implement that statute. That rule would fit into that parameter. Is that correct? The day of the sale or whatever regulations we decide that, I mean, in our rule.
I guess I'm not sure what that question is, but the statute authorizes you to promulgate rules that have the force and effect of law as long as they are within the scope of the statute and the intention. I can't recite for you the exact legal standard right now that is used to decide whether or not a rule is valid. I don't have any concerns over whether our rule is valid under this authorization given by the statute. And under the statute, it's somewhat vague because it says change in operations, but this does appear to be a change in operation. I think we are appropriately construing the requested change to be under the rule that requires department approval. And so they appropriately came to the department to get approval for that change in operation. It was determined that it was a change in operation that the board should decide as opposed to the department. And then the board also decided that it should be subject to a hearing. So that's where we are. I think we have the authority to make this decision under the rules because I think the rules that are promulgated comport with the statute, if that helps.
That was my question.
Yeah.
In the long way, and I thank you for answering it.
Well, we also have history that's how we've operated in the past.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think this, and I'm glad that Ms. Simon pointed out, because I had overlooked this purpose statute that talks about the entire part regulating livestock markets and dealers. And I think it probably is more succinct in what is the law's obligation, you as the instrument of that, what is your obligation? Your obligation is to encourage, stimulate, and stabilize the livestock economy of the state and to promote open, free, and competitive factors in the marketplace in relation to all market conditions involving the sale and purchase of livestock. So the decision that you end up rendering as a final order, you should, I feel, strongly believe fits within that criteria. That it is encouraging stability in the livestock economy of the state, and it's promoting open, free, and competitive factors in the marketplace as you see them from the evidence that was presented.
Yes.
So my next question then is, do we have to reject or accept the whole proposal on dates? Can we accept or reject any specific ones? So you can have this one, but not this one, or how does that work?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I don't see any reason why you couldn't break it down. And then if that's not what the requesting market wants to do, like, then they can elect not to enact the piecemeal approval that you've given. I mean, if they just are continuing under the status quo, there's no problem with that. But if they elect to go with what you've authorized, then they have approval to do that. So I don't see any reason why you couldn't. I would advise against obviously approving any changes that weren't requested, but if you are approving only a portion of the changes requested, I don't see a reason why you couldn't do that.
Yes.
Anybody who can answer what the other markets in the state that have a regular sale date and then they have their specials in the fall run. Pays is Wednesday regularly, and then Friday feeders in the fall run from the third week in October through Christmas. Was that in their permit specific dates, or can they have Friday specials whenever they want to? Or is it only from October through December? Or do we know what we've done historically with these overflow dates in the past?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jay Bodner, Brand Division Administrator. That is specific October through February, I believe, is what their
Okay.
dates are in the, but it is very specific in their sale dates.
Not the dates, but just time frame that they can have Friday sales, not specific dates. Like this needs a request. This request was specific dates.
I understand that. I
And,
understand that, but
Yeah, just to clarify, one is Monday year round, one Friday is the specific dates.
Right.
Basically fall.
Yeah.
Through February.
And like Western Livestock, their Saturday is kind of a similar scenario. They have a option to have Saturday sales in a specific time frame.
Yes. I didn't bring that one along.
That's
with me,
fine.
but yeah.
Has every other market that has special sale days along with their regular days, has every one of those special sale days been approved by the department in the past?
Apparently it was approved sometime in their market application or sometime.
Yeah,
If it's
either
officially
during their-
in their marketing plan, it had to have been approved by someone.
If this evidence didn't come out at the
We
contested
can't
case
talk
hearing,
about it.
it should not be part of your decision.
Okay, so
even if we're trying to follow precedents, it's not specific to this case, but we are trying to follow precedents and be consistent. So we're just asking about historical decisions made by the department so we can take consistency into account.
My feeling and advice is that if it's factual information that's not part of the administrative record, it would be inappropriate to consider it. That's all.
Yeah, the only one we have recently, which we did talk about yesterday, was about the request by BLS and Pace to swap locations of sales on days in 2017, and we know that was not granted, and then we know it was never executed on. They continued in the vein that they had come to the department and requested. So, and then I think a question was asked yesterday that I'll go back to. I think it was Mr. Witchman who asked it, asked of each market that since these two markets, the two parties to yesterday's hearing, since they are recent changes of ownership, you asked, were they aware that when they set those days at that time that was, and that any change from what they set when they got their license would require this process to make that change? And they both said they did understand that and were aware of that at the time they took ownership of the markets, respectively, in 2020 and 2023.
Well, I think there was a little bit of fuzziness apparently on the part of Dylan Livestock because he indicated, I understood him to indicate that he was not totally aware of that until later on. But but Headwaters very specifically said yes, they were aware from the get-go. Dylan seemed to hedge this a little bit as to whether or not they were
special.
The terminology, and that's the thing, special, and I'll be granted, we've just read our rules, we've read our statutes. There's no definition of special. And, but you're talking about historics, right? So, special to us doesn't mean the type of cattle that are being sold. It means the regularity with which things are happening. So, for example, if a market decides, as we know, we have one market in the state that decides on Tuesday in May at some point to do a special grass time bull sale, and that happens once a year. We've not considered that regular, right? But if they were proposing to do a sale of that type, no matter what they were selling, they were going to have a special class sale, but they were going to have it every Tuesday for 5 months. We have historically considered that regular in our viewpoint of it. It has more to do with the day of the sale than the type of cattle being sold. But the class of cattle being sold is a factor of a decision, right? But that's why it comes before the board to determine whether that is promoting competitiveness, not promoting, if those conflicts exist, that's why the decision lays in your hands to sort of make that judgment. Yes. We're just making Eric more confused, probably.
No, but I do have a procedural question before we get too much further. You said there's no motion, and Miss William is going to participate because he wasn't at the hearing, so we're a 6-vote board. What if we're split 3-3? If there's no motion on the table, if there's a positive motion and it's a 3-3 vote, it dies. So I think we need to decide. I think we need to decide our parley pro before we vote, because I don't know what's on the table.
Well, what'll happen is you'll get a final order based on the conversation today that'll be written up by Lindsay. And Lindsay, correct me if I'm wrong. That's what you're going to take action on.
Still going to be a 6-person
But
vote.
you also mentioned consensus, and consensus, everybody agrees to it.
I would say majority.
Are we using IBMP consensus rules?
I'm just saying, yeah. Well, I mean, because that comes up.
Well,
I don't mind I could be in a minority, that doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
No, but we need to think about a 3-3 vote, because if it's a positive motion to accept the application of Dylan, it dies on a 3-3.
Yeah. Well, and that will happen once, today we're looking for consensus and majority. Our legal counsel has said what she takes as a majority. She will write up the ruling based on her interpretation of what the majority wants. And then the vote will happen, and a motion to accept that ruling and a vote.
Yes, but it would be a colossal waste of my time to draft up a proposed final order for your vote if it's not gonna match up with what the outcome is gonna be.
Well, okay, let me rephrase, Your Honor. Why can't we put a motion on the table to approve the application? And phrase it so that give our legal authority, preliminary authority to draft up a approval for it, for finalization, approval of the board when it's wordsmithed. I mean, I'll figure out that wordsmith motion, but why can't a motion like that at this particular time?
I think an informal motion just to take the temperature of the members would be fine. An informal vote, I don't even think it needs to be a motion. Just if we know where the majority is leaning on the ultimate conclusion of law, which would be either to approve or disapprove the requested change because you feel it is not a matter of public convenience and necessity, then that helps frame where we go from there in terms of the other findings of fact that support that conclusion.
So would it be proper for the chair to take a poll then of members?
So. I don't see why not.
But before you take the poll, I'll tack on to what Ms. Simon said, is to remember that you're sort of in this case, you're in a different type of process than you typically are in. So we have moved and called for a public hearing. We've done that. So you're now in the contested case process under the Montana Administrative Procedures Act, which requires this mechanism and this order of processes and this outcome. It's not like earlier today when you approved to spend more money on something. That's a managerial decision. You're now, when you're a quasi-judicial board, you're fully in that judicial role now. You're the judge on this. And of course, there is recourse if people don't like the outcome that comes out of this process that people can avail themselves to. But it's because we're operating under the contested case hearing procedures of the Montana Administrative Procedures Act. It's different than any other type of decision you guys make. It's more similar to some things that will come to you. So if we're having to revoke an individual's license, that requires a contested case process. So that's why you have a hearings officer. Typically, you guys don't do that. You don't serve as a hearings officer, but you have a hearings officer that conducts a hearing with both parties, collects the evidence, and brings a recommended order to you that you either choose. That's where you make your decision. You choose to accept that final recommended order or not accept that. Now, what makes this situation, I'll just be honest, what makes it a little bit wonky is you're not going to have a recommended order come back to you from a hearings officer because you are the hearings officer. That's why you kind of got to build some consensus around it so she can write a final order that conceivably it really is I don't want to say it's a de facto decision, but if it's been built on consensus, it's pretty much understood the board's going to accept that final order once it's written with all the evidence and all the testimony and everything that has to go in the record. But that's what makes it, I just want to be clear on that. That's what makes it different is we are acting right now under the Montana Administrative Procedures Act and the contested case hearing process therein, which is different than how we normally make management decisions day to day, management decisions.
So when she goes from here and writes up her order and we have a Zoom meeting next week, at that point in time, then will there be a motion to accept a written order?
Yes.
Okay, and that'll deliver.
Yes,
and
that'll be
deliver
what
that
carries
on a
force.
6-man vote, and William still has a vote on that.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, because he was not part of the hearing.
Okay.
So it was still, if it was a tie, it failed.
Next week after it's driven. I understand. Okay, all right.
And
I think the safest way is you can't have a tie. Like somebody's.
so,
gonna have-
Jen,
Sorry, hang on, Mr. Chairman.
I will just say that in most Robert's Rules of Order, the chair does not vote unless there's a tie.
Which is,
he can make a break.
yeah, but that's not applicable here because you're 6-man. So you're saying it's a 5-person vote?
The chairman, a lot of times, some things chairman don't vote.
That's
To break a tie.
That's when a lot of the stuff that I've read in Robert's Rules of Orders, that's why when I first took this job, I tended to vote on motions, but since I read more, I don't vote. And then if there was a tie, where I would be the tiebreaker, but if I don't vote, then there would be a 5-person vote.
Okay.
And I mean, and
So there is
that's
Okay.
in Robert's Rules. We did contest in it and the chairman either made or broke a tie.
But that's it.
That's it.
So if it's an odd number of people voting, the chair does not vote.
Well, just in general, a lot of times.
Yeah, okay. And we are just trying to cross every T. We are Roberts, not Masons here, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Although we step in and out of both.
Yeah.
Well, I understand. And usually it's who cares, but when it's, this is legal, so we got to do this right.
Well, yeah, and I guess, we try and be as close, and that's the luxury of having Miss Simon sit in on our meetings. If I get out of line in something that I'm directing, as I did yesterday, she correct me, and so we try and keep as close as we can to make sure that there's no errors that would be come back to.
See if Lily's trying to get our attention.
So, is that,
Oh,
would you like me to poll the board then, or
Or do you want to discuss it first?
do you want to discuss more?
Well,
We haven't discussed yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let
You've
me
just
throw-
been talking
Let me
procedure.
throw my point of view out.
All right, yes.
So I'm gonna look at the bunch of these smaller producers, and our county has a bunch. And that's what, they're working all weekend. The weekend is when they can do their cattle. And to me, part of our job is to look out for the producers. And, if you're a bigger producer, you've got a lot more marketing abilities. I mean, if you're selling if I'm selling a potload of cattle, I got a lot more opportunities than somebody who has 20 head of cows. And that's a big deal because our industry is struggling enough in some respects. We need them all. And so in that respect, I would be a no for granting the additional sales.
Okay,
Chairman?
yes.
I'll give my 2 cents first. I'm also leaning no. And for the reason that it comes down to numbers, I don't feel that the volume of cattle being put through in Dillon is an insurmountable obstacle for having one sale a week, simply because there's other barns in the state selling 1 day a week who are putting as many as twice through, roughly. So I think there's other opportunities without putting an undue burden on the market in Dillon without unduly harming the market in Three Forks. So I'm also leaning no.
Okay.
I would echo what Eric said. I don't think the amount of cattle that they're running through is not possible to get through. I think there's other options to get those cattle through, whether that's starting earlier, infrastructure upgrades, which we talked about. That's part of the reason I asked for all the numbers through the fall run of all the other barns, so that would be in the evidence. We could talk about it today, 'cause otherwise we wouldn't be able to. And when you look at, I asked about 5 barns, and 4 of them, the lowest number on the average was double what Dillon's doing on average during the fall run. So I don't think that it's an undue burden to start earlier, to go later, and run those cattle through in the day. And I think there's some other options of some other days that wouldn't affect another barn that's within 89 miles. And like Allen, the Gallatin's full of people with 50 to 100 head of cattle that are doing their work on the weekends. I mean, we see it at our meat processing plant. They can't drop cattle off on Monday because they're at work. So they drop them off Sunday night. So there's a lot of those producers, and our job, I've always taken my position on this board that I'm here to protect the livestock producers of the state of Montana. And I guess that's like Alan said, we're low on numbers. Our industry is having a hard time anyway maintaining numbers, and I think making it an undue burden on those smaller producers that can't go in the middle of the week, I don't think is fair. So I would also be leaving that.
Just that leaves me, you guys said it all. I struggled mightily through this. I think there are other options that can be instigated for a red cow sale at Dillon that were not explored that would help alleviate that. But I just think allowing sales that they're proposing would unduly pressure headwaters. So I think I'd have to say no to it.
Okay, Lily?
Well, apparently I'm the only one that was leaning yes. And as a very small cow-calf producer in the vicinity of headwaters, I feel like, I think it was Miss Jones, Brittany Jones said it yesterday, like they do have a unique customer base. And as a small cow-calf producer that also works the 9 to 5, like I don't even pay attention to feeder specials. I did not think that 4 feeder special sales in Dillon was going to have that much of an effect on Headwaters' already existing customer base. Those people were still going to drop cattle off when it was convenient for them, regardless of what Dillon was doing. So, and I just was leaning yes. So that would be, and they still didn't change my mind. So I would still be a yes vote.
Okay, thank you for your input. Well, I don't know that we need to pursue this much farther then. It sounds to me there's a definite majority that is leaning to deny the request. Is that satisfactory to you, Ms. Simon? Are you comfortable with?
I would need a little bit more information, and some of it is just my not being as involved in the industry, but I would like a little more findings of fact to tie the, I'm trying to think exactly what it was. I heard Mr. Redfield and Mr. Bettis talk specifically about being worried about the smaller producers and producers. I personally need more of a factual finding to tie why the proposed change of additional sale dates at Dillon would not benefit them in that way.
Because they work 8 to 5 jobs and they need to deliver their cattle on a Sunday for a Monday sale instead of Thursday.
And distance.
But they still have Monday sale options.
Yeah, I guess that's where I'm confused.
They
I thought the proposal was to add Monday sales.
For Dillon.
Yes.
The fear is that the Dillon will run Three Forks out of business. And they'll have to drive all the way to Dillon.
Okay.
Out of the Gallup
Yes,
Valley.
I think that's probably the underlying statement, the unsaid statement that the worry is the effects on the Headwaters market. If we allow this change, it would detrimentally affect their ability to continue in business. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Is that a little more factual?
Okay. So the concern is that approving the Monday sale date at Dillon would lead to headwaters?
Well, adversely, I think, affect their ability to conduct a viable business.
It would be helpful to tease out some findings of fact of how that would come to be. And I'm sure you all have those in your head. I just need an articulation that I can put into writing.
I guess.
Would it be?
A numbers situation, so,
Continue reducing the number of animals to be sold at headwaters, that then they would not be able to be financially viable.
Would it be that producers would elect to go for the Monday sale at Dillon as opposed to Headwaters?
It was that Dillon would pull buyers out of the Headwaters, so the price would be lower. At
and
Headwaters.
possibly some cattle.
Oh, she's looking at something that's factual, though. She's trying to find.
Numbers would, looking at numbers decline for Headwaters.
Yes.
Yeah, and.
It makes it not a viable business.
If you lose buyers, then the market is reflected in that particular, I mean, sellers look at different markets and the value of animals sold at a different market. And if they recognize that one market is consistently higher because the buyers are there, they would be.
Well, and yeah, and then if, I mean, something factual, we certainly had lots of evidence as far as the numbers of cattle put through, and it's a balancing act on whether granting the benefit to Dillon outweighs the potential harm to Headwaters. And I personally didn't feel that the burden of selling 1 day a week with less than half the volume of some other barns that sell 1 day a week is insurmountable, or doesn't outweigh the inconvenience / hardship, whatever you want to call it, we might place on Dillon by refusing their request does not, in my mind, outweigh the potential harm that granting it would cause on Headwaters and the producers in that area.
So in terms of the specific findings of fact that support your concern that Dillon would pull buyers, it's based off of the volume, and there are more buyers and sellers at Dillon, so that's going to be a more attractive location. Am I understanding that correctly?
No, it's mainly just they're selling on the same day, and there's only so many cattle and so many buyers to go around.
Okay.
So can I help and support the board, because you may not remember or may not have the memory I have of, you may have been sitting listening to testimony differently than I was. There was direct testimony from Hannah Fieser with regard to at Headwaters, their experience, particularly with online remote buyers dropping in and out of sales, and that changing the pricing of different auctions and different loads that were sold. So the fact that there's another sale happening might precipitate more division of attention of buyers in that region that could cause more issues for Headwaters, which is what you're concerned about with that situation of having fluctuation in prices between sales as buyers' attention gets diverted from one place to another based on what's going on there. But that was a direct piece of testimony that Ms. Fieser gave that she had noticed at Headwaters. I think what the board's saying is adding another sale to Monday, even though it's a feeder special, might divide those buyers' attention even further than what she's already noticed, that they recognize as a problem or has been a problem at their market. So that, I'm just trying to speak to some direct testimony that somebody gave.
I appreciate that, and I do remember that. Go ahead.
And I also think some direct testimony was they want to do a feeder special on Monday, and Headwaters is selling an all-class sale, so they're selling feeders as well on Monday. So your classes of cattle are also overlapping on those days. If it was a separate class of cattle, it would be different, in my mind. But where we're selling the same class of cattle, and each class of cattle has its own separate set of buyers.
This is just for me. So an all-class cattle sale includes feeder sales. I can put a finding of fact in that regard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to me, the statement in 81-8-252 that fits this. In determining whether public convenience and necessity require the livestock market, the department shall give reasonable consideration to the service rendered by other existing livestock markets in the state. So right there, we have an existing livestock market that's giving a service, and we have another market that's asking to step into the service that's already being rendered on that bay for producers.
And we can use that same statute on the Dillon side to say that if Dillon was trying to sell 7,000 every Thursday and they were starting at 4 a.m. and selling for 30 hours, we could say, well, they're not providing a very good service because the cattle running out, but such is not the case. They're starting at 10, getting done at 10 with 1,500 head.
Would I be correct to include a finding of fact from the board that it is in the best interest of the public and producers in the livestock industry if Headwaters remains in business and successful?
Yes. That everyone, I think that's universal. That was sure. Even though Lily would, I mean, you don't disagree with that statement, Lily, or do you? And you don't have to say right now. You know, we will have a vote on the proposed findings. So you can enter in if you'd like.
Okay, I have no comment at this time.
Okay. So are you comfortable, Ms. Simon, with the findings, or you need something more from this board too?
Mr. Moore mentioned that he believes there are other opportunities for Dillon to explore that will help alleviate the concerns on Dillon's side. I think like some specific facts of what those are would be helpful.
Well, I don't know if that's appropriate.
It wasn't.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I
Yeah,
feel like
it
that.
wasn't a hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, it was not in the
It was, that's right. Good job. Yeah, it was not a
Not
hearing.
even extended hours. I thought I heard you say something to that effect.
Yes, we did
Extended hours.
We did talk about
yes,
extended
because
hours.
that was brought up. Extended hours, updated facilities.
Yep.
Both of those would be findings, and I think there was agreement, at least on the updated facilities from Dillon, that they thought they were trying. So that was the extended hours seems to, you know.
And when you say updated facilities, do you just mean like that would allow them to accommodate a larger volume of cattle?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Infrastructure.
Yeah.
Right.
More chutes, more pens.
Is there any testimony that you found was not credible, that you want to make a finding of fact on, that you were not adopting or not finding credible?
No, I think the one testimony that was a little misleading was corrected yesterday, and as far as numbers. Other than that, I guess it came up yesterday, and there was a comment that the brand inspectors had to stay quite late at night to finish their work. And I asked our brand administrator if that was a case, and he assured me that it was not. So with our new system, there was maybe a few weeks in the implementation that there was extended hours required, but not so now. Is that a correct statement? I don't want to, maybe Mr. Bodner could speak to that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So certainly there was a significant learning curve when we adopted that original new system. So that most likely really ran through September through the first of the year of 23 into January of 24, where we probably had extended hours with staff. Since that time, staff have been able to fully adopt the system in a much more efficient manner, learn the system well. So those extended hours reduced dramatically across the state and all the markets.
That wasn't here yesterday.
Yes, it was.
Who was
Yeah, it
talking
was.
about?
Barry said that.
Barry said it, but we didn't correct it yesterday.
No, we did not.
Jay did not testify to that yesterday, so we cannot put that in. We should have corrected it yesterday.
She asked me if there was statements
I can
that were made that
I
were
can
not,
listen
that are
to the
correctable.
Recording again and see if there's maybe something that we're missing, but it seems that the overall sense, maybe regardless of Mr. Bodner's comments today, is that you don't feel that there's anything on the department personnel side that's impeding Dylan's ability to operate at extended hours?
I would agree with that.
Okay.
I'm just saying what was just said.
I don't recall exactly what was said. I can go back and, I will go back and listen to.
We
the
didn't,
recording.
that statement was not.
I did
Yeah,
not
we
correct
did not
it yesterday because I just didn't want to get into that because I'd already corrected one, but now looking back.
We should have.
Yeah. It's a bit of a learning curve. So, all right. Simon, is there anything else? She asked, is there any other inconsistencies that would?
I don't know about that. I have probably get in trouble for saying this, but I would hope that if they have a different option for their influenced bred cow sale, they would bring it to us. But I would be willing to look at other options if they would bring them forward.
Yeah, I think we're all in that boat.
But it's probably not pertinent to today's discussion.
No.
Yeah, and we have, I just want to make a statement. William is on. I just had seen his chat that he was back on the meeting, but William, we're not ignoring you to ignore you. We're just, you weren't here for the hearing yesterday, so that's why we're not calling on you for commentary or conversation. So you know that.
Is there any finding of fact that is contributing to your concern for Headwaters other than the sales, the class of sales and the sale banks that is making Headwaters stand out as the market of concern?
Well, it's proximity to Dillon and simply, and first in time, they had Monday. They already have Monday.
So it'd be the geographic proximity, the date of the sale, and the type of, the class of sale happening. Okay.
Yeah, because they're asking for feeder and the sale that's already on that date also has feeder cattle.
I mean, any finding of fact that is weighing into your views on this is good to include. So
Well,
if
the
there's
other,
anything else,
Greg brought up they call it the Sitch Influence female red cow sale on the 15th of December. That was a specific date. And that was the exact same date that Headwaters had already advertised a red cow sale, if my recollection is correct.
Correct.
That's correct.
And so that to me is a definite conflict. I mean, you're talking about the exact same class of animals in close proximity on the exact same day.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, could you repeat that? just the class, just the class.
The class would be bred cows, bred cattle.
Females.
Yeah, females, bred females.
Okay, thank you. I asked this only because there was testimony from a producer that said she likes having the option of both. That's my recollection.
Or all three of them.
Or all, yeah.
All three, yes, she actually did say all three with Ramsey included, and although they were not a party.
Do you want to make any findings regarding that testimony?
I would just, we're not taking away the ability to market at both. We're just taking away the ability to market at both of them on the same day.
Do you feel like you are preserving Headwaters as an option by this decision?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
I will work with this. If there's anything else that was presented yesterday that is of importance to you, that is standing out, let me know now. And you still have an option to move to add anything into what I draft up, move to remove anything. It is simply a draft. You are not bound by, it's not a proposed decision from a hearing officer where you are constrained in what you can do with it. You have free reign to write up what I draft for you.
So, and along that line, I'm assuming that when you complete this draft, you will share it with the board to
Yes.
suggest any edits or something
Yes,
that they might.
I will share it with you individually, but you should not discuss it with each other until we are in a meeting, because that we are bound by the open meetings law. But if you are free to look at it on your own time and say, I don't really like this, I think it should be this, and come prepared to propose anything that doesn't look good to you.
So, and you want that to happen at the meeting, or you don't want, say, Jake to communicate directly with you saying, sentence 3 and paragraph 2 is.
That's a great question, Mr. Chair. I would say if you think that I have misrepresented something, I would reach out to me. But as far as discussion and adoption of the specific findings of fact as a group, as a board, it has to happen in open session.
So any communication with Ms. Simon should be direct from whichever one of us, directly to her, and no one else copied. So
Don't reply all.
I would prefer that you not provide me with feedback until there's a written document for you to consider. Unless I directly contact you and say, I misunderstood this question on the record, could you clarify that?
And I'm also assuming that since we're bound by the open meeting rules or whatever it is, that the parties involved should not contact us.
Correct.
Before our decision.
Yes.
Producers should not, I'm sure this is obvious, but I'm putting it out there so producers know, those two different barns know that this is not something we can discuss between now and our next meeting.
Even though this is an open meeting right now, so it's no secret.
Yeah, that's why I'm making it public that nobody should contact us about it.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes,
that's right.
And there will be no opportunity for any outside discussion at our next meeting when we approve or disapprove this action.
Yes.
So it's just going to be a yay or nay vote.
Well, she said we could edit it.
I think you can vote on like specific findings of fact. If someone doesn't like it, we could take a vote and see if the majority agrees with it, or work with reword it in a way that everyone agrees with. But it's I'm not sure how best to proceed when dealing with multiple people issuing a final order, but as long as the final product is voted on and approved by a majority, I think we'll be all right.
You're just going through what the Supreme Court's
Right, so they don't have to do theirs in open session.
All right. So are you comfortable with?
Yes, I'm taking the feedback here of there's very limited, if any, testimony or facts that were presented through the testimony that you don't agree with. So I'm taking that as kind of free reign to listen to the hearing, incorporate the testimony that matches up with what you've told me today. And there's not anything that I need to, other than what we've discussed, that I need to feel like I can't include as a finding of fact in the draft. If that makes sense. So
I think I'm speaking for all of us, but I think everything that was discussed here today, other than the specific about the brand inspections, was testimony that was offered, and then we also, some of us recall the testimony a month ago or thereabouts, and that was entered into evidence. So
I'm simply wanting to make sure that if I go back and listen, there's not anything off limits to me incorporating into the draft, but it sounds like there's not.
We're right, to me, we're right in where I'm most, and I we're reading the minutes while we were talking about it. So we're kind of, from the last meeting, so we're right in there.
Okay, thank you. I will proceed with that direction.
All right. Well, with that,
There you go.
Eric, would you give that back to the son?
Thank you.
So our next order of business is an out-of-state travel request. I guess, Jay, you're in the right seat. And so if you want to just continue on with your presentation, and looks like that's your next item.
That is, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this is an out-of-state travel request for the International Livestock Identification Conference. This is the one that we did host last year. And this is to attend this conference. It's going to be in Gearing, Nebraska, so Scottsbluff right in there. It was for 4 participants. So similar to like Western states, I think we will have myself, 2 area supervisors, and hopefully a 3rd area supervisor. So those would be the individuals that would attend this.
I would like to request myself to be included, just to support Ty. I think that he deserves the support and
that would be wonderful. And, you know, looking at just the travel logistics of that, not really easy to fly into. So most likely, most individuals probably will be driving. Looks to be the quickest and easiest way to get there and get back. So
4 hours from any airport.
the registration is open right now. I think we've had at least myself and 2 other ones that are looking at it to be prepared to get registered and get logistics done. So it starts July 20th. That is kind of the kickoff day. That's the Sunday. And then the meetings go from Monday, the 21st through the 23rd and ending that night. And travel home on Thursday. So that's kind of the travel schedule. I did include some of the estimated cost of that: transportation, $1,600, hotel, $28, registration, $1,400, per diem, $864. So a total.
Is that on tab 5? Is that where we're at?
And so this is for 4 individuals. So
yeah,
the total estimate would be $6,600 roughly. And so there would be some additional costs if we had another individual like yourself who wanted to go. So,
and the money would come from?
So the money would come directly out of the brands division budget.
And I assume that there is funding available in the travel portion of the budget for that, or?
That's correct. Yeah, Mr. Chairman. And our budget actually looks really pretty good. We've been right at kind of the budget levels. I think Mr. Simon mentioned that during his presentation. So yeah, budget looks pretty good.
So with an additional person, be 8330.
So
Yes.
is that you all riding together or taking separate outfits, or how is your transportation calculated?
I put that down as, originally I put it down as flights to there, but then as I looked at flights, you probably could get it done for that. I think we could probably save costs for travel logistics. We hadn't really talked about who's riding with who, or we hadn't really discussed that yet. I think one individual probably would drive himself in his own vehicle, and those costs would be solely on him as they went on to do other things. So the transportation probably going to be less than that, I would anticipate.
And Mr. Wishman, I'll be more blunt. Mr. Bonner mentioned to me the other day that this happens to be right before Cheyenne Frontier Days, and some people may choose to piggyback off that. And I said, that's great, as long as they're paying their own way. If they're going to take their own vehicle and their family, we'll pay for the registration, pay for the hotel room. We're not going to pay for them to take a vacation. So if they're going to Cheyenne Frontier Days and need to be in a separate vehicle and bring the family along, they have to figure out how to get themselves there and back. But we can pay registration, we can pay hotel room because they'd be taking up a hotel room no matter what, things like that. But so that's why I'll just be blunt. That's why it could be less, because we may be telling some people, well, that's great, you want to go to Cheyenne Frontier Days, but that travel will be on you.
So yeah, so 5 individuals, thank you for the quick math, $8,300-ish.
Yes.
Gene, you said it's a international livestock identification. Are they talking like, it's like EIDs and stuff like that? Or are we talking more brands or all of the above?
All of the above.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, yeah, so all of the above. It is an organization, it's actually where livestock branding, recording, livestock identification, and livestock inspection are recognized by the legislation. So that's kind of the founding members of this organization.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
And
there are some international partners in that too.
I attended last year, and I attended a couple years ago. I was in Calgary because they needed me to go because I had a passport and we needed delegates. But I went last year when we were the host state in Billings, and you could have people there from Australia, New Zealand, and it is bigger than just the Western United States. I mean, obviously Kansas, the Dakotas, down to Texas, but you have representatives there from Louisiana, Kentucky, basically any state that has livestock law enforcement will typically send representatives to those.
Well, I
also pretty strong Canadian contingent.
Oh yes, all the western provinces of Canada will have representatives there.
Well, I would just make a request as far as information to bring back to the board. We've been talking about our statutory authority as far as making the livestock more efficient. We talked with regards to the hearing about reading shields and how many times I got to go through the chute and stuff like that. If we're going to go to all this trouble with the IDs, which they have been trouble, we have got to get the technology where we can read them in an alley. I mean, we got to be able to take them down a 14-foot alley, peel them off one at a time, and I can scan them from 5-6 feet away as opposed to putting them through the chute. When you add up the amount of times we put cattle through a chute at midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning to either read the bright tags or scan them, that is wear and tear and labor and shrink. And you put enough through the chute, you're going to kill one no matter how careful you are. So I would really like to find out, if we're going to live in the age of technology, let's take advantage of it and save a chute trip or two on these things.
So,
Mr.
Chairman, Mr. Barr, so there are a number of speakers that talk about technology tags, satellite tags, those kind of things. One of the speakers that we had come last year did a presentation on facial recognition for cattle, and it was pretty phenomenal of the technology on, the upper 90% of recognizing cattle, black cattle.
Yeah. Phenomenal. And then I would share the year before in New Mexico, we had a demonstration of what they do at the border, and the largest import border station in the United States is in New Mexico, and it showed some alley panel readers and the effectiveness and how they were working on that. That's 2 years ago. So I am assuming that they've improved the technology there, and for that exact reason and scenario that you're alluding, time and restraining the animals,
It's not rocket science. Well, I mean, it is rocket science, but it's not revolutionary. It's the same button and the same wand. It's just got to work. Instead of 18 inches, it's got to work from about 12 feet.
Yeah, and that's what
They
were running down an alley, a 12-foot alley, and they had the numbers, and I don't remember what consistency they had, but it's pretty phenomenal when you think about the numbers. And then, of course, you have to do some checking to make sure. But the facial rec is the part that, to me, in that camera, the demonstration, it showed, a bunch of cattle coming out of camera, and it's picking up the facial rec. So that's the future, I think, is you might put an EID tag in an animal, but you're gonna have a picture of that animal's face, and it was high 90s.
High 90s, 3 seconds, with your cell phone.
And starting at taking a picture of well, I don't remember, I shouldn't say, but say 5 or 6 month old female, and then being able to identify her as a 2-year-old using the same.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, at the same time of, entertaining and really acknowledging all the technology, it still does, the foundation is still not wanting to totally disregard brands, because brands is one of the only permanent markers. So one of the other things they are looking at, they've had a few presentations on that down in New Mexico, is even looking at ultrasound, so you could tell is a brand been altered, and you could tell the old brand from the new brand. So there's quite a variety of technology that certainly is discussed at this conference. So.
And maybe, I don't know how many of you are aware, but Ty Thomas, our former deputy district or deputy administrator, is incoming president.
And that he's still our consultant. So
he's our consultant. Yes.
We have to keep him in a unpaid consultant role so he can be the president of the organization. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, discussion. I think we have hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I didn't hear from Lily or William. They can both vote on this.
Yep, there's 9 from William.
All right. And Lily gave up on me. So, all right, motion carried.
All right.
I got a question, Gene.
Oh, William's got a question, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, or a comment.
Yes.
We're talking about these IED readers in the animals. So we have them here in the barn with our sows. That's how our animals get fed. So the problem is when you get too far out versus 2 feet versus 12 feet or longer, if you have 3 or 4 animals standing very closely to each other, you don't know which tag you're reading. That's the problem you run into. If you mentioned that you want to read them from 12 feet out.
But William, it still will identify each of the animals. It just doesn't know for sure which one is which, or will it not identify any of the animals because it can't recognize that there's 3?
Well, if there's 3 standing very close and you hold the radar gun, which will you know which one it is? And that's my question. That happens here all the time. I see that every day here. If you go to our tag reader will read it, but it's kind of a mix-up sometimes.
Yeah, and well, the answer, Mr. Kleinsoffer, I think I kind of answered from some of the presentations that I've seen at that very meeting, is in cattle, a lot of times they're looking at how to read the tags. Like if you're preparing a shipment, and how are you going to capture all those individual IDs if you're trying to amass those for a manifest and for a certificate of veterinary inspection. So you may not be trying to capture an individual animal. You may be running lots of animals down an alleyway and trying to catch every ID as it runs under or by the device, the wand that's picking it up in ultra high frequency tag. So yeah, I can see that you would still have the same issue if you had 3 animals together. Which one is it going to pick up? But I think the benefit that I've seen, particularly in Canada, where they're using ultra high frequency a lot, is when they're running a bunch of animals for a shipment down, and they're just trying to capture all the IDs of all those animals for the manifest, for the shipping, and for the CVI. So it works well for that. But yeah, if you had multiple animals standing next to each other and you're trying to wand one from 12 feet away, that's probably not, you still have to get up to that individual animal. But if you're trying to collect a lot of IDs on a lot of animals that are running by, that's a different scenario. If you're trying to capture all of them. And that's how they're using it in Canada, at least what I saw a couple years ago when I was up there.
Okay.
Okay, moving on, Mr. Chairman. Next, I wanted to provide to you, this is the ARM rule. This is 322404. This is the rule that I brought before the board last meeting, and it was going to eliminate our consignment online permit fees. the sheep transportation permit, the bison transportation permit, along with updating some language and then also eliminating the printing of the brand books. And you approved that last month, but I did find, actually one of our district investigators, when I was proposing this at our last meeting, questioned me about on page 2, number 4A, adjacent state transportation permit. He said, "What is that?" And nobody really knew what that was. So I actually went back, did some research. I found it. It was tied back to a statute that got repealed in 2009. And that's when the state actually had a state transportation permit for importing animals into the state. So that statute got repealed in 2009. So my proposal is today to simply strike that. So this is in addition to what I did propose. So a pretty simple update. I think we've been through this thoroughly now, so I don't think I will bring it back to you again because we've looked at every line.
We need a motion to, we do need a motion to correct that.
We would need approval from you to, approve this additional change before we were to move forward.
All right, I'd entertain a motion. All right, second? All right, a motion by Greg, second by Alan. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for work. Simply just had a couple of little updates here. I'll move through these relatively quickly, and Mr. Spatz talked mostly about the staffing. Certainly, we're excited to fill the Sydney market position. The rover position, we did try one last time to hold interviews. That was not successful at the end of April, so we've decided now to move on and break that into 2 positions. One of the markets is already talking to a potential candidate that I think would be more interested in a part-time position. So we're hoping that that's a more viable option for us to fill those into 2 different slots versus just 1. So our central area supervisor position that we talked about, we had good candidates, good interviews. Our interview team simply was booked this entire week, so we really haven't got a chance to get back and finalize our decision with that just this week. So the decision will probably be made on Monday. Hopefully we'll be able to fill that position and make that decision first part of next week. So BLS, there's 2 market positions open in Billings. We typically get pretty good candidates there for that, so I'm hoping we'll be able to fill that position. And then the last one is our District 14. I've talked to Mr. Spatz about getting that open quickly so that we can find a potential candidate and get that person up and running and for fall run. And typically, if that person is not, if we hire a person that does not have a post-certified, we would run them through the fall, and then next January, February is when they would enter into the law enforcement academy. So, but eventually we might find somebody that is post-certified, and so we'll play that as we go along. Next, just want to, Mr. Honeycutt mentioned it, but our public brand search is live and went live on May 20th. And so we did go on our Department of Livestock homepage. So as you look at the homepage and all the different squares that we have on there, it is View Montana Current Brands. So it's pretty easy to recognize as you click on that. We did put a little bit of language, although I understand most people probably won't read that, on how to operate it. And I think more importantly, we just said, you do have to be patient. We did make as many adjustments to make it as quick as we possibly can. And as you filter things down, it is quicker. But if you were just to pick up every single brand in the state of Montana, which is 51,000 plus, which it shows it on that brand search, then it takes a while.
So when you say take a while,
it's not minutes. But it is, you'll be waiting there 30 seconds or, I mean, it's not instantaneous.
But but we're not talking 20 minutes or
No,
anything.
no,
like
no,
that, so.
no. And once again, the more filters, so it's county, city, town, location of brands, species, major, minor character, then you can narrow that down pretty well. And so we went through tests on our staff. Our brand reporter could not break it, and she tried to break it. And so if it passed her test, we're pretty confident that it's pretty foolproof. So we're pretty excited about it.
Great.
So this is just gonna tell you what brands are recorded, not what brands might be available.
Correct.
And then you can assume if it's not recorded, it's probably available. It's just a matter of there's conflicts in your end.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wishart. Yeah, we don't print an inactive brand list anymore.
Yeah.
It provides kind of people a false sense that it is available, but it still has to go through the conflict check. Yeah, just moving on, the only other thing, I just wanted to give a quick update. So our dealer license renewals, that did end on May 1st. We sent letters out to 203 dealers, and that included 408 registered agents. As of yesterday, I think we had 18 dealers that had not registered or renewed. And so actually, as I look through the list, there's a couple that I know for sure will renew. I'm almost positive they will renew. A few, I'm not really sure. We did get contacted by a few that said they would not, so that is not included in this list. So that updated list is on our website also, and it's also sent out to all our district staff, brand staff, so they know specifically who's registered, who's not. So.
And when they're registered, they have to be bonded?
Correct.
Yes. Great minds think alike. And then who's the bonding levels? That set state or is that Packers and Stockyards?
Mr. Chairman, that is through Packers and Stockyards.
Okay.
So we just require that they have bonds through Packers and Stockyards. We look at that, we verify that, and then we would register them for us. So,
But the bonding level based upon their buying activities set by Packers and Stockyards.
yes.
And it's not adequate.
No.
Not
that's
even
right.
close.
Well,
Not even
Numerous times.
It wasn't 5 years ago when cattle prices were a quarter what they are now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, but at least it's the attempt to,
It's something.
yeah. You would
Pay your
think that
returns.
they're maybe a little more legitimate than someone that's not bonded, but yeah, you're still.
At least you got to give a financial statement to somebody.
Yeah.
So bond.
yeah, and our due diligence is that we do verify that, so. We do, we probably will get more aggressive in making sure that everybody on that list is a Montana dealer also, but we make sure anybody Montana registered is on that, has a bond, so.
Go ahead.
What's the minimum level that the department wants somebody to be bonded? I mean, if somebody buys a bum calf for a little sister and charges her $10, is that,
Typically.
where's the level?
Yeah, typically, Mr. Chairman, typically what we see is $10,000 as a minimum
In commission or purchases?
in purchases.
Okay.
So
So 5 head.
Yeah, they're gonna go buy a bunch of 4-H cows for their,
Yeah,
they got 3 or 4
yeah.
kids.
Yeah. So you buy one 4-H steer and
Yeah.
typically that's the minimum and it goes up from there.
well, 10,000 is minimum that $10,000 purchases in cattle in a year, and you need a dealer's license.
So $10,000 is typically what we see on the bond.
No, I'm not talking about bonding level. I'm talking what's the minimum level? Where does somebody
Where do
need
you-
to
yeah.
get a license?
Excuse me.
What
I'm
qualifies
sorry. Yeah,
as a
so-
dealer?
Yes, what qualifies as a dealer? Thank you. That's a
Oh,
better way to put it.
okay. So, yeah, so it is, based in statute, so it's buying and selling, how often do you buy and sell? There's not a specific dollar figure that is tied to that. So it's basically,
I'm fine with it.
yeah, Mike will bring it up for me. We do have it on our website too about what the specific requirements are for dealers.
Okay. To be considered. There we go.
So, in Jake's,
Well, that's good.
where he's an agent for Superior, Superior is has the dealer's license, you're an agent? Or,
Correct.
And then Superior has the bonding.
yeah,
And Superior, that's correct.
Trying to find the definition, Jay.
I probably shouldn't know that. I just get a little card in the mail.
Maybe it's higher up in the definition.
But they're the actual, in that instance, Superior is the actual dealer. You're an agent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
livestock dealer, it means a person engaged in the business of buying or selling livestock in commerce on the person's own account or as an employee or agent of a vendor or purchaser. The term does not include a farmer or rancher who buys or sells livestock in the ordinary course of a farming or ranching operation or a livestock market, because a livestock market has a different name.
But so just to, I'm not picking on Jay, but just any Superior rep or Northern rep or whatever will have their own license, but not their own bond. Okay.
Well, we have, yeah.
You're bonded through Superior, but you don't have a personal.
So I don't know how Northern does it. Superior renews all of their agents, and I just get a card from them. I don't, they do it all for us.
But you are a livestock dealer by definition of that statute. Because you are an employee or agent of a vendor or purchaser.
Yes.
Okay. Good to know.
But a farmer rancher, say, Curry cattle, for instance, we sell bred heifers. Sometimes we buy heifer cows and we breed them. But by this statute, we're not a dealer. Is that correct statement?
That's how we would view that. That is correct. So that's under normal farm ranch operations.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
at what point does that go from being normal operations to the buyer? If you're buying heifer calves, putting them together, selling ones you don't like, keeping these, breeding these,
That's normal course of business.
at what point does that become a deal?
Typically, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Butcher, typically what we would see is people that are in like the auction markets that are buying, selling for somebody else. That's where typically we catch those kind of situations where we would consider that person a dealer. Or the other one that we've seen more often than not is horse sales, online horse sales, or people that advertise in horse sales. A lot of that happens like on social media. And so we do take a look at that to see if we think they do qualify as a dealer or not. So that's kind of where we typically kind of find those kind of situations. And our district investigators are also kind of aware of who is on the list. And so they're certainly watching to see if they think anybody is operating what they would consider a dealer's under as a dealer that's not licensed.
One clarification. So if a person is sitting in an auction buying coal cows because they think maybe they're bred taking them, pregnant them, they're bred keeping them, if they're not, bringing them back next week, is that normal course of business or is that a dealer?
Well, we would consider that normal course of business. Now, if you were there buying for all of us every week and buying and selling for us every week, then we would consider you that not your normal course of business. Then we would consider you probably needing to have a dealer's license.
Okay, even if that's ongoing through a month or two.
And yeah, and Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wishers, typically what we have in those situations where we're uncertain, we just contact the person. Like, what's your business? You know, how are you operating? And sometimes people, you know, well, this is what I'm doing, and if we think that fits under a dealer's license, then we just simply inform them. We think you need to have a dealer's license in the state of Montana. You need to go to the Packers stock yards, get bonded. So we just have that conversation with folks. Okay. That's it that I have, Mr. Chairman, and I would answer any questions.
Go ahead.
Quick. I just are the market guys probably all know, brother. The market and the district guys getting the word out to the deputies about the statutory changes, like the electronic copy for the brand papers is now kosher and all that stuff. Because I had a deputy argue with me about that the other day.
Yeah, so one of the things that we've done, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moore, so we did communicate certainly to our brand staff. We did to ensure that they are familiar with what the new requirements are, what the statute changes are. And it's my expectation that our district investigators will share that, you know, with locals so the word kind of gets out. We are also talking about providing maybe more of a press release from a department standpoint, that we can just once again highlight the changes that were made, so the awareness is available to everyone.
So along that line, and then we're going to call you, but I just, we've talked a little bit in the past about the age of our local inspectors and the availability of local inspectors. And I'm just thinking, I'm just going to give you a challenge that maybe brainstorm a little bit of how to increase that number of local inspectors, what it's going to take to get more people, if we're going to have to figure out a better pay for them other than just the fees or the collecting the inspection fees or whatever. But I know in some areas that's getting to be an issue, the local inspectors.
That does bring something to mind. I had asked you about tablet or computer shipping points in the fall, like say Judith Basic Feeders, where they're running through something so that they don't have to do paper every time, or local stockyards where they're running 4,000 or 5,000 head through. Is that a doable thing, or is that?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, Mr. Witchman, so what we're looking at is that we're looking at maybe utilizing a local inspector in Helena that's pretty tech savvy, about using him potentially as a test case to be able to try to integrate locals into the system. There is, some security measures about who you let in and who you don't, so we'll have to work our way through that. But I actually just did talk to this individual just the other day, and he is interested in trying that. So we thought that's a good place for us to start, because he's convenient and willing, and I think has the capability to actually look at it to try to do it. One of the challenges we did face, and we needed to make some legislative changes, is that we don't want to be in the business of providing buying equipment for anybody. So unless you can do it on your own personal phone, it doesn't really make sense. And so that's where we need to.
But the reality is, for those types of deals, our staff who work for us, district investigators, market inspectors, have the ability to provide that service. Now that cuts a local inspector out if they've been used to getting that business, but we could provide that as long as there's internet connectivity there that day. In fact, we just Sean Hando with these horse inspections that we did for Northern Cheyenne recently. Sean actually was doing those electronically, and actually everybody was really impressed with what he was doing, watching him do these electronic brand inspections. But our staff all have, the people who work for us all have the capability to do that.
Yeah, and that's basically, I know we have the software to read all those handwritten stuff when they come in now, but if we could just, and I don't want to cut the locals out. I really want the locals, but I was contacted by one of them, said, if I had that sitting there, I wouldn't have to sit there and scribble all day long. I could punch a few buttons and autofill where they're going. And
I think we're going, and you're actually getting into, Mr. Witchman, something that I'm kind of hopeful to hear, because I figured that even though we're not at a tipping point to where a lot of local inspectors want to engage with technology, that eventually we would get to a day where either our inspectors or our constituents, either one, are going to say, why can't you do it this way? And we need to be ready to move with that change. Again, I'll go back to the horse inspection. I'll give Sean credit. I won't mention other names. Sean went out and did one set of horse inspections on these feral horses that they were finding on Northern Cheyenne. Everybody was impressed with what he's doing electronically. We had another inspector go out, didn't do it electronically. Didn't do it electronically. And people noticed the difference, said, well, yeah, we'd like to have, it was so much easier when it was being done that way. But, and while I have the floor, I'll say to Mr. Curry, I'll say, I have to be fair and say to you what I say to everyone else who complains to me about lack of local inspectors. Jeremy or his wife, when do you want them to get their books? Because we'll get them signed up and we'll get them ready to go. And that's actually, I'll say that's probably the best thing. What I actually struggle with a lot of times is people complain about local inspectors, and I go, well, you seem like a great individual yourself. Wouldn't you like a set of books? Oh no, I don't want a set of books. And that's where that's sometimes where it falls apart. But I'm
Actually,
just being
we're quite
facetious.
lucky in our area. We're not affected that way, but I've had people talk to me about other areas that are more affected. Because the brand inspectors in our area get a lot of work because of the movement of cattle on and off the reservation. They'll have to be inspected both ways, so they get a lot more work than a lot of brand inspectors.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just one thing I think did help somewhat in that concern over local inspectors is when we did change how to find your local inspector on our website. So that provides more opportunity, or at least more options for people to pick from. That helped somewhat, but we are, as district investigators, always looking at who's the next one that we can hire, who's available. But yeah, it's a tall challenge, and we recognize that. So.
All right. If there's any other business that needs to come before this meeting, and we have no public here, so
There's no public left.
No public online. All right. So our next item is to set the meeting date for the next.
I received a chat from William. He had to jump off saying that he was going to be in Canada on June 25th and 26th and wouldn't be available for a meeting. That's kind of our next opportunity, other than a cleanup meeting for maybe final order type things from the hearing. But for a full-on meeting, that week is kind of the next best opportunity. And if we can't meet that week, then based on staff conflicts with travel that's been approved and so forth, then we're looking at the week of July 14th would be the next time that I don't see where we'll have a lot of staff that are traveling.
So William can't do the 24th or 25th?
He can't do the 25th or the 26th, but I assume that means he's available on the 24th during that week.
The 24th, I'm not available. The 27th, I am.
You're not available the 24th?
27th would be good for me too.
That's the Friday. That's when Brian's not available. Brian, you're not available on June 27th, right?
I'm not.
But
And neither is Jay.
oh,
I mean, since we're in the dog days, can we go one in July and then go into August?
I think because we'll have to have an in-between meeting to deal with some housekeeping stuff that as we were talking about today. I think we would be good going to the middle of July. I don't think any major stuff's going to come up between now and then.
Kind of like April.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And just, I can zoom in, but I will not be able to be
The 27th?
here. Unless it
Those
rains.
guys won't be available, but I mean,
The 27th of June.
can we do the
We can-
housekeeping
Without what?
Without staff?
Oh yeah, that's not for housekeeping. The housekeeping meeting I'm talking about will probably be next week.
No, the 27th. I was asking about the 27th.
The
We get
20,
to have the
yeah,
meeting without-
we can,
without staff.
yes, we can figure out how to do it.
What will we say about it? You said something about.
She said the 27th was fine.
Yeah, I'm comfortable picking up their end for them as long as they have me prepared.
Is that the 27th?
Yep, I'm fine with that.
Convinced it's gonna rain.
Gene and I won't have any heat to put up, so we're flexible.
I'm gonna be trying to haze, it'll be raining, so I'll be.
Yeah.
I'm looking at my calendar now and I'm noticing that day, Brian, you're in Myrtle Beach. They have the internet in Myrtle Beach. I know.
It is embedded there.
Hot spot.
Well, hot spot, yes. All right, well, it sounds to me like the 27th would work. So that we're gonna schedule for the 27th, and we will have a Zoom meeting somewhere before that.
Yeah.
And we will all.
As fast as Lindsay can type.
We'll have to notice it like any other meeting, so it'll be.
Yeah, once she has
Couple of days notice.
once she has it ready to move forward, then we'll set a meeting. We'll try to set a meeting 48 hours from that time period, the shortest time possible.
Okay. All right. Is there any other questions or comments with that? Thank you all.
Thank you.